It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so dope. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Talk Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Stop the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so dope. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Talk Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. In the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. Stop the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so dope. Everything's about Chelsea, feel like pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that blue. Talk Chelsea, see Chelsea, it's all true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. the stands we jump and sway, feel the beat. Got that rhythm in our hearts, can't take defeat. Every match we rise, watch the game unfold. Blue blood running deep, our story told. With every win we celebrate our crew. Chanting songs for Chelsea all day, it's true. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. So the banners fly high under the sun. Every player on that field, together we run. With each kick we feel the passion ignite. For Chelsea our hearts shine forever bright. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud, 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 no one. All them a cheer, them a cheer. Cheer, 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 loud as the crowd. It's a blue morning show where the vibes are flowing, so fresh, so low. Everything's about Chelsea, feel that pride. We're repping our team, standing side by side. Win or lose, we carry that. Still blue.
Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford Bridge echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chants, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shedding crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Reetz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shedding crew, born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford Breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave
Yes, good people, big up to all of you. I appreciate you all finding the time to join this particular edition of the Blue Morning Show. I do hope you're all doing well. Quite a lot to talk about. It has happened. Well, a lot of people were expecting it to happen, and then it eventually did. And yesterday, a lot of us were certain that it was going to happen, and it has happened. Here's the way I'd like us to operate today. I get it. A lot of us are eager to talk about the situation. But yeah, a lot has emerged, which led to me, the way I had perceived the situation initially changing a little bit. So what we're gonna do here, we will start discussing. We will look at everything we have out there, everything we believe is important, all the information we need to discuss the situation as objectively as possible. We will get through them, not a lot, but I know the discussion will be lengthy. But getting through the information we need to have before us before we start discussing the conversation will be key. It won't take us a lot of time to do that. So without wasting much of your time, we already have Bands on the panel, and a senior panelist also in Bobby on the panel too. I know we're all eager to speak, but let's get into these stuff we have before us so that we'll be properly equipped to discuss the situation as subjectively as possible. The first item, of course, if you followed the story yesterday, I think all of us did. No need to start talking about everything that had happened. Maybe it's important to discuss the fact that, yeah, he refused to be part of the post-game presser after our last game. But that's fine. Well, look where we are right now. Look at where we are right now. Chelsea Football Club and head coach Enzo Maresca have parted company. That's the first one, and then we'll be going up so that we get them in the order that they emerged. After that one, I think is that the first one. Maybe I clicked it. I shouldn't have. I wanted to scroll up so that we see things that emerged after the initial news. That he parted that he and the club no longer he no longer works for the club. So that's the first one there. Chelsea and Enzo Maresca agreed to part company with immediate effect. It's over. That's Vince quoting Fabrizio Romano. And then let's see what else we have there. It's a sad day indeed. The following report reads, Chelsea and Enzo Maresca part company. Head coach leaves with immediate effect. Chelsea expects to name a replacement from small number of candidates in the next few days. Rosanio, a contender. I really do not want that guy to become Chelsea's next manager, but I'm not in charge for reasons I'm going to explain later. I don't think he's ready. I think Premier League managers will eat him alive. We've read that. We've also read these. I think this is with Vince quoting this with subsequent updates. With key objectives still to play for. Key objectives still to play for across 4 competitions, including qualifications for Champions League football. Enzo and the club believe a change gives the team the best chance of getting the season back on track. Interesting. Oliver Glesner is not in the frame to replace Enzo Maresca. Chelsea expect to announce a new head coach in a matter of days. They will make a permanent appointment, and the key and they have been vetting a small number of candidates. So these didn't start today. They knew this was going to happen, and I think Maresca himself knew this was going to happen. On Chelsea's side, the decision to split with Maresca was a unanimous board decision. No one is bigger than the club. Unanimous simply means everybody thought Bolly. They all agreed. That's it. Before you start saying Bolly, I've seen a lot of people screaming Bolly Severs, and I did make a post asking them. He's the current chairman. He'll be the chairman for 5 years, I think. Even at that, no one individual is a sole decision maker. Whatever you see the club doing today, they all agreed to it. Bolly signed off on it. Iqbal is signed off on it. They have their differences, but I'm quite sure everything that the club has done under the ownership, they all signed off on it. You can't just go, even if you have a majority share, you can. I don't think you can. You have the authority to just do something without the other party signing off on it. But that's, by the way, that's one part. Chelsea will appoint a new manager very soon. Not going to take weeks. Not going to take weeks. A long time. The club is not working on it. And I did say yesterday that if this is going to happen, let it be quick, because the longer it takes to appoint a new manager, the more negative impact it have on the players and the club overall. Enzo Maresca, listen to this. This is important. Enzo Maresca informed Chelsea twice, and that's by David Ornstein. So that's why I said it's important that we get all this information, so you have every information necessary to make objective decisions or to speak objectively about the situation and not just be bashing the club or the manager. It says Enzo Maresca informed Chelsea twice in late October, again mid-December, after post-Everton comments. He was talking to people associated with Man City about Man City manager position when vacancy arises. So I hope you listened. You heard this. He started talking. Pay attention again. Enzo Maresca informed Chelsea twice in late October and again mid-December after post-Everton comments. He was talking to people associated with Man City about Man City manager position if when a vacancy arises, which means you are from his perspective, he's temporarily a Chelsea manager and always ready to leave the moment a vacancy again he sees a vacancy at Manchester City. But that's, by the way, let me bring on the panelists so we can start talking about it. Big up Bobby, big up Bans. Thank you
Happy New Year, Kochi.
to join me on the panel. Banfordino, let me start with Bobby. Bobby, you heard everything we've read on the screen. I know you have your opinion, and I know why I said it's important that we pay attention to everything we have. That's important that we work with to ensure we speak objectively about the situation. I love Enzo Maresca. I was pissed when I realized that he will eventually leave the club, and from we're hearing here, and I'm happy this is coming from David Austin, who even said 2 weeks ago or so that the interest, had been there even before he told people that Man City are considering Enzo Maresca. The only thing he didn't tell us was that Maresca already was talking to Man City. So Bobby, let's hear your thoughts on the situation.
Yeah, big up, guys.
Big up to you too, Bobby.
Happy New Year to
Happy New Year
everyone.
to you too.
In
And
the
Happy
chat.
New Year to everyone in the chat.
Um, I think we're all rather sick and tired of the circus that is Chelsea Football Club in terms of what's going on.
Mm.
I posted, and reposted the fact that Roman Abramovich hired and fired in order to sustain winning titles and trophies over a 20-year period. These guys are hiring and firing to what end? To the end of their mediocrity. Look, David Ornstein, what he said is like, what's that sound? There's a sound that's
Go ahead. I see where it's
amazing.
coming from. Go ahead, Bobby.
David Ornstein made that statement. It's like somebody um, starting a film from the middle and allowing people to assume what happened earlier. Look, I do believe that the way this has happened, that this has been a bit of a double-edged sword. There's been six of one and half a dozen of the other. But I think the sporting directors dropped the ball from the summer. Their entire squad planning was frustrating to somebody like Enzo. Enzo found that he could not work with the players that was handed to him. He has barely used Jarell Hatto. showing he has no faith in him whatsoever. And Hato himself has not shown he's able to be trusted. We have Liam Delap, who all he has contributed is red and yellow cards and and consistent time off the field, either injury or suspension. And of course, Garnacho and Gittens, who, let's not sugarcoat it, are definitely not good enough. Yet, the sporting directors invested in excess of £80 million on both of them. So the platform was already laid for him to be talking to somebody else who would at least give him a little bit more quality to work with and go on to the next level. These people took him backwards. He won the Club World Cup with the club, he won the Conference League, he got the club comfortably into the Champions League. He needed better quality. He asked for a centre back, so we're made to believe he was denied that. And goodness knows, I personally do not buy for 1 minute. You know, people try to sell this narrative. Ooh, Jackson wanted to leave. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He was mishandled. And then he decided he would leave. If he had been handled better, he would not have wanted to leave. And look
When
at
you
it
say
now.
handled better, how do you mean handled better, and how do you mean he was mishandled? Just
I
for
think when you're
clarification, just to clarify to the listeners what you mean by that.
what I mean by that is
Hmm.
when you're bringing in other strikers and you have a lone striker who has struggled to keep going and has developed in that struggle, but
Hmm.
to support the team individually for 2 seasons, you give him an explanation. You're like, guy, I think you're a great striker, you're good for us, but we need to bring in rotation, we need to bring in a bit more depth.
And you're
And
saying for
that's
certain the club didn't do that. Definitely
I, I'm
didn't
giving
explain to
my
Jackson.
opinion, coach. I don't think they did. Just like people give their
But can I
opinion
tell you
to
this,
say he
Bobby?
wanted to
Can I
leave.
say this quickly?
That's
You
my
will continue.
opinion.
Can I say this quickly? Can I say this
Yeah,
quickly?
yeah, go
In
ahead.
all honesty, the club doesn't owe him any explanation if they want to sign another player to compete with him. They don't owe him that. It's as simple as that. All these talks about the club owing Nicholas Jackson explanation as to why they have to sign another player. It's just being sentimental. It doesn't work like that. It's
Coach,
just like
coach.
Real Madrid telling Vinicius Junior, look, let's say for instance he's competing. Let's say Vinicius is competing with Mbappe, or maybe let just that's just an example. Madrid will not tell him, call him to the manager's office, say, look, we're signing Mbappe. He's not going to replace you. And who's to say Chelsea didn't tell him that?
Coach, I'm giving you my
Come on,
opinion.
man, Bobby. I know you
And
for all
and
people
and
hated
you
players that don't want to compete, that feel
you
like it should be about them. We're
let
Chelsea.
me finish my opinion.
But go ahead, Bobby.
I know you subscribe to the idea that he wanted to leave. I don't.
That's my opinion, and
I
yours
think
is also your
I
opinion. But
I
I
I
respectfully, I
I think
respectfully
if you let me
disagree
land,
that Chelsea missed Malha.
I they did.
Come
I
on,
think
Bobby,
they
go ahead.
did.
But
I think
go ahead,
when
Bobby.
you're dealing with people in an industry like football and you want to preserve that tight knit group, you do have to give some explanations sometimes to some people.
Do you
You
know
don't
whether they
let me
gave him
finish.
one, Bobby?
Well,
You
you
don't
keep
know.
cutting me.
I don't work for the club. You don't work for the club.
I'm giving you my opinion. You don't know that they didn't. You
You
see,
don't know that they did.
all these people that say, oh, he wanted to leave. I don't subscribe to that. That's the point I'm making. I don't think he was encouraged enough to stay when he was made to believe that these players were coming in to replace him rather than to work with him. That's my solemn belief, and I'll hold on to that. And every outlet that, whenever they get to the opportunity to ask him, did you want to leave Chelsea? The answer is always no. Now that's the Jackson side of things. Then there was Madueke. Now everybody knows that Maresca actually liked Noni Madueke. Now, somewhere along the line, that was mismanaged. He was made to feel that his position was under threat rather than being complimented. And let me tell you, if he was still here now, there's no way on this planet that Garnacho or Gittins would be able to dislodge him. So yet again, another one, Nkunku. For a long time, because he had poor form, people were saying, "Oh, Nkunku wants to leave. Nkunku wants to leave." Well, eventually, when he was told he could leave, what did he do? Of course, he would leave because you're not wanted. That's my take on it all. I think that the failings in the planning by the sporting directors was the catalyst to all of this. All the Man City talk, I mean, think about it. Why on earth, really, would Maresca go to Man City? What for? What for? He's going because he's going to be given better quality and he's going to have the players that he wants, both a mixture of mature and young players, in order to challenge for trophies and go on to this next level.
All
That's the
right.
reason he's talking to them. So
Mm.
we cannot absolve the ownership in terms of their sporting
I'm not
directors
saying observe them,
from
but
accountability for this
here's one
situation.
thing I can tell
And
from your
and
comment,
and
Bobby.
and just before I drop,
Hmm.
the stupidity of it all. They have now thrown the game against Man City in 2 days' time. They have 9 games this month, and they're playing this footsie. Chelsea could end up being completely humiliated throughout the month of January. And that is also down to them because they are the catalyst of this situation. I've stuck up for this ownership for a long time, even where most people wouldn't. But in this instance, no chance. I'm against them. I'm against what they've done. And I think that the fan base should make it clear to them that we're not stupid. They dropped the ball and they blame Maresca and caused this situation.
All right. Let me say this, Bobby. Clearly, I don't want to. I don't want to. If I face it like this, I know we have a good chemistry, and I know you don't take things personally. I'd say you're letting. Give me 1 second.
Trust the process. Anyway, guys, Happy New Year. Update
So listen,
Charles.
Bobby. I hope you
Happy
don't
New
take
Year.
anything personally.
Why,
Right
why would
now,
I take
my
it personally?
observation is that you're letting how you feel about the situation drive your opinion.
Coach,
Listen, and
listen,
this is a total U-turn from you. You were one of the first that started. Can I finish? You were one of the first that started arguing that Nicholas Jackson couldn't compete. That was why he left. The club never wanted to send Nicholas Jackson, but I get it. From Nicholas Jackson's perspective, he probably felt like he's third in pecking order in terms of the starting strikers we have. I don't know how you can blame the club for maltreating him because what I get from you is that you see him as though he wasn't treated fairly, so he decided to leave.
he
We're
amongst
Chelsea.
others, I think
No, Bobby,
I
we're
think in
Chelsea.
terms
And the
of
Madueke's case, Madueke was at the Club World Cup with Chelsea, and we later learned from Fabrizio Romano he was still in the US with the Chelsea squad.
yes, because he was
And
made to
when
feel he
Arsenal
was being
called, come
replaced.
on, Bobby, be fair here.
He was
I'm not
made to
saying the
feel,
owners are saints. I'm not saying they're saints. But you know why I said, let's read everything we have here.
yeah.
And there's something else a lot of people are saying that, irrespective of how much I love Maresca, even Vince himself has said it. He knew exactly what he was getting into. In my opinion, from Maresca's side, he used us to build up his resume. I'm coming, please. From my perspective, from Maresca's perspective, he used us to build up his resume. And there's a pattern to that, actually. As much as I hate it, I'm angry and pissed that he's leaving. The fact is, he used us to build up his resume and he seized the opportunity to join Manchester City. Every other team, to me, I don't want to hear it.
Or
The
Juventus.
same way I said I don't want to hear what the owners told me was the reason why they fired Thomas Tuchel. I don't want to hear the owners saying that if we
What's happened, coach? We can't hear you.
Yeah, but anyway, I disagree with Coach what he's saying.
Yeah, we're listening. We're listening. We're letting you talk.
No, Bafendine. This is I disagree.
I disagree. It's not a decent squad.
No.
Yeah, so if you can hear me, sorry, I was my connection. I'm not sure why it's 100% all green. I'm not sure what went wrong there. But my point is, let's be fair here. Let's be fair. Bamford, I'll let you come on in a bit. Let's be fair. I'm gonna go through everything that I've said. One, I'm not happy. I'm pissed at the ownership, the sporting directors. Truthfully, because yeah, if he had maybe enough of the type of players he wants or the quality of players he wants, I don't think he'd be considering leaving. And let's be honest, Man City is everything to him, in my opinion. Man City is everything to him. And that's why I said, before we started, I said, please pay attention to everything that we're listening, that we have out there right now. And it's a good thing that this particular report is from David Austin, who's always known that yeah, Maresca has been talking to Man City. It's nothing new. And he reads, let me read it one more time. Enzo Maresca informed Chelsea twice, which was why you could argue the relationship started falling apart. He told Chelsea twice in late October, 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, actually, or so. And again, mid December, after post Everton comments. Yeah, he was talking to
So,
people.
Coachella.
Hold on, let me finish. He was talking to people at Man City if when vacancy arises. So you're telling me, as my wife, for instance, that the moment you see any nice guy, you're gonna leave me and you expect me to be happy.
No, there are two different things. Come on.
No, it's not
Kochi,
two different things.
Kochi,
This is
let me
a
help
job.
you. Kochi, you are not
Okay,
even.
Coachella.
You're
Let me just say
okay.
this.
Let me ask you this. I'll let Ban for speed. When I come to you, you can talk. You're telling me that Chelsea should be happy. He told them he go to Man City the moment opportunity arises, and you think Chelsea hierarchy will be happy and say, okay, yeah, he's gonna leave at that point.
You said it all, Coach. Let me come in.
Ban
Don't
Fodigo, go ahead, please.
listen. Maresca, everybody on this platform know how I've defended this guy before he even came. People were calling him names. People were saying he was going to build his CV using Chelsea, and exactly that is what has happened. And I don't want anybody to stand in for this guy. He's so shady, and I'm
No.
so.
You can't say
Hold
you
on,
can't
Him
wait.
hold on,
speak.
bro.
Let him speak. Let's talk
Hold
one
on.
by
Let me
one. He
speak.
will come to you.
You know, I like Maresca, but he was shady. This guy was stalking Man City. If I say he was stalking Man City, he knew whatever he was doing. And even for him to come out to criticize the owners after the Everton game was the last straw. Like he was done at that time. Big players criticize him for coming out to criticize the football club since he was still here. So he knew whatever he was doing. And I'm so pissed at him that he did that to Chelsea. He wanted to leave in the first place. If you guys remember, when Pep Guardiola started this season, he had a very poor run. So everybody thought it is over for Pep. And that is the mistake he's making. He might think Pep is going to leave this season. There is no way I see Pep Guardiola leaving this job for him. It's not going to happen. And you are under a contract. Why then? Why can't you build your own empire here? And you just started talking to Man City. What was the rationale behind you talking to Man City? And if you look at our games, there was a time my dad was like, is this guy working against Chelsea? Because it seems whenever Man City is doing bad, this guy will drop points just to match with them. He was saying something like that, but I didn't pay attention. He knew he wanted to. Hold on, let me finish. He knew whatever he was doing. He knew he wanted to be
That
the
I have
coach.
to agree
He,
with.
he knew he wanted to be the coach for Man City at the upcoming season. Why are you complaining that the owners are not buying you the right players? You knew what you signed for. They told you whatever the project is. So why then do you make a U-turn criticizing them? And even I was very critical about these owners last season, but I thought this time around they made amends. They made some quality, signings, young quality player. You want to tell me that you don't have centre back, whilst a champion put up a best performance against Liverpool, and the next game you sat him on the bench.
Yeah, there are some questionable decisions that made it seem as if he wants
Yeah,
to get
that's
fired.
true.
I even
You
said
That's
it
true.
understand? You
because
you
I
have
know him
you
to be a
have a young
smarter manager.
but
talented centre back, and we are saying we are building something for the future. Put the boy in there. That pisses me off a lot because you are complaining you don't have centre back. You understand? You said you don't have centre back, but this boy put up a very good performance against Liverpool. What happened next? You put a champion on the bench. What was he doing? I thought after Barcelona game, the kind of performance we put up, this guy will just build upon that. And what happened? Changes, as if we were doing off season. I said this before, and people were saying, "Oh, it's good for the team." But yet, the reason for making the rotational policy was to avoid injury. Were we avoiding injury? We had a lot of injuries going on. So, what was the point? Why can't you have your top 11 players on the field of play and let the people who are not doing well work their way into the first 11? You have a talented player like Estavao. That boy will go to Barcelona, go to Real Madrid, go to Man City, walk into the team and play every single game. He was sitting on the bench. What was he
nah,
doing on the
man.
bench? What
Tabelo,
was
just let him
Estavao?
go. You get your
Let
opportunity.
me
I think you're
finish.
the one to speak next, actually.
What was he doing on the bench? You have a talented player. So Maresca set up all these things. He knew whatever he can do to get out of the football club. He first
That's
started with
great.
Estavao, benching him. It didn't work out. He came out to criticize the owners because he knows whenever you criticize the owners, they are going to strike back, and it will be the way the way out of the football club. That's what he did, and I think he was very shady. I don't pity him at all. And
All
that
right.
is not the end. That is not the end of the football club. We have the talented players. Whoever they want to bring in, let them bring that person in. We are all in. When Abramovich was here, the slightest mistake, you are gone. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Thanks for his service. Thanks for everything that he did for the football club, the club World Cup, the Conference League. We thank him. But I think he was still an agent of Man City. Whatever he came to do in my football
And
club, I
yeah,
don't know what he came to do
and quickly,
because
Tabejo, before I hand over to you, I don't know if Bans is still submitting. Let me rephrase this. My wife tells me that if she sees her ex,
I'm still talking.
yeah,
You are an agent.
yeah,
You
exactly.
are still going out.
If
You are
she
still.
sees her ex,
It doesn't
she's
make
gonna
sense,
go spend
Kochi.
the weekend with her ex, or maybe she's gonna if she finds out that her ex is still alive, that he's gonna marry her, she's gonna marry her
It's not
again.
like you have been terminated.
So
You are still under a
you want
contract.
me to be happy?
Do you want the owners to be happy for that? And
You want the owners to say,
that makes
okay,
me hate
okay, we're
Maresca
fine.
more.
That you could say that
You
was
can't do
when
that.
the relationship actually started died, maybe. For
Yeah.
lack of a more, you could say accurate or
You came out to gaslight everybody that, oh, nobody has helped you over here in Chelsea, whatever he's talking about. You have these quality players. Every match this guy will play, he will use different set of players. People were saying, I said it, that there is no way the team is going to gel, and that will be his downfall. And exactly that is what has happened. If this guy had used two set of 11 players in different games, it would have been better. But today it was Pedro Neto. Today it was Ganacho. The next day is Gittins. The next time is Sachampon. The next time Fofana playing at the right back. Like, what was he doing? And to mess your whole thing up, you were talking to Man City, all because you are now the coach who won the first Club World Cup. Good
Coach,
for
can you let
him.
other people
He's going
speak,
to be
please?
out of
'Cause
work,
Yeah,
and
you
I
will.
don't think Man City is going to
no,
Tobago.
get
he's
his
been
services.
dominating this. He's just saying the same thing
All
over and
right,
twice.
but
Let
let's hear
Tobago
from
Yeah,
say
other
let
one
people.
somebody
mouthpiece
come
as
in.
well.
Okay. Tobago, you want to go or you want to let the senior panelists speak?
Yeah, yeah. You
No,
know
up
what?
to you.
No, it seems like you guys are pissed off with him talking with
No,
Manchester
we
City, but
all are.
again,
But go
because
ahead.
let me say this, right? The time we are linked to Enzo Fernandez, where Benfica not pissed. This is football. They talk. It's normal to be linked to another team. It's normal to talk to another teams. It's normal. And also, we're talking about rotation, whatnot. This is the club policy. Check the latest articles. They were overpowering him. He needs to rotate. He needs to stop playing these certain players. He needs to rotate. That's the issue he had with the club. They were overpowering him. So why now you guys are protecting the owners while he was doing rotations? Clearly, you see on media now, Enzo Maresca had a fallout because the medical team had stronger opinions than the coach. So that's the issue. That's the issue
But
why
you
he was
just made a
rotating
point.
at Chelsea.
You just made a point. So you're saying that the coach should override the decision of the medical team and start players
Who's
even
the
when they're
coach?
not ready. So if the medical
But,
team
but,
says a
but,
player
but
isn't ready, the
oh,
coach can say,
okay.
"Yeah, he's ready. Don't worry about the medical team."
Yeah, and also about you guys were complaining that is rotating a lot. So who's wrong, who's right
I
then?
never complained about rotation. You know
No,
that.
but Banfantini was
Oh
complaining.
yeah, the rotating Tobago. The rotating was his downfall, because how can
Come on.
Estaval? Let me say
All right.
something. How can your best performer start from the bench
All
in
right.
the
Let's
subsequent
hear
game?
from Max now. Tobias, are you still speaking?
No, let's
Yeah.
hear from
Okay.
Max and Jay.
Yeah,
Dante
yeah,
was
yeah.
supposed to speak next. Sorry, if Dante allows Max, that's fine. But if Dante wants to speak first because
No,
he
let
was on the
Dante
panel
speak
before
first.
Max.
Let Dante speak first. I'll speak after.
Okay. Dante, go ahead.
It's fine, Max. Go ahead, Max. No problem.
Okay, guys. Right, I've been hearing a lot. Not a lot. So I came on about 15 minutes ago. Listen, this is a mess from the ownership. Okay. I know some people don't want to hear it. Everyone wants to defend this ownership. But when you've got four managers who's left and complained about the same thing, you've got to look at the ownership. They're being micromanaged. Every time they have a match, the owners are in there trying to say, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Okay, they got every right, but they can't do that every single game. Okay. And all this talk I hear from, he was looking at Manchester City. Wouldn't you look at Manchester City if you were a manager who had one hand tied behind his back? They brought in Maresca because, remember, he signed a 5-year contract. So for saying that he's just using the club, if he was using the club, he wouldn't have signed a 5-year contract in the beginning.
He
He
quit.
wanted to stay here for
Max,
the long haul.
just quickly. If he gets a better, even if he signs a 20-year contract, he can quit and forfeit, pay off, and move on. If the club we've done that before. We had to pay Napoli.
Yeah, but when they
But
had
Max, he knew
talks,
what he signed for. You are
Go
saying
ahead,
that
Max. Go ahead. I'll
no,
let you
you're just
talk. Go ahead, Max.
speculating. I'm telling you, don't speculate. He signed a 5-year contract because when they were having talks, and I know this for a fact because I know somebody who's involved, so I know this for a fact. So I'm not talking speculation. He was our third choice manager, and that's a fact. The De Zerbi turned us down, and we were turned down by McKenna. Okay, He came in and he said, I'll take this job if you allow me to build. That's why he signed a 5-year contract. Because he said, it's not going to be a 1-year thing. So I need to implement my style and I want a long-term contract. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of Maresca. So I know a lot of people who are not a fan of Maresca saying it's his fault and everything else. I thought he was good at times, but he overcomplicated the game many times. And the style of football, I wasn't really a fan of the football. He had a few good games, like the PSG one, Liverpool, but most of his games were more about control and risk averse rather than playing front foot exciting football. So I wasn't a great fan of his. But having said that, he earned his stripes with the World Club Cup. Okay, I'm not including the Europa League, but even that, the conference, sorry. But even there, you're in it, you have to win it. Okay, you don't take it for a given. He won
And
2 trophies
Champions
at
League
Chelsea
qualification.
and Champions League qualification, yeah. So he earned his stripes at the club. So what they thought they were hiring a manager who was just grateful to be there because he came in from a championship club. They thought he'll be a
That's
puppet.
also an excellent point. That's
Yeah,
excellent. They hired him
Yeah.
believing that he'd be happy to upgrade from Leicester City.
Exactly. That's why they hired
Which
him.
also,
And
there's a chance Maresca would be happy to upgrade from what he perceives as a bigger club than Chelsea.
yeah.
Go
And they
ahead.
thought that he'll toe the party line, just like they thought Poch was going to toe the party line. Anyone who has a disagreement and goes against this egotistical ownership, Egbali in particular, then you can't question them. In a business, I'm allowed to question my leadership. Yeah, we have open and honest conversations. That's what it's about. So I can question my leadership without them getting a hump and trying to get rid of me. At the end of the day, we're working for a common goal to make the club better. Yeah. So once you go against the toe the party line, if you don't toe the party line, then we'll get rid of you. Okay. And all this nonsense about he's throwing games for the Manchester City. I haven't heard such nonsense in my life. At the end of the day, you want to enhance your reputation. Throwing games, how's that going to give him a good CV for a Manchester City job? And so all that nonsense is about throwing games. I don't buy that at all. Yeah. The next manager we get in, it'll be the same thing. It'll probably be Leroy Rosinia. Why? Because these guys can control him. So until we get out of that environment, let the manager do his job, let the coach do his job, and don't without any outside interferences. Your job as an owner or sporting director is to get in the right players to allow the manager to perform at his optimum. And that's your job. Leave the coaching to the manager, and that's the way we'll get success. Listen to the managers. We've had 4 managers now, 4 who said this this team is crying out for a bit of players with a bit of character and experience. Frank Lampard said that. Graham Potter, I was listening to something Graham Potter said the other day, and he says, if you think I'm the problem, wait and see. Everyone thought Graham Potter was the problem, but he said, wait and see. So we're going to have the same conversation in about 8 months' time, or maybe a year's time, with the next manager. He may start off well, but then unless we don't change the model, I can guarantee you we'll be sitting there arguing about the same situation. Oh, it's the manager's fault, the manager's useless, or whatever. And the club directors and the owners will be absolved of blame. Okay? So I don't get that.
Let me ask you a question now, Mask, a counter question. As Nigerians will say, that one day, which means that issue is there and obvious. The issue of, you can say, the structure and the way the ownerships, or you can say the owners walk into the dressing room after each game, that is known to a lot of people, and I don't like that myself. But the question I want to ask is this: if you are Igbali or maybe Bali, and pay attention, The decision to part ways is a unanimous decision. Then that also goes to those of you screaming, Igbali out, Togbali save us, whatever that means. Your Togbali or Igbali and your manager in October, late October, tells you that he's talking to Man City. It's not like he didn't say Man City contacted him, but he's happy here. He said he's talking to Man City if when vacancy arises. Are you going to be happy?
Listen,
For me, that changes everything. Because from that moment, I start seeing your position as a temporary position in the first place.
So where did he say that he was talking to Manchester City?
Here is it by David Austin. Should I read the report for you?
Read the wording. Read the wording.
Okay.
Read the wording.
Enzo Maresca informed Chelsea twice in late October and again in mid-December after post-Everton comments. He was talking to people associated with Man City about Man City manager position if when vacancy arises.
Okay, fine. As I said to you the other day, right? As I said to you when I was on this stream the other day, listen, there are briefings. David Alston doesn't know this unless he was briefed. Who briefs him? The club. So we listen to this PR bull crap and we take it all in.
So now it's PR, right?
Yeah, it's
so
PR.
You don't believe
That's
this
what
now.
it is. It's bull crap. It's nonsense.
Okay, go ahead.
They're just saying what they do and what we got to be. We got to see with our own eyes and be intelligent when we're analysing situations. Okay, they want to look good. They always do that with players.
Then this is a lie.
They've done that.
If they do this, then they're lying against Maresca. Then Maresca's camp should say something.
Yeah, but they do that all the time.
No.
The other day, right, take
Maresca
Semenyo.
has every
Let
right
me say something.
to refute this report if it's a lie. Maresca
right,
can come out and say, no, that's a lie.
But that's not the way it works in football. I know that. Yeah?
That's
not the way it works in football.
Did he sign a contract saying he'd never speak up for himself?
You know, remember with Potter? Potter could have to sign an NDA after he got his money, where you can't speak up against the club. Same with Poch. That's why Poch can't say anything about the club. If you want your money, you have to you sign an NDA so you don't speak about the club.
Just quickly, Max, did we know whether he was fired or did he resign? We're not quite sure which it is right now.
We don't know.
Because
it was mutual.
We think a broad language that they parted ways. Nobody says that. There's no way to tell whether he's fired or whether he walked. Because context is important. If he walked, which means he forfeited his pay, right? If they fire him, which means they pay him a certain amount of money.
I heard, but obviously I don't know. I heard he wanted to go, but he wanted to go with a severance payout. Okay? So, even if he resigns, if they have a severance payout, one thing you can do within a severance payout is put in some clauses. We'll give you this money if you do not talk ill about the club. So I think that's probably what's gone on. Okay? So he wants to go off with a payoff. And then the club may be happy to pay him off. And so they got the good PR. So they don't have any bad PR. So that's what I think may have happened. Okay?
I'm going to say Maresca doesn't come across as the sort of person you can pay to not say what happened. And here's something else, Max.
No, but if you sign an NDA, you have to.
I know what NDA means. I know. For all the companies I've worked for, I've signed
but what I'm saying is, you said Maresca doesn't come across that. But
he doesn't come across as the sort of individual.
I know, but I like to speak my mind.
Shut up. I like
to speak my mind. But when I sign an NDA for my company, I have to abide by that NDA.
Yeah, you do. It depends. But at NDA for not saying what happened, maybe it covers it. It depends. It depends on you could say the scope of the NDA. As a coder, as a software developer, I've worked for companies, and a lot of them get you to sign NDAs in case you don't copy their stuff and sell it to people. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure how else to say this, but I'm going to make it clear. I'm pissed and not happy that he's leaving. I blame the owners. But the truth remains the fact that he started talking to Man City.
Allegedly.
Let's just go with that. Whether he signed an NDA or not. Mid-October, change agent.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. I don't blame him either.
You know what? You
Can
know
I
what?
jump in?
Let's say that he did. Let's say that he did speak to Manchester City, but we don't know if he did or not. Let's say he did.
No, we don't know. We
Who
don't
can?
work for the club. We can only
Yeah,
speculate.
but who can blame him? You know,
No,
he's
I
been
wouldn't blame him
asking the
either.
club.
I'm just
He's
saying.
asking the club for certain things. Okay, and the club is not giving it to him. He's
Here's
enhanced
the
his
thing, Max.
reputation.
Here's the thing.
He's enhanced his reputation as a
What
manager because of
exactly?
through winning things. He deserves a little bit of backing.
If I
Okay.
were him too, I'd move on. And Max, let me make clear something that I've said before. Listen, I don't blame him. In all honesty, if I were him, I'd aim for a better job. If I see the next job better, as a better job than the one I'm currently working than my current job, I take it. We all do that every time. And I suspect that this was going to happen even before October. That I told people, Maresca has nothing to prove to Chelsea fans, and chances are that's how I phrase this. If he sees another job that he thinks is better than the Chelsea job, he'd take it, and all fine by me. But my point is, can we not just dump everything on the on our club? I get it; they've not been
Coach,
perfect, but
some
can
of
we
us
not
need
just
to want to
yeah,
talk again,
Maresca is
Coach,
leaving, and it's all their fault?
because there's still some points to be made.
Can I jump
I
in,
know
coach?
there are others
All
to
right,
talk,
Dante, let's
but
hear you. Were you still speaking, Max?
No, I like to give other people. I don't want to dominate. I want to give other people the
All right,
opportunity.
thank you.
And
Let's hear you, Dante.
before he does, I forgot to say Happy New Year to everyone on the panel
Happy New Year
and
to you
everyone
too,
on the
Max.
chat as well.
Happy New Year to you too, Max. And by the way,
Exactly. Yeah.
sorry for the new year. I don't know how we're gonna do it. Maybe we'll meet or you could say on a non-published live stream. We want to do a giveaway for our panelists. A giveaway of Chelsea kit with the name of the panelist on the back. But you have to go with the name that we know. If we know you by Dante, you have to go by Dante. If you know you by Tepe Goal, that's why you get at the back if you win it. But go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, big up, guys. Happy New Year to
Yeah,
everyone. Yeah, look, I've been a bit busy, so I haven't had a chance to look too much into it. And my computer decided yesterday to die on me, first day of the year. So I've had no computer, so I'm on
From
the phone at the
Walmart or
moment.
dollar
So
store.
yeah. So I'm getting a new one tomorrow, but I'm on the phone,
So
so
that one
hopefully sounds
definitely from
okay.
Walmart.
Yeah, look, it's unfortunate what's happened. Obviously, we don't know exactly yet all the details. Now, you did point out Ornstein there, what he said. If that is true, then yeah, of course, the ownership will not be happy. The sporting directors will not be happy. They probably had a chat to him about it.
Because
And
basically your stay there is temporarily according to what you just told us. If this is true.
yeah.
And it's important to
Yeah,
say
look,
if this is true.
if it's true, if we're going by Ornstein, we know he's pretty credible normally. Probably a bit not as much this last transfer window as a couple of things, but normally he's pretty spot on. He gets his information right. He pretty much knows it most of the time, not always. But if that is true, what he said there, and that is the case, well, then yeah, that would be a problem. That would definitely be a problem internally because the ownership will not be happy. The sporting directors will not be happy. Maresca signed this on this project, like Mac said, 5 years. He signed this. He knew what he was signing. He knew what he was getting into. They're all working together. They're all on the same page. Now, if he's wanted to change that,
And may I add,
well,
he's always screamed, even after signing, getting his hat on everybody, he's always screamed how happy he is with the squad, the signings.
exactly. Yeah. So he's been happy with his signings. I thought they were his signings. I think Hato was his signing, that left back. I think Delap was definitely his signing. He wanted a more physical striker, different profile. That was his signing. I think João Pedro was his signing. He did say he spoke to him for an hour on the
former
phone.
manager, De Zerbi.
Yes, correct. So he wanted João Pedro. He wanted that false 9/10 that can play, versatile forward. He wanted that, and Kunku left, so he wanted that type of player. And he said that in an interview. Spoke to him an hour on the phone. He really tried to convince him to come because he really liked what he does. So he got the players. He wanted a direct winger. He got that in Garnacho. He wanted a more technical dribbler on the wing. He got it in Giddens. So he would have said okay to these, in my opinion, because they're all working together. Now, did he want maybe another player? Maybe. Who knows? Another centre back? Maybe. But if the directors and everyone else, like I said, they work together. If the majority says that, look, I think we're okay what we have, maybe play Achapong more, play this, that, well, then, he's got to suck that in, and it is what it is. But yeah, if this is true that he did speak to Man City and he's planning to leave, well, then they have no choice. The directors, the owners, they have no choice. They have to talk to him about it, and they got to come to a conclusion what's best for the club going forward. And
I
obviously,
mean,
what's
I
best
don't
for
know
the
about anybody else, but if I were Bali, Iqbali, even the players, if I were one of his players, if I
well, yeah,
hear
they have a big
please
say, coach.
leave, I'm
The
never going to
Igbali
trust you
obviously,
again.
Okay, quick question,
has a
Dante.
clear like, yeah, and then Bowley has a
Quick
big
question,
stake in
Dante.
it, so he has a say. He's on the board, so he has a big say in it as well. So obviously, the sporting directors, everyone else has a say. So they would have come to that conclusion, with Maresca included, that it's probably best for him to go. Then whatever happened, they could have had an argument about it, whatever. Maresca could have got hot-headed, you don't know, and just said, I'm leaving. We'll find out more. But I think I did read that he handed his resignation this morning. So I think he's resigned. I don't think he's been fired. So that would tell you that he probably wanted to leave. So we'll wait for more details. Like I said, it's never 100% clear yet. We'll wait. We'll see what happens. Hopefully there's no NDA, like Max said, signed, so we don't hear absolutely nothing. But we'll get a
Because
better idea and better
NDA
picture.
it's a serious thing.
Dante, I have a question
In the
for
next
you.
couple of days, we'll get a better picture about it, and we'll find out a little bit more what's happened. But apparently he's handed in his resignation in the morning, and from what Ornstein said as well, well, that doesn't look good on Maresca. Has Man City promised him the job? Well, maybe they have, but Pep hasn't left yet. So unless they might have a succession plan in place and he might go there as an assistant and then take over in a year or two, who knows? We'll wait and see, like I said. But yeah, that's, I like Maresca. I like how he coaches. I like him. I'm a big fan of
I
his.
really
But
do like
that,
him, which is why I'm pissed in the first place.
yeah, I'm pissed off
Dante,
as well because
quick question
we
for
don't
you.
need this. Yeah, hold on,
Dante.
Quick
Tobago. Yeah,
question
we
for you,
don't really
Dante.
need this. Let me finish. Hold on. We don't really need this right now in the middle of the season. And yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate. And that is on Maresca if that was the case. If he's like, he hasn't been here that long, to be honest. 1 year coming on to his second. He said he's signed a 5-year deal. He signed up for the project. He signed up to stay and to slowly build his team up. Now, if he's changed his mind again, very similar to what Pochettino did, obviously. I think he did pretty much the same. He changed his mind,
And
wanted this, was that.
in the Maresca's case, there's a pattern now. He's never stayed 2 seasons at any club.
Look, he's a hot-headed Italian, so I mean, like I said, we don't see what happens behind the scenes. It could be very, more complicated. It could be very simple, him having that and then just telling "f you" to everyone because he's angry, and then and then
And
saying
more
sorry. But it's,
importantly, he's polished his resume.
look, he's polished his resume, but still, he hasn't really achieved that much. Yeah, he's won that, but you look, it's a bit iffy with that one. This will not look good on him if it does come out that he committed to this project and then he went and spoke to another club and went. That's not going to look good for him. Not many other clubs will have trust in him. Only Man City will probably if he spoke to them. But other than that, it's going to be very difficult for him. He's going to put himself in a
Or
really
maybe
bad
with
position.
Pep's recommendation.
Yeah, correct. Well, that's the only way because otherwise, he's not going to look good for other clubs. So yeah, look, like I said, let's just wait till the dust settles. We'll see exactly what's happened. Can only kind of a little bit speculate now. Even the Ornstein, what he said, we're not 100% sure. But, like I said, he's pretty accurate normally. But we'll wait and see. Go on, Tobago.
Quick
Uh,
question for you.
okay.
Go on, Tobago.
Dante is saying Enzo Maresca had an hand in terms of signing players, right? So are you saying that he said yes to Facundo Bonanote? He said the club to sign Facundo Bonanote on loan as well?
I'm gonna just say if he doesn't want him, if he said it, no, I cannot work with him, he wouldn't be here.
Come
I'm just
on,
gonna put it
Uh,
at
Coachella,
that.
the
Coach, we
sporting
discussed
why
director.
you
this the other day. That's
what do you
nonsense.
be giving him only one example of a lone player?
He
That's not
wants
an,
the profile. Okay, Dante, I understand what you say. He wants a profile of player, but does he want that particular player? I'm
Then
sure that if he
then
was offered,
let him make it
right?
clear.
If you ever won, no, this is what they want. This is the policy that he's got to adhere to. Supposing that he wanted a Semenya before he went to Man City, for argument's sake. Okay, supposedly wanted that profile of player, but the club are going to go back to him and say, no, he doesn't fit into our age profile. I sent you something yesterday where it
But can
said
I
that the
ask you,
club has said they're
Max?
going to still go down the line of buying young players who, if they work out, they'll keep. If they don't, they'll sell. Trading is what they are about.
Well,
This
we don't
business.
know
Can I
that.
ask you this, Max? Can I
We don't
ask you
know
this
They
that yet.
said
quickly?
it.
And Max,
Yes,
there's
we
something else
do.
I
We
want
do.
us to
Because that's what the
Was it a
club
question for me,
statement
Max?
said.
Sorry, was that a question or?
Max, I have a
No,
question for you
the club
quickly.
statement.
Max,
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
do
okay.
you think there's any way in the world, if they're trying to, Maresca said he wants a certain profile, and they present to him a particular profile, do you think they'd sign him if he looks at it and says, I mean, this guy is a good player, but here's why I don't want him.
Yeah,
Let's look for
they
someone
would.
else. Do you
Yeah,
think they'd
they'll
impose that
say
player on him?
yes, they would. I think so because they said if you've got a brilliant
Certain, or you
profile,
think so?
but yeah,
Are you
no, it's
certain, or you think
uncertain.
so?
I'm certain because that's what the
Yeah.
club has come out and said.
For me, in my
I'm
opinion,
certain.
I don't see a world where they'd force him
No,
to use the
it,
player when
it
he
is
said he
right.
cannot work with a certain player. But go ahead.
Okay, let me give you a scenario. Right, you've got a good touchline winger who fits Maresca's profile. There are 10 on the list. 8 of them are over 25 and demanding 250 million. 250,000 a week, sorry. And you've got two 18-year-olds with a similar profile. They're going to go for the 18-year-old. Because that's what they said that's what they said they want to do. They ain't going to deviate from the plan of getting young, developing players. That is their plan. It's there for all to see. Everyone knows that's their
You're
blueprint.
right, Max. You're correct. At the moment, for now, yes.
It's been, what do you mean at the moment for now? It's been
At
4
the moment,
seasons now.
yes.
Yeah, but it's been 4
This is the
seasons.
third season coming in, the third full season.
They
They're
said
still
judge
going
us
to
after
sign young
4
players.
windows. They said judge us after
Yes.
4 windows. After 4
No.
windows. No, listen,
You
after
said you
4
don't believe in
windows,
briefs. That was just a brief.
we've had 40. No, that's what they said. We have had 40 players bought.
Okay.
How many of them have been a success? 5 or 6 at the most. And I'm being generous there.
More than that.
Out of 40 players bought. All right, name me the ones who've been successful.
They were all never going to be a success, Max.
No, but name
Exactly.
me
When
the
your
ones who
turnover is
have been a
high,
success.
Yeah, they were never going to be a success. How many players did you
You're not
say?
answering my
40
question.
players.
My
Can
question
the
is,
entire
name
40
me.
players represent the first team? Let's use logic here.
Yeah, but name me the player. Why are we buying 40 players then? If they can't be used for the first team.
For me, I knew they were all never going to be a success.
Yeah, so why are
course
we
not.
going down that route of buying 40 players?
That's business. It's
Business for
business.
That's
what?
the project they embarked on, Max.
They know, probably
Yeah,
even
so
they
it
themselves,
was,
you could argue the truth remains they know that they're all not going to work out. They will take the ones that
yeah.
work
So,
out and then sell those that don't work out. It's simple. It happens all the time.
okay, so what we're saying then is that this is a project. It's not working out. Okay, so what we've done, we've handicapped ourselves because,
Well,
and
I
when we
don't know
go
about
back
not
to the,
working out
yeah,
because we spoke about that last program. Did we not progress and did we
so
not win
name,
the Club World Cup? Did we?
yeah, in a one-off competition, yeah, I judge our progress on league. Okay, on the league. Okay, one can argue that we finished fourth.
Say something
Which is
now
good.
about this because I've kept quiet for a while, and I think just
Buddy,
like
would you mind
I
Max dropping? You can come in once it drops.
No, let Bobby
no,
take
go,
over. Let Bobby
go.
take
Okay.
over.
Well,
Go, Bob.
I agree. I actually agree. Big up, Max. I agree with a lot of what Max is saying. I was somebody that vehemently stood up for the ownership. But on this occasion, I think the sporting directors have to take accountability as well. The situation, from what I've heard on this platform, is a bit of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. 6 of one in that Maresca, I think he actually started throwing some games just to show the sporting directors the kind of players that they recruited for him to use and our lack of squad depth. And the half a dozen of the other
Not
comes
throwing
from
games,
poor
Bobby. Come on, be
planning.
sensible.
I,
Even Max
I,
will
I
tell you he's
think
not throwing games.
I think he did. I think he just decided to say, right, this is all I have.
If you
This
if you
is
mean
the
throwing games, Bobby, sorry, can I just interject? If you mean by throwing games is just look, I have to play these players
yeah. That,
because I need to play them because obviously the
because
other
that's
ones
all
need
I've got.
rest.
Because
And
that's
yeah,
all.
so it's not throwing it in effect, but it's saying, look, these are the people you've given me,
Yeah.
and this is what happens when I play them. Yeah, I think that's the
Exactly.
clarification. Yeah.
That is the clarification. I think that is exactly it. And
My
a
word.
case
See
in
how
point.
Bobby, Bob, you
A
guys are
case
still
in
in the
point.
same gang. See how Max found a way to
Coach is
phrase it
gonna say
Tag team.
nicely
coach
to
is
still support Bobby.
yeah, like
My
you and
goodness, these
Dante.
two.
You and
But go
Dante
ahead, Bobby.
are like minds. Look, but beside that, this is just the exact truth. Case in point, the game against Aston Villa. He played these players that people were complaining, oh, he should have started them against Bournemouth. He started them against Villa. When it came to
Yeah.
him to make changes to sustain it, there was nothing on the bench. Although I do criticize the way he made the changes and why I feel he was emphasizing his lack of squad depth was when he brought on these players and he thought, well, screw that. I'm going to show them that if I bring off X and bring on Y, it's not going to make any difference. And that is exactly what happened. You know, the quality that the sporting directors invested in the summer transfer window was poor.
All right.
However,
I have a question for
however,
you, Bobby, whenever you
Come
join.
However,
on, Bobby.
just before I take your question, let me land.
Land
Max
safely.
made a very, very important point in that the model, for good reason, in terms of regulation, is based on wage, on a low wage bracket. So the players that really could have been quality for us um, were really outside of our wage structure. You know, they would have come at about 250 a week and so on, and we weren't
Yes.
prepared
Yep.
to do that. However, yet again, we had developed players. Maresca has spent time, which I think is part of his frustration, encouraging and developing Noni Madueke to the annoyance of a lot of fans. Noni got to a point where he could have been used to strengthen the team more this season.
Ugh,
And what
Facts.
happened? He was
Facts.
discouraged from staying. The
How?
same
How
thing
was
come
he
with
on, Bobby.
discouraged? Be specific.
Noni Madueke was discouraged. He
How?
was
Noni
made
Madueke was
Noni
he was
horrible.
Modek was
made to
discouraged. He was
feel, I keep telling
SHIT
you, coach,
against
he was made to
just hold
feel
on, Bobby.
that
He
he was
was he
being
was
replaced.
SHIT in the Conference League final, and he played 90 minutes while Tariq
Yeah,
just
so
sat on the bench
Forget that.
or
Forget
much,
that. He was
and
still a
he
very,
was
very major
HIT in
part
multiple
of the
games.
team
And
that won the
Maresca loved him
Conference League
so much,
and got
and you're
us
saying he
into the
was discouraged.
Champions League.
Come on, Bobby.
He was discouraged. These
How?
players
Tell
are
us.
kids, and some of them are
Listen,
quite egocentric kids. And the way they went about it was they knew it would unsettle them. They knew
and
Jackson would feel unsettled with players coming in. You didn't have to do that to him. You could
Is
have
it the
told him,
right
hey, look,
mindset to be unsettled if your club signs another player? What
it
happened the
depends
season when
how
we had
they
Nicholas
signed
Jackson
it,
alone
coach.
and he got injured? Bobby, can
well,
we be
listen.
fair here?
Also,
Coach,
This is a
Madueke had
complete
no
listen.
numbers, Bobby. He did
Bobby, this is a
nothing. He was
complete U-turn
regressing.
from you.
Come on.
This is a
you can't
complete
defend
U-turn
the
from you because
ownership. You can't
two
defend the
months
ownership
ago
more than
you
I
were
have.
speaking a different
But
language.
you can't defend the ownership more than I have.
I am
But
not defending the ownership now,
this
but
summer,
I don't believe that
this
Not
Bobby.
about
summer,
the
What do you
ownership.
mean by
Madueke
they
is not about the
unsettled
ownership.
him?
this summer, and the whole Maresca situation, they are part of the blame.
Listen, if you
They
feel
are
unsettled
part
because
of
the
the
club signed
blame.
a new player, then bye, Felicia. Honestly.
Listen, what we got to understand what happened as
And
well.
of course they're to blame,
Remember,
Bobby.
Can
remember,
I
we
get a
had a
word in,
one
guys?
in, we had a one in, one out policy, which was widely recognised before because of what happened with UEFA. I said,
Yeah,
why did we get into trouble with UEFA? Because we were buying all these nonsense 20 million players,
yeah,
like your Dacho Fafanas and people like that. And a guy Washington, embarrassing, who hasn't even played for us,
yeah,
loaned back to the
Like
club we
Havertz.
bought him for.
yeah,
Yeah, but that's how we got into this mess.
yeah.
And we were told, in order to improve the squad,
He doesn't count
we
under
had
that. First of all,
He
those players
does.
don't count.
He does. They do. Why,
No, it
why don't they
doesn't.
count? Of course they
They
count.
Because
can't,
he's
because
19 years old.
It
somebody has
doesn't
to
matter.
go
He's
for us
still
to
in the
register
book.
him.
So what? So you're saying that if we bought a 50 million 18-year-old, he's not accounted to on the books? Come on,
And
of course
someone
he's
has to go
accounted to
for us
on the
to
books.
register him in the
He was
Yeah.
championship.
not registered to the Chelsea team or those Conference League or anywhere.
Yes, but the money that we paid for him goes on
No,
the
there's nothing wrong with
accounts,
the money. That wouldn't
right?
have made a
It is.
difference.
Yes, it
40
was. It's a,
million.
yeah, of course it
All right,
does. Because
can we
we
move on
broke
from
financial
accounting?
fair.
Let's talk
We
We're
football.
broke
Let's move
derailing
on
it.
from
financial
Yeah,
fair
accounting and
play.
talk
we're
No,
football.
missing
this
the
is
Go
topic.
ahead,
important though.
Max.
We broke financial fair play because we overspent, and we overspent on getting all these 20 million pound players. Even what's that Omari Kellerman guy? He's not even going to play for us. We spent 18 million pounds for him. All
Yeah.
those little 20 millions, 80 millions, they add up. So when UEFA said you can't buy, you have to sell
Are
before
you going
you
to
buy
add how much we
to add
sold?
it into your squad. So that's why.
We
No, that's what I'm getting
we
to.
did sell,
That's
Max. You
why.
remember we sold
Exactly. No,
even
no, no,
more.
no. But what Bobby was saying, that's why we had to sell the Nonnies. Nonni didn't want to go. We sold
That's
him
not true.
in order to
That's
get.
not
How do we
true.
Yes,
know?
it is.
How do you know he
Yes,
didn't
it
want to
That's
is.
not
go?
true.
Yes, it is. We this is go back to Fabrizio Romano, who's again a club brief, by the way, like David Ormstein, who you believe, and he's briefed by the club.
I don't
Fabrizio
believe any
Romano.
of them.
Go back to all his tweets where he said Chelsea need to sell before they can buy. Why did you think we couldn't sell get Garnacho until we got Nicholas Jackson off our books? Because we couldn't register, and it's true. Go back to UEFA and see we
No.
couldn't register.
Can we?
What do you
And
Let's
mean?
forget the
Mike
It's the
is
accounting
facts are
bit.
Garnacho was
there.
under 21 as
We
well. He
couldn't.
didn't count.
Okay, here's
there's
the thing.
no
Let's
Yeah, but we
forget
point
the
in
couldn't
accounting
Garnacho.
thing.
register. We had to take people off our books.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Off.
That's a
We
problem on
know
its
that.
own.
Yes,
But Max,
that's
what I
yeah.
don't
That's why
understand.
Madueke and Jackson were sold to create
No.
space for others.
All
It
right.
was.
To
All
create
right, all
space
right.
It
for
was.
Let's move on from that.
mediocrity.
Let's move on from that topic. Jay hasn't spoken. I'm gonna catch up with a few. I will skip quite a lot, but if I see any of our paid members, I'll get their comment. And I want to thank. This is Nipun Sharma. This is Nipun, I believe, and at Sports TV. Yeah, that's Nipun, my bro. Nipun, thank you for becoming a member. And it looks like you've been a member for more than a year, which is why you have the golden badge. Thank you for joining. Let's see what else we have here. Rejoining, I have to say, quite a lot. 222 messages. I'm not going to read all of them. I'll just scroll to the very
Good luck,
bottom.
coach.
That's a lot, yeah. And then I'll try to get to subsequent contributions in the chat. Sorry, that's usually how it is whenever we have a heated debate here. It's difficult to get everything as much as we like to keep it interactive here. Says I reckon we get Glesner. He's not shortlisted, I've heard. Glesner has made it clear a month ago he would be open to a move, but now they're saying he's not shortlisted. Yeah, and that's it. But we get to that. Who's on the list and who
He's not a
isn't
yes
currently.
man, so that's not happening.
Sorry?
He's not a yes man, so that definitely is not happening. Personally.
That's another way to
Count
see
that
it.
out.
And the yes man thing actually does make sense. You have to work with what they have, which Maresca agreed to. That's the point I've been making. I told people Maresca I checked out weeks ago. Yeah, at some point that I had to agree that yeah, that was the case. He moved on long ago. A lot of comments here. I'm not gonna get everything. I will scroll to the very bottom and now try. And my bro, Ebro, is here. Ebro, nice to see you, my bro. I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation. And Rosenio, as much as I think he's doing well, I've watched his game enough of his games to learn that he still has a long way to go. Yeah, I think Premier League managers will smoke him because he doesn't know how to be pragmatic at all. From what I've learned, that's my opinion. If you think he'd be a good manager for us, we'll talk about that in a bit. But I want to bring on Jay, but it looks like he's using McDonald's Wi-Fi. He's been coming in and out. Who else? Yeah, I'm sorry. I just have to scroll to the very bottom. And I see God of Frogs in the chat. I haven't seen him for like 1,000 years, but he's here today. I've seen a lot of people, but I can't mention all of you right now, unfortunately, because yeah, things are seriously hitting up. And here's the thing. Let me tell you something. Rich Money Makers came here, and you can say one-sided. He's always hated the sporting directors, and you could say rightly so, I don't think, as much as the owners feel like they've done an excellent job, to some extent, where I blame them, I think we should have maybe definitely gone for one at least experienced centre backs, or keep Anselmino, even though I get it, he's gone out, got injured, but at least keep him at the club. They've not been perfect, and I'll be forced to mention reason why. One of the main reasons why, you could say, the questions. One of the things that one of the questions I had from Maresca, to show you, even though as much as I love him, I don't think he's been perfect. But I've always believed that he's the right man for the job and can only get better at it. And he's excellent, and I think eventually he'll become one of the best in the world. But Bobby, quickly, you haven't answered this question, but I'll come back to you with that question. The question you didn't answer is that I wanted to ask you, if you were Todd Bowley or maybe Igbali, and your manager tells you that, yeah, I've been talking to Manchester City, and the reason being a vacancy appears there, I'd like to become a Man City manager in the future. They
Well,
say in
in,
most things you can find details in what wasn't said, but that's
yeah,
actually as clear as it can be.
look, this is where it comes back to my six of one and half a dozen of the other. In full context, there was a reason he went to start talking to Man City. I don't believe he would have done that if he got exactly what he wanted at Chelsea. And he feels he would get that at Man City. Having said that, it's left to be seen if he's even going to be successful at Man City or Juventus or anywhere else he goes. But that's another discussion. Now, to answer your question, if I was the ownership and he came to me, or I had heard that he's been talking to someone else, of course I wouldn't be happy, because it shows there's a disloyalty building up there, or there's a
Irrespective of whether he's
conflict of
getting what he
interest.
wants or not.
It shows there's a conflict of interest. But I would look at what part I have played in precipitating this. And if I can on heart say that I haven't played a part, then I'll get upset and ask him to walk. But if I feel that I have played a part, I'll call him in for a discussion and say, hey, look, what's all this? What's caused all this? Where can we meet along the line to find out if this is a situation that's born of your frustration caused by me. You see, leadership is not always about arrogance and pride. Leadership is sometimes about well, all the time about communication and a little bit of modesty. So I wouldn't be happy. Of course not. Nobody would be happy. But the important thing is to know what the reason is. Ultimately, the root cause of that has led to a complete breakdown in the relationship. So they both parted their ways, and all we're left with is now to think who next.
Yeah. And quickly, Nipun, thank you once again, my bro, for rejoining as a paid member. I appreciate you. Where's Nipun's comment here? I'm going to scroll to it here. Give me 1 second. I appreciate everyone in the chat, and I'll try to get all your comments, and I'll go to Jay. I'd rather have a yes man manager that listens to everything than a manager who causes chaos. And you can argue, yeah, look, I wouldn't be happy if I hear that from somebody that works for me. I'm actually going to fire you immediately and hire someone else. That's how I operate. Loyalty is important. I don't say worship me, but if I'm paying you and you have a 5-year contract and you are looking outside the marriage, let me just phrase it like that. If I find out, bye Felicia, I'm not looking back. I don't look. Listen, I've had the opportunity to lead, and I'm not sentimental when it comes to decision making. Sentiments can lead to you making the biggest mistakes of your life. And I'm glad.
All right, Coach, can I ask you a question, a hypothetical question? Right, you're in charge of an IT team. There's a guy who's an expert in coding, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you are telling him to do something in a particular way. He's advising you and saying, no, I feel this way will work better. Would you listen to the guy or say, no, I'm doing it my way, or you go? which one would
No,
you do?
in this context, I would listen to him, but I think this is different.
Exactly.
But I think this
Exactly.
is
It's not
different.
different.
This
It's
is
not
different in
different.
so many ways.
They're telling a coach how
not
to do his
different.
job.
Exactly.
They're telling
Depending
the coach
what
how
contract
to
he
do his
signed
job.
for.
That's why I said
That's
the
what they're
context
doing.
is different, and I don't think we've heard the report saying
They are
they're
telling
not
him how
telling
to
him
do his
how
job.
to do his job.
They are.
In what way?
Well,
Yeah.
look at
If
the
you've
players
got a
they
good
brought in.
or you've got a good software, but they want to go down the road of developing software because they feel in 3 or 4 years' time it's going to become a lot better.
I'd
But
listen.
we
I'd
need
listen to them,
success
but
now
this is a
for the
different
long
thing.
run.
This is a
It's not.
different thing. There's a
Or
structure
if you
in place.
develop
This is
the
not coding.
software and you
Coding
get
is
rid of
different.
it, just to bring in
Listen,
some
technology is an ever advancing field.
And this software is working, but then you go back to the beginning again.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I
Of
tell you
course, he's going to
something?
be frustrated.
Going back to the beginning, in what sense? If something broke,
In
in this case,
Garnacho and
in
Gibson.
let's say in relation to
In
what we're
Garnacho and
referencing,
Gibson's
in
sense.
this case,
Yeah, I said it.
you mean you're going back to the beginning. You mean
Yeah.
like letting you and
Letting
Bobby
Two
face
players.
it,
Jackson
letting Madwick and Nicholas Jackson go,
yeah.
right?
No, bringing in a brand new software,
Yeah.
a
What
new
led to us
developing
bringing in a
software.
brand new software?
Yeah, he developed that software.
No. What
and now
led
you
to
sent
us
him
needing to
backwards
bring in
to
a new software?
to
In my
start again.
opinion, the one we
Because somebody
have
came
broke.
in and offered you more money, so you
No, if
decided
you're
to take the money
referencing,
instead
if you're
rather than.
trying to, you could say use that as a reference, or maybe what's a more accurate way to phrase it. In this case, the software that we had broke.
What do you mean?
In
it
what way
broke?
did it break?
It wasn't
In what way did
performing.
it break?
It was not performing at any
Why do we
level.
need
So
another one?
hold
And you
on.
say it's working.
Well, and the
Which
one
one
you
of our
brought in is
wingers?
performing.
Which
Can I
one
ask
of
you
our
once again,
wingers are playing better than Mohamed Madueke?
needing a software? Since you prefer that analogy,
Yeah.
Which one of
So-
our wingers have they brought in or who's remained at the club have performed better than Mohamed Madueke?
you're
Yeah.
going too
And I was
far.
don't get me wrong,
No,
I was
you're going
frustrated at
too
Mohamed
far. And
Madueke
this
at points.
season,
I'm not going
Gittins
too
has
far.
actually a better number than Noni Madueke.
Yeah.
Come
Really?
on.
Yeah,
It does,
Really?
yes. Look at the data.
Really?
Come on.
If you're
Really?
going by that alone,
There are lies
irrespective of
and
who's
damn
better,
lies,
but if
lies.
you're going by
What
software, I
data are
asked
you
you a
looking at?
question: what led
What
to us
data are you
needing
looking
a
at?
new software?
What's the
Something
metrics?
broke.
Show me the metrics. Show me the metrics for
I'll give
Goals,
you off
Show me
the
the
top of my
assists,
head. Gittins has how many
dribbled.
assists? I think 5 assists and 1 goal.
Coach, you have to. You just the optics should
No,
even
the
tell
argument
you the
is who is. Let's wait to the end
Garnacho
of the season
and
to
Gibson
compare them and see. Okay,
are
maybe we're missing Noni Madueke.
Are you
horrific.
judging it from from his Arsenal time or when he was at Chelsea? What are you judging it from this
If
season?
you want to judge him from when he was
No,
at
what are you
Chelsea,
judging
then
it
you have
from?
to wait for Gittins to finish the entire season.
Oh, and by the way,
Am I
how
making
many
sense?
goals did Jackson score without taking penalty kicks? Was it 16?
Yeah.
And over 2 seasons, 30?
Yep.
I
Yeah,
mean,
30
come
goals.
on. And you get rid of him for what?
So what? João Pedro is not doing those
But
numbers,
the
or
honest
he's already.
Don't bring João Pedro into
U-turn
this.
from
No,
you
because
surprises me
he's
the
not.
Well, you're
most.
selling. We didn't replace
I
Jackson.
think
Well, we did
Bobby,
replace.
with all due
Yeah, with
respect,
Coach.
you're letting your emotions drive your opinion right now.
No
You
emotions.
were one of the
Coach.
first to say
And-
that
No
Nicholas Jackson,
emotions,
if he
Coach,
doesn't want to
just
compete, to
reality.
heck with it. All of a sudden, you're buying the narrative that he was
guys-
pushed out. That's not
Guys,
okay.
what
Fair
you
to the
also got
club.
to look at.
But Jay, let's hear
what's-
you.
1 minute.
Let's leave Jay. We haven't heard him at all.
We're so
Yeah,
Or
obsessed
Jay.
with stats.
let's hear
Can I
Jay.
just
I
make
know
this
he
one
doesn't
point before
complain,
Jay lands?
but I
Just
think it's
one
not
point.
fair that we haven't heard
No.
from him.
Yeah, sorry, just one point before we go on. Listen, we're so obsessed with stats, and that's why these guys are coming. So obsessed with stats. What we don't realise, Jackson. I wasn't even a fan of Jackson. I got frustrated a lot by Jackson, but when you see his link-up play with Cole Palmer, what he gives to the team, other than his goals and assists, was important, and that's what we're lacking. That's
Max,
the point I want to make.
I'll be the first to tell you that the only thing that Jackson didn't do well and do consistently was put away all the chances that came his way. And I took my time to study him and realized that if he can start shooting at the time, if he could start shooting instinctively, he'd have twice as much as the goals he had at the time. I loved him. I never wanted him to leave.
Have you seen the
Yeah,
goals?
so his
Neither did I.
output is better.
I
His
never,
output is
nobody
better than
on this
João Pedro.
planet wanted Nicholas Jackson to leave.
He's not
We
better than
knew
João.
that if he stayed, we'd be stronger. But blaming the club, as if the club pushed him out, I don't believe it. And you have every right to
We
believe the
went through
club
this.
pushed him out.
I think he did. You
Bobby
think
has
he
every
didn't?
right to change his mind from Jackson couldn't compete to the club pushed him out. It's his opinion. But in my
Uh,
opinion, the club did not push him out. Jackson wanted to be the main guy. And after, listen, there are multitude of factors contributed to Jackson needing to leave. The
it
red card
depends on what.
incident at the time,
Yeah,
Honestly,
plus
coach,
you
if
can
he had stayed,
argue
he
the
would be the
fans
main guy
also,
right now. He
because
would be
they
the
pay
main
attention to what's
striker.
going on social media.
it
The
depends
fans
whether you
also,
are defending the club or the ownership or whatever. That's your. If you're defending the ownership, that's what you're going to believe. If you feel the ownership is
no,
failing, you're going
it's
to
not,
go the other
not
way.
Yeah,
about
Yes, it
remember,
is.
defending the
Max,
owner.
That's
respect
what.
my
That's
opinion.
all
I
it's about.
respect yours, respect
That's what
mine.
it's all
I
about.
don't just
Yeah.
go. Listen, we saw reports at the time, even from his camp. Plenty of the reports we addressed at the time had two paragraphs. One paragraph saying, one in some cases you see one saying Chelsea aren't looking to sell Nicholas Jackson. That if any that to sell Nicholas Jackson, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount they were mentioning at the time. 100 plus something pounds, million pounds. Then from Jackson's camp, you'd see something like Nicholas Jackson wants to stay and fight for his place. Then the second paragraph will read something to the effect of, but the Senegalese international is still weighing up his future.
In
It
the
was there.
interviews, he
It
said
was
it
out
himself,
there.
Jackson. Yeah. Yep. He
But
said it of
anyway,
his own mouth in
We've
interviews.
let's
flogged this
see.
one to death. Let's see. Yeah.
And quickly,
We
Nipun,
have,
thank you
yeah.
again for becoming a member once
It's all
again.
Bobby's fault.
And I think you've been a year. That's why you have the golden badge. I appreciate you for that. Go ahead, Jay. Let's hear you. I know you're very, you don't, you, if nobody brings, if I don't bring you on, you stay quiet and just enjoy listening. But you could say your, your McDonald's Wi-Fi connection hasn't helped either.
Yeah, big up guys, and
Big up to
happy new
you
year
too.
again to everybody. And yeah, it has been quite a busy
Big
traffic
up,
at the
Jake.
show today, so I had to wait there. Tried to actually put a word in there, but it was in vain. I was nowhere to hear. But yeah, look, first of all, I want to start with the argument that first of all, I'm baffled by what I was hearing at the beginning of the show, or specifically when I joined it, about the argument that Maresca was being, blamed, or he was tempted as the guy who is trying to lose matches or do things to take a place out of the club and make a path for himself for the city job. I think that is crazy. That is really really crazy, and not expected really from some of you guys. I think that's really really bad to hear, because it's your lovely guy Enzo Maresca. How can we suddenly be anti Maresca? That's really sad to hear. Remember, that's the same guy who has been manager of the month. So you're telling me that the guy who's manager of the month winning we had no defeat in the month of November. Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Oh, he's dropped out.
No, he's not dropping.
Oh,
No, we all. This is a family,
Coachy, let me come in a
a
little bit.
family-oriented YouTube channel. Probably one of his kids are close by. I don't know how many he has.
Hello,
Banfu, you
Coachy,
can
can you
speak
hear
while
me?
we wait for him. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, he was talking about saying that some of the allegation level against Maresca is crazy. We have every reason to be criticizing him for taking that steps, because it's like we are going back and forth, and it's not worth it. If you under any contract, just imagine the guy who just spoke. You have your wonderful wife, you have a wonderful lifestyle with her, and all of a sudden he went back to her ex, started talking to the ex, trying to find out if the ex is still single and if there is any chance of her going back to the
You just
ex.
showed me how I should have phrased it when I
Yeah,
went
how
on
how
the X.
how is he going
But
to
go
feel?
ahead. I appreciate that really.
How is he going to feel? If you are a coach, we all supported you. And when he was coming, some of the guys who have been in the game for a very long time said that this guy seems to come and build his CV here, and after some time he's going to leave us, and that is what exactly what happened. Because you were here, we were all one happy family. Then
Just
all of
quickly,
a
Jay.
sudden,
Once you come back, just Bans 1 second. Jay, once you're ready to speak, just let Bans know. But if you can wait for him to drop, fine. And if you're watching, we implemented a new feature with Mod Miner, because yeah, it's a custom software that we're building for ourselves. If you want to start a debate with him, you just do exclamation mark debate with what you want to debate with with Mod Miner. The debate will start, but you're limited to 5 back and forth between the machine, so that we don't exhaust our quota for the brain of the AI that we're using. So if you want to start a debate with it, you do exclamation mark debate and then your comment.
yeah, so Kochi, as I was saying,
Mhm.
we all supported Maresca, even when people didn't have any faith in him. The owners have at least gotten you some players. If Gittins came here and he was just blown out and he was performing wonders, I don't think people might think that it is a bad signing. And the people who are complaining about centre backs, what are they talking about? We say we are building a team for the future, although we have Cowell. So you go and bring in some experienced center back, and Cowell gets well. That means the guy that we are trying to mold to take over in the future, Champon, might not be able to get any game time. He has to leave, because that means the center backs are going to be bloated. So why don't you use the boy? The boy against Liverpool was excellent. Why don't you use him? And why do you even have to use him at right back sometimes? So he was causing his own, creating his own pet to fall in it. You keep
Yeah, Bam, but
changing
I
the
gotta do
squad.
say I need to say something about that. Uh, every time he has played since then, he's caused mistakes leading to goals every
What
game, basically.
mistake, bro?
I'm back, guys.
If he doesn't make mistakes and correct them, how is he going to get better? How
Can
is he
can
going to
I
get
jump
better?
in, coach?
Let him make the mistakes. He's going to get better. But you chose not to use the boy at
Just
all.
1 second, Jay. Let him do. Okay. Bans. Jay is back. If you don't
Yeah,
mind.
sure. I will leave the floor for him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just continue from where I left. I think, yeah, that argument was, at least for me, I think that is absurd. You can't really blame a guy who has been manager of the month, who has been like 6 match and he won all the games. He did not concede any defeat in that month. And you're telling me that 2 or 3 months back he's plotting ways and measures to, make a way out of the club. I think that's really bad to think.
To be
And
clear,
this is coming
deliberately,
from a,
right? Making
yeah, and
you say, yeah,
exactly.
errors. Yeah. I mean, a lot of
This is
things were
coming
said in anger, but go ahead.
Yeah, and this is coming from me, who isn't really the biggest fan of Enzo Maresca. I am the guy who actually, pinpointed and was really vocal about few mistakes that he was making throughout the games. But you're telling me that he's not playing Estevao, he's making, weird choices. That is because he's a manager from Leicester City. He has not been on the, top tier of football for a lot of years. He's going to make such mistakes. That is his learning process. That is not his plan to really sabotage Chelsea. I think that's really, really poor to accuse him of such thing. Uh, now, going back to the
I agree.
argument,
Yep.
yeah. So now going back to the argument where why he's leaving or he's talking to Manchester City. Look, I think we can have our own opinion on this matter, but I think yes, it's kind of wrong to actually talk to the other clubs when you're hired by Chelsea. I think that's in general that is wrong, but we can see why this level was reached. We can see how we came to this point. I think the seed of this was sown at at the summer transfer window, where Maresca might have felt that yes, I agreed to work under some constraint and conditions that you guys told me, but you also promised me that we are going to progress. And after winning certain trophies, after finishing in certain position, the next step towards progress is going to be with certain players that the guys in the sporting position denied him. And I think that was the first time where he
Are you
had
saying?
the
Are
thought.
you saying? Let's be honest here. Certainly, are you saying certainly that's the case, or is this your opinion?
Again, I started the argument by telling that we can have our opinions on this, and that's
I
my
just want to
opinion.
clarify that for the viewers. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's my opinion. I think that is where it all started. And then again, the squad that was given to him, the players that was given to him, we can argue whether he was involved in it or not. Personally, I don't see that he was 100% involved in it. For me, the ratio was 90 to 10, 90% the sporting directors and 10% Maresca's role. And that role was to ask a specific position. And the personnel or the player was totally selected by the sporting directors. And I think at the point in the middle of the after the summer transfer window, after a few months, I think he realized that the players that were given to him are not good enough, and I think that is where he that thought that he is not going to be backed in this whole journey, I think that solidified for him. And that is where I think that he started to talk to City or made contact with City. And let's be honest, he's not your Jose Mourinho or Ancelotti. Whenever he's going to get sacked and he will be sitting at the home and he will get the calls from bigger clubs. He's not going to get those opportunities. He's a young manager. He's new to this stage. So if he is hearing links or if he has contacts with City, then obviously he will want security, and hence he will plan something that if in future certain situations arrive, whether I'll broke up with Chelsea, I think I don't blame him that much for that. And
I
I
don't
think that
blame
is
him
not
either.
the
As I said, if I were him, I'd look to move on. The fact that City, in my, you could say they have currently do have, you could say a much a better, you could say much more ready squad for lack of a more accurate term there. But go ahead with what you were saying, Jay.
exactly.
Mm,
So the main, I think, the center
I
of the
disagree with
argument,
that.
as
Go on.
I think we always confuse where
I
we
was
should.
waiting to fight with you, but Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the center of the argument should be the owners and the sporting directors. And this is not one single scenario of Enzo Maresca. We have seen a few managers with similar issues, and the managers that were picked by them only in certain conditions, situations that they agreed. And those managers went on and, you know, have a argument fight with the sporting director. So I think it's a problem, and I think it's not only Enzo Maresca problem. I think it has been building for a few years. And if people are now losing their trust in the ownership and the sporting directors, I don't blame them one bit. And I would be okay. I seriously would be okay with Enzo Maresca leaving because I'm not his biggest fan. I think he's a good guy. He's done a good job, but I think we can improve on him. And I would have been okay if the owners are sacking him. But I'm not okay because I trust them to hire someone who will be more incapable and who would need more time and more, I don't know, money and transfers and serious players to really build something that Enzo Maresca achieved. So that's where my problem is. I think we are going to downgrade. We are going to hire someone who will require a lot of time and who will require certain players. And I don't think we have those. We have that time after all the money that we have spent and after the years that we have invested under this ownership. And this whole thing is not progress for me. I heard, coach, that you have told multiple times that we are going to challenge for the title next year. I'm pretty sure that you are not going to say now that we are going to
It's
challenge for the
difficult. I
title
have to
next
wait
year.
to see who we hire. But had he stayed, I'd say
Exactly.
we will. But this season, I
Exactly. So
knew.
that's not
Yes,
progress.
I want to say something quickly. You see, in terms of performances, maybe it's the surprising thing is that we've struggled a lot more than I had expected we will. There's nothing I've seen that shocked me because I know where we are from the perspective of the project, which was why I said, no, we're not in the title race. Even when Barnes was here on the panel arguing that, yeah, we will shock everybody, we win it. We were the ones telling him we're not for reasons. I listen. I know. But let's not get into why I argued we're not, and why I say, and then I'm not nothing that I've seen from our performances that shocked me. And as I've said clearly, maybe a little more than I had expected. But go ahead with what you're saying.
If only we had
No, I
Madueke
think
still. Oh my god.
Hmm.
no, I think that was another, argument where we are actually derailing from the stuff that we should discuss and going towards things that has happened in the past and has nothing to do with the current situation. The criticism should be in general
Just to add to that,
towards what's
sorry,
going.
Jay. You know, when you said with the managers now, I think we can all agree that Potter was not a good enough manager. That's why he left. He was not good enough.
Irrespective of what he said,
Yeah,
look, it
he was
wasn't.
just
And
not good
whose
enough
appointment was
tactically.
that?
Technically, he wasn't good enough. He couldn't handle the pressure, whatever the squad size, whatever. He couldn't do the job properly. We were losing a lot, and there was still talent in that squad. So we know that. I think. Would you agree with
I
that or
agree
not?
with that. I agree with
Yeah.
that. But
Okay.
whose
Go ahead,
appointment
Jay.
was that?
Yes, and that's something I've criticized them very heavily for. That was a wrong appointment. Now, saying that, let's not forget Potter was the hottest thing in the league. Man United wanted him. We wanted him. He was the next big thing. Don't forget, he was one of those guys. The next next England
Following his
manager.
exploits as Brighton manager.
Yeah, but he was the next. He was the flavor of that season, doing overperforming really well. A lot of so he kind of fell into that, and he was on board with the project. But look, in the end, we all realized he was not. He couldn't handle the pressure, and he wasn't quite good enough. And I think we've seen that after other jobs he's taken and what he's done, exactly the same. So, yeah, I think with that one now, Pochettino,
A bit of
he
an
was a good
upgrade.
he was a upgrade because he's done a project like similar, not quite the same, but very similar. I wasn't his biggest fan, but he had the pedigree, the experience, and with a young squad and to mold a young squad to
Which is
bring it
why I
together.
supported him too.
And that's why, yeah, I didn't like him because ex-Spurs manager, blah blah blah.
Look,
But I
here's my
supported
only
him
hope
from the
now. Since it's
yeah,
been
I supported him from the beginning.
yeah,
So after that,
since the trajectory in terms of the managers we've hired under this ownership have gone upward ever since. Maybe the next one will be better than Maresca, I hope. But go ahead, Jay. Let's let
yeah,
AJ drop.
well, just making that point, yeah, the squad is much better and much more settled. We've got more senior players in the squad, so it is better than it was 3 seasons ago. So Enzo's 3 years older,
Without
Cucurella,
mentioning, you're not
everyone's.
saying it's perfect.
It's not perfect. It's not ready to challenge for the league, but I keep coming back to this. That wasn't supposed to be this season anyway. That's not the plan. That's not what they set out to do. If it is, it's a big bonus, but it's not really. It's still too early, in my opinion. And from what the project is supposed to be, it is a little bit still too early. So, yeah, look, I'm just making that point. I think because you said with the managers that they all had the same problem. Well, no, I think Potter was very different because he clearly that was not the
The
problem.
scores wasn't
He wasn't good enough.
issue for him, yeah.
Yeah,
But Jay, go
Pochettino
ahead.
was that problem. Yes, yes,
Jay,
definitely
go ahead.
Pochettino, 100%, exactly the same.
Look, I'm not really going to the details of what really happened between all these managers. My general point is they hired these managers. It was their appointment, and they couldn't really continue it after just what 1 year, or even not even year for some cases. So that's where the problem is. This is not a child's play where you're going to really chop and change managers every year, and and
But you
this is
think
not
you think
stability
that
for a
was
club.
the
And
that was the intent to change and chop every 2 years because of it? I don't think that's the intent.
No, I'm quite sure Jay knows that wasn't the intent.
obviously, I'm not saying
Let's
that
Jay
that's
drop. Go
their
ahead.
intent. Yeah, look, my argument, the whole argument that I want to conclude is like in one sentence, I'll say, let's not blame Maresca for this. He was the least of our problems. The point that we have reached now, where he has to go, whether he was sacked or he has resigned himself, I think the point was reached here because of the mistakes of the sporting directors slash the owners. And I think we should concentrate on why this position was reached. And I think we should talk about the squad planning. I think Maresca had issues with the squad. He was not backed. And I'm pretty sure that he was not asking for superstars. I think he was asking for certain players that could have been achieved, but they went on to sign some of the players like Garnacho, Gittins, and Hato. I don't know. I think, look, even predicting the
The lab,
future,
João
I don't
Pedro,
see
Estevao,
Pedro.
plenty of them.
I'm not really going to argue about Pedro. I think he has been a
No, it's
decent
not an
player, but
argument,
yeah,
it's just reminding you. Go ahead.
yeah. So any new manager, I want to ask you, give me guarantee of how many or which manager will like to work in such environment when there is a history in the last few years of these
There
owners
are a
and
lot of
sporting
them, I
directors
have to
having
say,
problem.
and that's my
A lot
opinion.
of
I
them.
think there are a lot of them.
Coach.
You know,
We're
If
still
I
one
I
want,
Chelsea,
second, let
Jay.
me answer
I
Still
Jay.
want, I
Chelsea.
want
Let me
to stop
answer
you
Jay. I'm
now.
coming.
No. I
If
want
you're
to
talking
stop you
about like
because
managers
you
like Pep,
keep
maybe
allowing
Klopp,
Dante
maybe
to
they will
cut
say
people
no.
off.
But there are a lot of
Rotate the
managers that
people
would
that
do the
don't
same
agree with
thing
his players,
Maresca did to
and
come
you don't
polish
do
their
anything.
resume And if it
But
doesn't
when
work
I
out in the
talk, you
future,
don't let
they
me
have
talk.
Bobby. Just 1 second, please. They must have proven that they're good enough and move on. There aren't scarcity of managers willing to take the Chelsea job. It depends on the profile you're looking at.
Coach,
Yeah, go ahead, Bobby.
And
Jay
this
has
team is
made
much more
a very
settled
no, no,
now.
no. Stop talking, Dante. You keep cutting everybody off.
No, Bobby,
No, no,
can you
no,
not
no,
do
no,
like
no,
that?
no,
We were
no.
answering a
He keeps
question for him.
doing
Can
it.
you not
He's
make
throwing
it an
shade at
attack,
people.
please?
No, it is an attack because he's attacking.
He
Don't
didn't
oh,
attack
oh,
anybody.
money,
He
murder,
Who am I
interjected
okay.
with what
attacking?
Jay was
Why?
saying. Bobby,
Because
can you stop?
you
Can
like
we stop being
Garnacho.
kids here?
Garnacho is not a good player. Accept it. Don't think because somebody else doesn't agree with your choice of player that you should now start mocking them. No, I don't accept that at all.
Who
I
did he
don't
mock,
accept it
Bobby?
at all.
Okay, let's
Oh,
open
no,
it up.
no,
Who did
money,
he mock,
Madueke.
Bobby?
Oh, Jao Pedro. Oh, you're talking off point and you're trying to ridicule what other people are saying. Jay
No, I'm
made a
not.
very, very strong point
Bobby,
about the
don't do
sporting
that.
directors. No, no, no. I
Jay,
will do it because it's
no,
being
Jay,
done.
did Bobby no, Bobby, hold
And
on.
I
Bobby,
agreed
hold
with
on, hold
Jay.
on, hold on. We're not kids yet. Jay, did Dante ridicule you?
No, no, I think there's a confusion. Bobby, you can go continue your point.
Bobby, can we not do this? We're not
We're
kids,
just
please.
having a civil conversation. There's no
Yeah,
issue. Bobby, you
we're
can
not kids here.
continue.
Why are you making it what it's not?
Bobby, continue. You can
I'm not sure
put
why.
your
I think
point.
he's going in and out.
No, you muted me. That was what was, and I declined your message to be
Bobby, I
muted.
had to. Why are you trying
Why?
to cause problem here?
Why, Coach? Listen, it's
Can
when
I ask you a
somebody's
question quickly,
talking.
Bobby? I respect you a lot and you know that. Does everybody have to agree with you? No. And you don't have to agree with them. You're making it a
Exactly.
fight when it shouldn't be. I asked Jay now, did Dante ridicule him? No. I could ask Bob Max too if he was here. Did Dante ridicule him? No. Can
Coach,
we not
there are
make it
certain things that would
blow
be
things out of
praised.
proportion and start fighting each other
I think
unnecessarily? I
You
still
can
think
praise
Ganacho is a
certain
good player,
things
and you think
uh,
that
he's not,
can.
I
which you
think
have
what
every
Bobby
right
was
to.
referring to. Sorry, I dropped. I think what Bobby was referring to is when Dante made the snide comment about
Oh,
Madueke is really improving us or
Yeah,
something like that.
but
exactly.
does he?
And keep
Does he?
throwing up all
Does that
Joao
mean?
Pedro. You're
Hold on, hold.
disrespecting what other
Does
people
that
are
mean he
saying.
It was
ridiculed
a joke.
anybody? Max,
Yeah.
you said in the group that something to the effect of when we were talking about the game, you and Jay talked about how probably progress. It would have been easy for me to say I'm being ridiculed, but I understand these things happen. It's a civil conversation. You make fun of what someone said sometimes, which an adult would take, and it's not an issue.
Can we move on from
I've
that
had people
point?
in the chat
Because
say I talk nonsense, I talk horse dung.
And I think you know me pretty well by now, Bobby. You
Come
know,
on,
I was
let's not do this thing.
just
Why
no,
joking,
unnecessarily
basically.
we
say
to and
trying to
fro,
cause fight here? Bobby,
we
please
to
go
and
ahead with
fro.
what you were saying.
The point I was saying was that no thanks. Jay made a very important point, which follows on from the point I've made, from the point Max has made, even from the point Tobago made, and Bamfordino to a certain extent. You cannot absolve the ownership from this situation. They are, I have defended these people, much to my embarrassment right now, because I'm seeing them now as taking us back. Now, whether that's deliberate or just out of sheer poor decision making is left to be seen. But anything we do now seems to be a backward step. A new manager coming in, who knows? They're going to get a deficient guy as usual. I'll be surprised if they get anyone of any sort of reputation. And that person is going to have to learn on the job. I want to reiterate we have 9 games in this month of January, and we're doing this now. Think about it. The game tomorrow, day after tomorrow, against Man City at the Etihad. Who's going to take that game? What tactics are we going to play? I think we're taking a retrogressive step, and it'll be wrong for us to sit here and feel that it's all down to Maresca. I don't think so. I think Maresca's situation was catalyzed by the decisions of the sporting directors, and we can't run away from that.
Okay, Bobby, did anybody on the panel say the owners are perfect? We're just saying, I just said, in my opinion, I just said, I don't think it's right to just dump everything on the owners.
I think it is, though. I think it is.
So
I think it's.
you said
I,
everything is their fault.
I think it's right to dump everything on the owners.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine if
But
that's what
no,
you
when I
want to
say
do.
dump
Even from the
everything on the
start.
owners,
Hold on. Go
when
ahead,
I
Max.
say that, I mean, did Maresca have his faults? Yes, he did. You know, I wasn't a big fan of his neither. I didn't like the style of football he implemented. On his day, he was fantastic. But when against low blocks, he still was stubborn, played the same way. His football, there's talk coming out, I don't know how true it is, that some of the players didn't like the way that we were playing. Again, you hear these
Yeah, when there are issues, yeah.
or not, I don't know. But as Jay said, and Bobby said quite rightly, my issue is with they've sacked a premium manager, and I wasn't even a big fan of Thomas Tuchel at times, but he was successful. You know, I thought some of the ways he treated some of our younger players sometimes wasn't great, but he was a successful manager. They didn't want to stick with him because they felt that he would be too confrontational for the plan they wanted to implement. They did say that they didn't align.
Is
Okay,
that a fact or
they did. That's what they said.
your opinion?
That's what was said in. Go
Exactly,
back to
because remember,
go no.
remember,
Go back to the
remember, remember. Hold on, hold
club
on.
statement
Just
on the
quickly,
website.
Max.
They
Just
did
quickly,
say
bro.
that.
Quickly,
Yeah,
Max.
the website on the club statement. It says it. Just go back and refer to that.
I
So that
understand.
was
I
a
want to say
fact.
something else. Remember, there was something else that was floating around at the time, and one club owner said that what's his name? That Bolly told him that if he knew again, told him what Thomas Tuchel did, and if the fans, any of the fans, according to them, were one of the owners at the time, they'd fire him too.
That was Simon Jordan, but nothing's been said. So until I know what's been said, and that's can be backed
Exactly.
up with,
So now it's a
and
matter
could
of
be
Yeah, he
interpretation
had
or
no,
problems off
and
the
can be
field as well.
backed
perception.
up with
Yeah.
facts. I always say that there's three truths: your truth, their truth, and somewhere in the middle. And the truth, what people believe is, if you like the owners, you're going to go with their truth. If you don't like the owners, you're going to go with the other truth. But sometimes it's always something in the middle. We don't know. We're not party to all the facts.
That's
But
an excellent point.
the facts that I am party to, what I know, what I can see with my own eyes, is that every single managerial appointment that has been made with these people, there's been a problem down the line. Maybe it was through Potter, through poor, just a poor selection. And even when they said, I heard that Dante saying, oh, everyone wanted him, he was a favourite. But listen, Alex Ferguson used to make a good point when he was managing Manchester United. What he used to say is, um, the manager you get for a club like a Manchester United, a Liverpool, they have to have that character to handle that occasion. It's not like being good at a Brighton. So we should have known that. Because you're good at Brighton, can you handle the pressure cooker situation at Chelsea? Does your personality match that particular job? You sink or swim. You
Is
saw
that
that with
really a way
David
to
Moyes.
figure out that?
You saw
Because
that with David Moyes at Manchester, Everton, at Manchester United.
The boys
You know,
gave everything, Max.
no, you look at the personality. There was a way of figuring it out. That
I
we
think
knew
it makes
Jose.
sense to look at the personality.
Listen,
Yeah, go ahead.
listen. We knew Jose Mourinho was going to be a success at Chelsea before he came, and he was managing Porto. Why? You could see that arrogance, you could see that swagger that he had. So that was a no-brainer. So some managers have got that swagger, got that arrogance. Even to an extent, you can say that with. I know that he's taken a bit of time, but Arteta at Arsenal, he's his own man. He can have, he's made some bad coaching decisions, which he's improving on. But as far as character, he can handle that situation. Okay, because he was a leader. He was a captain at his club before. He was a leader. Okay, Potter, you could always see that he was out of his depth. You could tell that. Even his interviewing skills at Brighton weren't the
You really
best.
liked Potter at the time, Max.
No, no, no. I didn't like Potter. I didn't like Potter. But what I did, I protected Potter. I said, "What? I'm a man, and I've always been a man." Like Bobby said earlier, I give everyone a chance. The next manager who comes in, I'm not writing him off. I didn't write off Maresca. People are writing off Maresca. Even up to this day, I don't call for managers to get sacked. Okay, I don't do that. I've never done that. I always want to give them a chance and an opportunity. because that's just the sort of person I am. Even the board, as I was with Bobby, I was I was arguing left, right, and centre with people who, from day one, wrote these people off. I'm a man who sits back, observes, sees what's going on, analyze. Okay, this is 4 seasons into the project. That's why I have
Is it really four?
turned. Yes,
But
it is. This is their fourth season.
it's going
This
Okay.
is their fourth season. Coming into the fourth
Yes.
season now. Yeah, and one can argue, okay, the Club World Cup, which was a one-off tournament, we played in 2 games. We were really good in that tournament. In a one-off game, I could still put this club to beat anybody. Okay, we've seen that this season already with our performances against Barcelona, Liverpool, and other teams. But as I said earlier, the bread and butter is how you perform in the Premier League. Okay, and I haven't seen any improvement with this model that they want to implement. Professional footballers are saying it's a flawed model. Former managers are saying it's a flawed model. The only people who are probably happy with it are probably people like Pep Guardiola and Arteta. Why? Because we're no longer a threat to them, so they'll probably be bigging it up. And Jamie Carragher, the only reason he's bigging it up as well is because the more longer we stick with this project, we're not a threat to Liverpool. That's why people like that. I don't listen to people like that because they are coming at it from a point of, okay, let's big up this project so that everyone will be happy with it, and Chelsea are no longer a threat to us. Okay.
I have a question to
And
the panel when you're done, Max.
yeah, so for me, that's what I'm looking at. I always observe over a period of time to look at what's going on, and I want it to. Everyone wants it to succeed because we're Chelsea supporters at the end of the day. But because
I mean,
you know,
all our points are coming from a place of love.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We all want it to. We all want it to succeed. But because I want something to succeed, if I see something wrong or I perceive to be wrong, I'm going to be calling it out. I'm not towing the party line. I'm going to be calling it out. And what I said, it's not coming from a position of hate. And I'm happy to change my stance as well because some people they stand on their truth because they don't want to be seen as being wrong. If next year we start to see it fruition, and you come back to me, coach or Dante, and say, "See, I told you." I'll say that. You know what? You guys were right. I'm happy that you were right, and it's
Exactly.
working. And I'm humble enough to do that. Yeah,
Can I
but
ask a
show me
question?
something. You need to show me something for
Can
me
I
to
ask a
change my
question?
opinion.
Can I ask a question? And this is an open question. Does anybody else, like myself, worry what all this managerial changes is doing to these young players? It's got to. Well, I pray it doesn't have an effect on them. In the past when Roman did it, we had the likes of Drogba, JT, and Lampard.
A
We
lot
had a
more mature
very
players able to deal with
yeah,
managerial change, irrespective of how they love the
Hmm.
previous manager.
and it
Yeah,
bonded them more, closely. This lot,
it-
I hope it does, but I'm worried about it.
yeah.
It's not. Look at Esteval, 18 years old. He's just
Mm.
come. He's getting used to this guy. Before this, by December, the guy's gone. I mean, it's not
The
good in
Yeah,
my
Bobby, you make a great point because
Yeah,
that was one of the
Max, take
points
it
I was
from
going to
there.
make
Yes,
as
talk
well.
about what sort of impact do you think it have on the players, or do you think they'd be all right?
Yeah, Bobby made a point. Great minds think alike. Because I was on that was one of the points that I forgot to make as well. The chopping and changing back in the day when you had experienced players was fine because even listen, I don't know how many of you, Bobby. I'm not sure whether you went to the League Cup defeat the last time Tottenham ever won a trophy. 2000 and
what the
what year
final.
was it? Yeah,
The
I was
final.
at
Wow.
that
Long
final.
time.
I was at that final.
Yeah.
Okay, and who was when the game went to extra time, and who was doing the team talk, the managers talk? John Terry.
Terry.
You know
Yeah.
what Avram Grant was doing? He wasn't even in the huddle. He was
Yeah.
walking around scratching his head,
Yeah.
and that's
I
facts because I
remember that.
saw it happening. And I'm thinking, what's going on? He didn't have a clue. He didn't, he wasn't a manager. We all know it. But you know what? Under his managerialship, we got to the final of the Champions
Champions League.
League.
Yeah.
Had it not been for the John Terry slip, we'd have won that. And then we lost out to Tottenham in the cup that year. Okay, so these players manage themselves. as good as Di Matteo set out the tactics, the players were strong enough to go out there and perform, despite losing three of our key players for that final. We had captains all over the pitch. We had 8 captains, I think, of their
International.
international teams
Mikel.
who
Yeah,
played.
Mikel
Yeah,
at the time, was he captain? No,
I,
but we
I,
had a
I'm
lot
not
of.
sure, but we had about 8 captains in that
yeah.
team, and that's what I'm trying to say.
They
Had
manage
we
themselves under Hiddink
even
as well.
even to this project, I always regard this at some things, but I maybe contradict myself, but I'm saying, had we used this project wisely, we are 2 or 3 experienced players from challenging.
We are
You know,
actually, yeah,
had we,
a few
Absolutely.
I
signings
always
here and there,
and I
yeah.
always go back to the cup final in the other League Cup final we played against Liverpool, when Liverpool had, although our side was younger than Liverpool, well, a lot of people don't realise that. But as far as experience goes in that cup final, Liverpool had players who some players had only played 2 games, or some people hadn't even played a Premier League game in that final against us. Because remember, they had loads of injuries in that final. The reason they won that final was because they had Virgil van Dijk
Yep.
marshalling the troops. So it just takes one big character, big experienced player to be the manager on the pitch and the commanding figure on the pitch. That's all it takes. So had we just brought in, that's why I said brought in one experienced centre back and one experienced maybe a striker, because we are, when you look at it, we are creating a lot of chances. We're just not finishing, or we're poor decision making in the final third.
We need a
You have that
6-month
experience,
loan with
both.
Ivan Tony
Yeah,
in that team.
that's what I'm
6 months.
saying. Two players. So they was not stubborn, and then they won't. I think I mentioned this on the, well, the call we had last couple of days ago, Coach. When I said, if 2 experienced players who breaks the wage bracket, I don't care if it's just 2, then I think this project would have been a lot further forward, and I think a lot of our fan base would be happy with that.
Especially on loan.
So now,
If
Max,
you break
what
the
sort of,
wage bracket and
yeah.
bring in Ivan Tony on loan for 6 months, that's not going to hurt the club, and the fans will be happy for that, and it will help Delap to learn how to score and to behave. But because he doesn't have that guidance, he's all over the place. Sorry to cut in.
So Max, the question now is, what sort of impact will it have on the players, and how can we overcome that? And I think it's important that we discuss that, because definitely some of them, you can say, will be, I don't know what would be the most accurate language to use there. They will be devastated.
It
What,
just
for the
depends,
manager
coach.
going? You mean, or
Okay,
Yeah.
let's hear what Max what he has to say. Then Dante will come to you. Go ahead, Max.
no? What's the question? What sort of impact would what
Will it
have
have
the
on the
manager
players?
leaving, or?
And how do you think,
Well,
if
he
it does
answered that
have a
already.
negative impact on them in terms of the bond they have with the manager, because they all seem to love him, and forget what's got flying around about Kopama not being happy with the manager. That happens. He wants to stay on, but the manager wants to manage his minutes because he's not fully fit yet.
It's difficult to say. It's only the impact will be. It depends on who the new manager is, because with managers they've got their favourite players and they have players who they don't really take to. So the ones who haven't had the opportunity, it may have a positive impact on your Josh Achampongs if the next manager who comes in sees him as somebody who can be in the side and develop him within the side or something like that. Okay. So somebody else who was a mainstay who may not be favoured by the next manager, it could have a negative impact. We only have to look at when Thomas Tuchel came in. I was one of these people who were criticising Rudiger. Rudiger was awful under Lampard. He was playing in a 4 and he just looked out of his depth. Tuchel came in, he's changed the system, and all of a sudden, Rudiger was somebody who was undroppable, and
Who
everyone
was
was
on
sad
it?
to
He
see him
was
go.
actually on the verge of leaving.
Exactly, and everyone was sad to. So that's fortunes can change quickly when a new manager comes in, but for this new manager to come in, he's got to make an immediate impact with these players. Because at the end of the day, there are some players who'll be very disappointed that Poch went. I mean, not Poch, that Maresca went. So they'll need to get their head up again. So, like I said, I don't know. I think what I think actually with the type of we've been built for counter-attacking football. That's how this squad's been built. We've got the pace of your Garnachos and or Gittins and Netos and Esteval. Do you see that devastating counter attack we did when Delap should have scored when he mistimed? I'm not sure if it's Delap mistimed a header or Pedro's cross was a bit overhit. I don't know, but that's what we can do. Something that was such a devastating counter attack. But
We're
these
actually one of the
guys,
best in the league,
yeah. But
according
these
to
guys, we are possession-based type of football. I don't think this side is more suited for a possession-based football. I think they're suited more for more counter-attacking style of
But
football.
we do both.
We do, but we're more. If you look at the second half against Bournemouth, when we're just more possession-based, we didn't know how to break down the team. We got our personnel is for overlapping fullbacks. Inside wingers, like Cole operates better as an inside winger. Okay, Garnacho is more for, he can be an inside winger as well. I know he plays on the touchline, but he can also be an inside winger. But we, I think, are better with overlapping fullbacks. We played. Remember when we beat PSG? Gusto played as an overlapping fullback. Yeah. So if we get in a manager who plays more to the strengths, because I heard Cole Palmer was frustrated. Again, we don't know how true it was, but we heard that some other players were frustrated. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But I said
I have
the
another
impact
big
is going to be on the
question.
manager.
Yeah, let's go
After
through. Let's
everyone
get
here has
through with
been,
this particular question, Bobby.
yeah,
Please
don't
don't
forget,
lose it.
I've got a very important
Yeah.
question for
So
the panel.
Dante, your thoughts on this question? What sort of impact do you think the departure of Maresca will have on the player? Again, let me remind us: they seem to have a good bond, and let's say Levi Cohen actually, it depends on how the next manager you say likes to approach the game, might actually end up not being one of the most important players. But under Maresca he was, and especially his absence have shown us that yeah, he was definitely Maresca's most important player. But the question overall is, what sort of impact do you think this will have on the players? If they didn't like him, you say yeah, it's a good thing that he's gone. But because from outside, you'd argue they have a good bond. So what sort of impact do you think it have? If negative, how are we going to overcome that?
Yeah, look, there'll be players that obviously will not be happy, they'll be devastated, but look, they are professionals. They know this happens. They've basically all of them have come through that. It's probably since, probably 14, maybe even 12. Basically as a professional, when you get to that level and you start
But can
going
I
up and
mention
up.
this? Can I mention this?
Yep.
You mentioned that they've come through that, right? And
Yep.
coming through that, I'm guessing you're yeah, Graham Potter, right?
No, I'm talking
Pochettino.
about the players.
Yeah,
The players.
I'm guessing they've experienced multiple managers at Chelsea.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm
So, but
not
coming
just
through
now
that,
with
you can argue they're probably not going
yeah.
to be too unhappy that Potter left.
No, they wouldn't. But I'm just saying
Okay,
from
and you could say
basically
the same to a certain extent for Pochettino because we heard what's his name, Caicedo, say something to the effect of under
yeah,
the previous
quite a few of
manager it was
them.
all about running, 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 running. But you could argue definitely Maresca is different. They won 2 trophies under him,
Of course.
played much better football under him, made top 4 under him.
Yes.
That's a difference here. But go ahead.
Yes, and the squad is a possession based squad, and that's why Maresca, when he took the job, he said that man on every interview, he loves the squad, the profile. It's his type of football, possession based, and it is. We have a lot of technical players that that it really it suits more to that. Now you can play the other style as well. Of course, these are professional players; they can adapt. But if you really look at it, it's quite more of a possession based, in my opinion. Just more technical players, ball playing defenders as well. But you can change it up a little bit and play a bit of counter attack every now and then, which we have done every now and then. Every team does anyway, because it depends on opposition how they play. But I think at the core, it's a more of a ball playing possession sort of base squad at the moment. So yeah, because of that, there will be a lot of them disappointed because they would have created close bonds with Maresca because, like you said, winning the trophies that creates bonds, especially something like that away in America and winning the Club World Cup. Well, that's you're together for a while there in that tournament. It's a big tournament. You win together. You're basically together every single day. It's gonna make a lot of close friendship, a lot of bonds, especially when you win. Even though the Conference League, even though a lot of people don't really give it much, but for a young squad, rebuilding squad at the time, well, yeah, that means a lot. And to have that manager there winning it, yeah. So there's gonna be a lot of disappointed players. But on the other hand, also, like I said, they are professionals. They know this was probably gonna happen. It happens. Like I said, basically from 14, 12, since they joined these big clubs, most of them do, they come up through the youth ranks. They swap managers every year, every 2 year, pretty much. Even probably 3 or 4 in a season. Sometimes 16, at 16, 17, till they sign that pro contract. Yeah. So I mean, they you're kind of brought up in that professional system. You're brought up changing managers quite a lot. So it's not the worst thing. Like I said, the professional depends who comes in as well, but yeah, I think they'll be just fine. I don't see it being a problem. The
All right.
squad is good enough.
Before
There's
I go to
a lot of
Jay,
good players there,
yeah.
so I
Before
don't
I
see
go
it
to
being
Jay,
too much.
would it
Yeah,
make a difference? Would it make any difference that the club is looking for a manager that plays in a particular manner? Like we've told before they hired
hmm
Maresca, we heard that we're looking for a manager that you can say likes heavy possession-based football,
possession. Yeah,
controlling game, and all that. I think for me, I'd say it will make a whole lot of difference because yeah, a manager's coming with you can say the basics of how the club want the manager to play. I think that makes a whole lot of difference. I know
yeah,
managers will differ in other areas, but the fact that they want a manager that likes to control games, possession wise, I think that makes us different to a certain measure. But go ahead. Then we hear from Jay. We see another
yeah,
delicious question from Bobby. Then we have to talk about the mentioned options. But let's go.
yeah. Look, I think yeah, they'll probably will be looking for that profile. They looked at that before. Like I said, the squad's kind of built that way. The technical players in those key positions. So yeah, I think they will look at definitely a manager like that. Who that is, we'll wait and see. I mean, there's not that many options, as we know, so we'll talk about that after whoever we think. But I think they will look at that first. This squad needs it. You need that type of play. It needs to be a possession based, heavy possession. What you do with that possession can be different, but you need to have. I think it's definitely built that way, and it'll be pretty hard to go away from it. You're going to have to sign a lot of different profiles in some positions. So I think they will try to stick to it 100%.
All right, Jay, let's hear your thoughts. The sort of impact you think it will have on the players and how we can navigate that, if you believe it will.
Um, Look, I don't think there's much to sugarcoat in this. I think I will look particularly from the point of view of the young players, and I think it is definitely going to be some sort of negative impact. I think if in any institution, in any business or professional area, for young players or young kids, if you look from their angle, I think the parents and the support group that is surrounded by those young players, and let's talk about football mainly, the young players, I think they are going to take this negatively, especially if it has been happening for a while. And that is the case with Chelsea for the last few years. I think this case has been going on, that there has been multiple managers, and stability is not the most important thing that they will see with Chelsea, which you will associate with parents or support groups of young players to look forward in the early time of their career. So I think for them it will not be good, but I think the senior ones with the experience of playing or having few years at Chelsea, I think they'll be fine with it, because I think we heard similar things with Pochettino also, that the players were very close to him and all those things, but they were fine after his departure as well. So I think they won't be really that affected. But I think it does do a little damage in long term, looking from the outside. If you are talking about players that are potentially going to join Chelsea, or the ones that they are going to target, I think that does impact on those areas and the reputation of the club for sure. If you are going to say that it doesn't affect those areas, then I think you're lying to yourself. I think image-wise, it does impact a lot.
Hmm. That is serious. So, all right, Bobby, let's hear your question. I think he will. but here's the thing, something I believe that Dante did mention. They're professional, and probably at this point have gotten used to it. But the fact that you've gotten used to losing, let's say, a colleague, you could say having a colleague fired. Let me just use a more specific language there. Doesn't mean when you lose the next one you'll be happy. Um,
You know, another big part of this, which a lot of people certainly was raised by Clinton Morrison in the Sky Sports panel discussing the departure of Enzo Maresca. Um, is the leaked information that the actual people he fell out with was the medical team and not so much the board. Why are we saying this? He believes that the medical team didn't really advise or support him correctly with Cole Palmer and various other players. Chelsea's injury record has been diabolical for the past two, maybe three seasons. And something is wrong. You don't have that list of injuries just by coincidence. And people say, yes, injuries is part of football, but where you have a situation like we've had to deal with over the last two seasons, where you have 15, 16, 17. I remember at one time, Pochettino had 18 players out injured from the first team and had to dig into the academy. There's a disconnect there. There's a loss of trust there. And I don't think that's something that can be ignored. And I really would like to see what others think about this because it's doing the rounds, both on social media and mainstream media.
if you don't mind, Bobby, that medical that you can say what you just said, for your question, do we have a lot more detail than what you just tell us?
Let me forward you the
I've heard
clip.
that
Um,
I
it's
think
in
it was one
lots
of those
of
factors, right? Contributing factors, not the
it's lots
only
of
factor.
articles about that, yeah,
who
by lots
knows?
So
Yeah.
of
can
yeah.
somebody educate us more on what exactly how that is an issue? Did they
He
you
was
can say
told when to
did
play
they
play.
prematurely you can say did they okay the return of players prematurely or Maresca
No, no,
wanted
no, 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 no,
players
no, no.
to
You know that he's been rotating a lot. They've told him what minutes to give to players. So it's making it look to the fan base, it's making it look like he's doing the rotating when he's been advised by the medical team how to play these players. In of itself, in some instances, I'm okay with that. Because look at Reece James now, look at the performances he's now giving us because he's been managed effectively. So sometimes the players think they're ready to play, and that's nothing which isn't new because like
and
even with
Dante have talked about how players
Jose
would
would
lie and
consult with
say,
the
if you don't mind, Max, Dante have talked about how players would lie and say they're ready when they are not actually because
exactly,
just because they want to play.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So Jose used to consult with the medical staff as well as to players because players do they say they're ready. I've seen it before where even in going to grassroots levels, my boy. One time he had an ankle injury, and I said, "You're not ready to play." And he said, "Oh, I could play."
Is it
He
the one
lasted four.
Arsenal Academy?
Yeah, yeah.
I still hold that against you.
He
But
lasted
Max,
five. He lasted five
but
minutes because he wasn't
Max,
fit. Yeah.
Let
Max,
him educate
could
us.
you?
Let's understand what. Let's get details. Let's have all the information we need so we can speak objectively about that particular subject. Go ahead, Max.
I've sent
Yeah,
the
so as I
clip.
was saying, that of itself, you
Okay,
have
thank you,
to. You
Bobby.
work as a team, don't you? Medical staff are part of your team. A manager would want to have the best players on the pitch as well. I think when these guys did come in, they did say, our medical record was shocking before they came in. So they wanted to try and improve upon that, and it's about like not giving game load on players to try and keep them fit for the season. But I'm not sure
Yeah.
how that's working out
And they
with the
hired a whole
Lavia
new medical team
situation.
as well, Max. So
Yeah,
they
yeah, yeah,
changed it
yeah.
Can
completely.
I really want to ask, can we actually blame him for like playing the players, the injury-prone players? Because we remember, right, how much pressure he was under to win the matches. We were literally dying and we were considering crazy. And the argument goes back to the point that there is no quality in the squad to rotate, and hence why he is forced to play some of the players again and again. So do you really blame him? And remember, Maresca has been credited for the fitness or the improvement in fitness of some of the players. So you really can't really push that argument against his throat that he is, risking them.
Yeah, since he's come in, if you look at our injury list, it's been very small
But it's not
compared to
Maresca though. That's the point he's trying to make. He's
yeah.
been advised by the medical team. And even with Reece James, I heard him bigging up. I can't remember the guy's name. It was a fitness coach, which he's given all the credit for him being able to play a lot of games. There was an article the
Yeah,
other day, but I
if
can't
the
remember the
medical
name of
team
this
doesn't
coach.
clear a
Yeah,
player, Maresca's got no say. Simple as that.
yeah,
It's up to
yeah.
the medical team. If
And
they clear a player, well, then that's he can do whatever he wants of
yeah,
him. But
and I'm okay with
even
that,
if
to
the
be
player's
honest.
lying,
Mm.
Go ahead,
players will
Max.
lie. Yeah, exactly. They will lie a lot, but that's for Maresca to see through that. Every player will lie. Probably 95%, 98%, I'll say, all of them pretty much will lie about an injury. They all have an injury and they don't tell you about it. But if he passes the fitness test and gets through it, grinds through it and passes it, well, the medical team passes him. Then Maresca can play them whenever he wants, basically. So I'm not quite sure if that would be such a big issue at that level. I mean, they all rely quite heavily on the medical, like I said, like we all said pretty much. So it's then just once they pass them, medical test done, they're ready to play. Well, then, that's Maresca's decisions from then on.
Yeah, so Max, I don't think Houston. I'm not sure how to see this. The you could say the reported uh
I,
falling out
Coach,
with the
I
medical
personally,
team.
yeah,
So do you guys think that he
I,
left because of the medical team? That's one of the main reasons.
Yeah, because Clinton is
no.
saying shares his thoughts.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to listen to it, but I'm concerned if I play it. But I'm gonna listen to it to get more details. Listen to everything he has to say about it. But even before I do, I don't think that'd be something that would lead to them.
No,
You could say
it can't be.
pattern
Yeah.
ways, but it could be a contributing factor because we've talked about a whole lot of stuff now. It could be that he wasn't happy that certain players weren't signed for him, which was why it was easy for him to start talking to Man City, and to the extent that he had to tell the club that I'm talking to them in case if a vacancy, if they have a vacancy there. It could be a whole lot of you could say there might be a lot of factors in play here, not just his relationship with the medical
Yeah.
team. But I
If that's
think
the case, coach,
that
it's
also
all on Maresca then. If that's the case,
that
simple as that.
yeah, exactly. If you say it's a medical thing, then it's all on him because the medical team are the ones that would say, give this player shouldn't play beyond these minutes.
But again, that's where this argument looks flawed because, as I told, that Maresca has been credited, and is one of his, positive aspects, or the ones that he has been praised for, is that he has managed the fitness of some of the, injury-prone players. The likes of Palmer has been given ample rest, even when there were demand of him being played earlier. And I think
But
Reece
can
James
we
has been
really say
managed.
this, Jay? We've done that,
Sorry,
and I've done that too, saying we should give him some credit with regards to how he's managed
exactly,
the fitness of some players. Does it really make sense to attribute that to him, really? Because the medical team are the ones, they say the medical staff are the ones that say, this player is fit to play, don't play him. But you could say to some
I
measure,
think he
it does make
implemented
sense to
it.
attribute, you could say, his users of the players as one of the reasons why they're still fit, because
I mean,
you can say, aka playing Reece James in the midfield area, which reduces,
exactly.
you can say, all him running up and down the flanks as a traditional fullback. But go ahead, let's hear you. I don't think it makes sense to actually put everything just to him.
Exactly. You mentioned the point that yes, the medical team does pass or give them the clearance, but in-game management and playing James in the midfield, taking him off early, or maybe not really giving him too many minutes, that is the in-game management that also plays a role in managing the fitness of a player. And I think Maresca has managed that really well. And we can't really give the credit wholeheartedly to the medical team because before Maresca, there has been medical teams also, and they have done terrible jobs. I know some will make the argument that the team or the staff must have been changed, but I think uh, this fitness or medical department logic doesn't really fit personally to me. I think it can indirectly contribute because if the players are not fit and he's managing them, then he would counter argue the need of uh, other players, quality players, and that could lead to arguments between him and the sporting directors or the owners. So I think it can have an indirect effect rather than a direct effect.
Yeah,
Put it this
and
way,
I think
guys. In a squad of sorry, coach, in a squad of say, let's just say 30 players, how many would you expect to be injured in a season on
I
average?
I don't
No more
know.
than
That's not
four.
something I'm
No more than
used to.
4 or 5.
Yeah,
What do you
five,
mean?
six,
Long
I think.
term injuries or just?
I mean, just having guys out, say long-term injuries. Yes, say long-term injuries.
Long term, 1 or 2. General injuries, not more than 4 or
That also
5. I
depends on
agree.
the players also. If it's to the key players, then it changes the whole thing.
Yeah. So before, before there was a completely new medical team, like literally all of them, physios, the head medical guy, all of them, they got changed over at the start of last season. So when Maresca came in as well. So yeah, they did improve those numbers a lot from before that, before Pochettino, and even before that. Those numbers went up nearly doubled, as in efficiency. So yes, they've done a much better job. We haven't actually had that many injuries. We've had some key injuries out, long term injuries, but we haven't had more than 3, 4, 5 max at the same time, which is very low actually for a bigger. We have a little bit of more bigger squad as well, so it's actually very low.
That
So they've done
is,
It's been actually very good since the
I mean,
new
that,
team
that
took
has
over.
improved. Our injury record are much better this season than last season.
it's much better, but it's still very
It's
bad.
key players that are out, but yes, like Jay said, there's key players that are like Colwell for Maresca system especially, and
Colwell, Lavia.
at the wrong time as well, like the lap not getting a new player coming in and not getting him. So yeah, there has been, unfortunately, but it's very low compared to other clubs. We're one of the lowest ones.
The
So
So in
problem
the
here
rest,
so
is that it's not the improvement, it's the longevity of the list. When you think that Chelsea have carried key player injuries and general injury levels around the threshold of 8 and above all season for the past
more,
3
yeah.
years, it
We're
is
nearly
more than
10
other
under
teams.
Poch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, and more than that at one time. He had
At one
about
time, I think it
18
was
of them
16 the
out.
most.
Yeah.
But there was
So
some young kids there as well. But yeah,
the injury situation was horrible. It has improved, but it's still bad because he not only does not have all the key quality players that he has at his disposal, but he's now, he has the deficient ones that we all argue about, but I still think they are deficient, and that frustrates him. And when they are back, the problem with Chelsea injuries is that they don't recover. You get people like Lavia, they come back 2 or 3 games, they're off again for the rest of the season. Badia Shield, 1 or 2 games, he's off again for the rest of the season. And I think that's part of his frustration. Um, Cole Palmer, they don't want to do surgery. Okay, fine. They manage it. Okay, fine. He's managing the situation. And I think his concern is the advice he's getting in terms of managing it may be faulty. Somebody, I think Jay just mentioned the fact that he switched Reece James into midfield. That's his creation. That didn't come from the medical team. The
Yeah,
medical
that's the
team,
managers, yeah.
exactly. The
of
medical
course not.
team was
Yeah, they
probably
have no
telling
say in
him,
football about football stuff. No,
But
of
Bobby,
course not.
that's my
yeah.
credit you just gave to Jay because you don't like me.
You know we don't like each other, coach. We're
Yeah, go
always
ahead, Bobby.
having. So he created that, and I think what I mean. I'm just playing devil's advocate here because I don't know the details of it. But I think what his frustration is that the remit he gets from the medical team is, oh, just give him 45 minutes each game or just play him once a week. But nobody was there to encourage him or to advise him when he felt okay. I could positionally alter this player and give him a little bit longer. And I think he felt a little bit thrown under the bus. That's just my
You,
opinion.
I
you know what we got to
not sure about
also
that one, Bobby. I
remember.
don't think. medical can say that they can't do that. I've never seen an environment being anywhere under anywhere. I've never seen no team nowhere that happening. So they can just do the fitness test,
Speculating,
pass the
Mike.
fitness test.
I think they
It's
have kind of in a way
all up to the
because
manager.
he said he can play 60 minutes for you or ease him in or something like that. I think that's what's happened. But what we got to remember as well, where I get a bit of sympathy for the owners as well on this and Maresca. We played a lot of games last season. Remember, we didn't have a pre-season and we played in the Club World Cup. These players were overworked. This season, we were always going to have a fair number of players out injured. That's why Colwell probably got injured because of the amount of football that was played over the course of last season,
And
and
I heard
and
we played a total of 60 plus, more than any other club
exactly,
in the
exactly,
Premier League.
and people predicted that was going to happen this season.
55
A lot
games.
of people said that there were going to be
No,
injuries because of the
we
overload of the
played a lot,
games.
but don't forget Conference League. It was our second team playing basically to the semi-finals. So not. It doesn't count as much because those players that don't play this season. This season's probably the first season that we're playing. Our team. Cup this that together. Before then, it was basically just the B team, even C team, even youngsters from the academy and etc. were playing those games in the Conference League. So not quite. I don't think it's quite as much. But yeah, I think it has a little bit of an impact because PSG went through the same thing. They got to the final with us, obviously,
Yeah.
and they had the same problems at the start of the season. But yeah, they're kind of over it now as well.
There's someone called Tony on the panel. What's. Oh, he's gone.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Tony?
I was going to bring him on. And
Oh,
I
Sewell,
didn't.
Tony Sewell. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
Tony
Tony.
Sue. Yeah, I was. But yeah, I didn't even know. I think he's probably using what's it called, 7-Eleven Wi-Fi now.
Call him back if you can. Okay.
Tony, if you're around, please. We're waiting for you. Bobby wants to hear from you too. But wait, you were still speaking, Max.
No.
Okay.
No, I've finished.
So, somebody said, Max, I'm going to start this one with you. Somebody in the chat asked the question. I can't find his comment to highlight it. Somebody in the chat says, now that Maresca has left, is there possibility for Jackson to return to Chelsea permanently? Because in my opinion, Jackson remains our best striker at the moment, and he seems to bring out the best in Parma. There's no denying that Palmer played his best games for when Nicholas Jackson was available. And I think we noticed that in his absence, Jackson struggled and vice versa. But Houston, I don't see that happening. Maybe if Maresca was the main reason why he left, that's a possibility. But I don't see that happening. Max, let's hear you.
Well, Coach, you already said that he loved Jackson.
Maresca,
He
yeah, he did love him.
Maresca.
We know that, and he said it publicly at the time. But but go ahead.
He,
But it looks like before his departure, they did fall out. But go ahead.
Jackson played a lot on the Maresca. And obviously, I said we always had a difference of opinion. I think that he was forced out. You don't. So even if a new manager comes in, I don't think that opens the doorway for Jackson to come back. For me, they've already bought Delap. They've already bought João Pedro, and those are the players that they want to stick with. I think the club have burnt their bridges with Jackson, not Maresca, because the way that they sort of treated him like an asset. I know every player is an asset, but the fact that they sort of begging him to come back as for convenience when we lost a player Delap to injury, and I think he felt a bit affronted by that. So I just think his bridges are burnt. His agent said he's not coming back. So for me, I can't see it happening.
Dante, how about you?
Yeah, I don't think it's a Maresca problem. I think this was just a Jackson problem, and that's with the club as well. So I don't think he will come back. Pretty much agree with what Max said. Yeah, we know Maresca liked him, played him a lot. He's played him a lot, but like we've talked about a lot. We still don't agree on it, some of us. But did he leave? Did he want to leave? Did he get pushed out? Either way, it doesn't really matter now. I don't think there's a way back for him. It is the clubs involved in that, and we saw that. His camp, his agents, what they said. So I don't think there's a way back. To be
A
honest,
lot was said.
too much was said. Yeah, too much was
Too much
said.
was
Too
said.
much. The bridge is burnt, in my opinion. But hey, you can never say never. But depends who the new manager is. But I think it's more of a club thing than a manager, in my personal opinion. Yeah.
Well, exactly. And that comes back to the point that he was forced out. This is a sporting director issue. It's not a manager issue. And he has to make peace with the club that made him feel he was not, he was being replaced. Whether we like it or not, a lot of these players, I know he has Big Charlie syndrome. I think he feels he's a better player than he actually is. But that was beside the point. He was a very, very useful player to Chelsea Football Club. And had he been made to feel that he wasn't being replaced, which was a tactic to get him out, to get the money on him, he would have stayed. I really believe he would have stayed. Now, would he come back with a change of management? Just like Dante has said, which is one of the few things I've agreed with him today, is I don't think that's the issue. I think he's fallen out with the club, and the club may not. You can't never say never, but I don't think the club at this point in time would be prepared to make peace with him. Let's see what happens in the summer, but it's unlikely because they'll be looking for money.
Just because he wanted to leave, let's make that clear, Bobby. Not because they
Well,
pushed him
that's
out.
where we disagree.
We will never
Okay.
agree on that. Bobby, you win. I'm not, I'm not
No, we
debating
should
that with you.
look. I
Um,
don't mind being disagreed with. I don't mind. We're here to debate. I
no, yeah.
really
If we
don't
all
mind it.
agree something is wrong.
Exactly.
Don't
Yeah.
forget Madueke, Bobby.
Yeah. No.
But that's another point.
Jay, anything you
You,
want to add to
you,
that? Then we can talk about the candidates being mentioned.
No, I think I would agree with all the guys on the panel. I think the relationship was not really dependent on Maresca. I think it was pretty much good between them two. I think it was more on the hierarchy, the whole situation of sending him away, and all the nonsense that took place in the summer window. But that being said, I think sometimes two parties need one bigger excuse to come together again and work things out. So you never say never. And I think
Never
the
said never,
managerial
indeed.
change could be that excuse for
Yeah.
them to really, reconsider things.
Yeah, and God of Froggy and Trevor Chalobah came back though, but Trevor Chalobah's case, you didn't hear anything from his camp. He did not complain. Went on loan, and once Chelsea came calling, he didn't even question it.
God of
So, but
Frog.
in,
Wow, there's one person that we haven't seen for a while. Big up, God of Frog.
Yeah, he
yeah, we
used to
haven't
be
seen
on
it for a
Mitchie's
while
stream,
indeed.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Trevor's case isn't the same. I must say,
He's
nothing.
a Cobham boy. He's a
Yeah, and he's a
Cobham boy.
Cobham kid. Yeah, and in this case, his camp, even though he's a Cobham kid, if his camp behaved in a manner that Nicholas Jackson's camp behaved, I don't think would have gone back for him, or would have, you could say, called him back from his loan at Crystal Palace. Yeah. So let's see. I don't think Nico is the answer to our woes. We needed Osimhen. On that Enzo Maresca signing Osimhen would have been a waste of money. That's my opinion. Yeah. Here he says Enzo Maresca adopted a cold, aggressive tone towards a Chelsea so-called bomb squad. Initially, it proved useful, leaving unwanted players, and no doubt they had to leave. But when players such as Starling, and the CC failed to secure transfers, the approach became counterproductive, as the Blues have a legal obligation to do what? To look after the interests of all players on their books. I think they did.
That
Looking after them.
precipitates another question, Coach.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think will happen to the bomb squad with a new manager coming in? Will they still be a bomb squad?
Okay, here's the thing. That's when you can
It's
argue, would find out maybe to an extent, whether it was really Maresca that said he didn't need those players, which I think it is. If the next manager comes in and feels like, but I think Raheem Sterling's case definitely an exception because they wanted to
But,
get rid of players on high wages.
okay, so if there's no Disassi and no Sterling, with the next manager, would he then start to agree that it's
No,
the
look,
Uh,
call?
If the next manager comes in, as I've mentioned, I think we will learn something.
Yeah. Okay.
If the next manager comes in and Starling starts playing and Disassi starts playing, I mean, it makes sense to argue. Definitely it was Maresca that said he didn't want them. But if they didn't come back, it also makes sense to argue that yeah, the club never wanted them.
that coach, that doesn't really make sense because it was not really about the souring of relation. Rather than the whole situation depended on the quality of those players, and Sterling is past his prime or even mediocre levels, and Disasi was never the
And
quality player that we needed. So I don't think
also
it's
the
about
wages
relationship with the manager, it's about the quality, and that quality will be not good to any manager.
and wages in the case of
Did you hear
Sterling.
what I said? Let me repeat myself. If the next manager comes in and they start playing, it will be because, yeah, definitely Maresca didn't want them, which comes back to, yeah, we're saying the same thing. It's quality. To the eyes of the other manager, he didn't want them.
But the possibility of that happening is close to impossible, right? They're not going to
That's
play
based
because
on
they're
your
not up to the
opinion.
quality.
That's based on your opinion. If you remember, that's definitely your opinion strictly. Do you remember when a lot of Chelsea fans were actually calling for what's his name, Antonio Rudiger to leave the club?
I think it's
Kukurea
different.
too.
Sterling,
We
actually, we
nearly
saw what
sent
Sterling,
Kukurea on loan under Mauricio
coach, I
Pochettino. What happened when Maresca came
coach,
in?
it's different, coach. Sterling has shown at Arsenal what he's at, what's the level he's at. He's done.
You're definitely not a nice person.
He has him and
Oh.
Madueke. They follow each other.
Okay. Ibrahim said no, no. Matt Law quoted Jackson saying he wouldn't want to work with Maresca again, not Chelsea. Okay, let's see. Written statement. I am hearing they are blaming the coach for Starling, and okay, we never know. But if the manager doesn't want him, he doesn't want him. No manager coming to Chelsea now will last more than 18 months. It's a possibility, but you never know. Um, all right, that's a mod minor saying something. Now let's talk about the potential candidates. They're mentioning Xavi, that's the Barcelona legend, right? Correct me if that's not the Xavi they're mentioning. I'm
Yes.
quite sure not Alonso. It is not Xavi. They're mentioning the Xavi. They're mentioning what's his name? What's the other one? Liam, the Strasbourg manager. They're mentioning
Rosinia.
Rosenio. But let me just go with Liam. I can't pronounce his last name
Leon
correctly.
Rosinia
Rosinia.
is
Okay.
his
They're
dad used to play as
mentioning
well.
Cesc Fabregas. Here's my opinion on those. Fabregas, I don't think he would want to leave Como. He's a co-owner there. But even at that, I don't think he's experienced enough. If he comes to the Premier League, I think we struggle a lot more under him. He
Coach,
doesn't know
experience
how.
is the
I've watched a
least.
few of the games. He doesn't know how to be pragmatic, and he's not that sort of manager. Irrespective of how badly we're losing, I'm not changing the way we play.
Coach, experience would be the last metric that these owners will look
But
for.
I'm just saying, I'm just making my opinion known now. The Xavi, as much as he plays, you can say high octane football, quick passes, you can say slightly different from Maresca, but I think something is still missing from that very unique approach of his. I don't think we win anything with him too.
He's done well at Marseille, though. He's done pretty
Yeah,
well.
he's done well there, but that's the French league.
But there he does have a contract, and he's got I think 14 million pounds if we need to
Okay,
get him.
then let's talk about Rosenio. I've watched a lot of Strasbourg games. As good as I believe he will become in the future, right now, I don't think he's ready until he knows how to be pragmatic when needed. I've seen them lose games from a winning position a million times. I don't think he's ready. Xavi, I don't think he'd do well in the Premier League because he's another one that doesn't know how to be pragmatic. Even if you're talking about why, if somebody's asking why am I mentioning pragmatic, even Pep has adopted. He's adapted to being pragmatic whenever needed. He's not bent on it being beautiful all the time. The one name, if I hear us mention, will be the Crystal Palace manager. Whether we'd go for him, I don't know.
He's
But
not
Max,
coming. Rule him out. He's not coming.
yeah. So let's start
Yeah.
from you,
You
Max.
missed
What do you
Ariola.
make of all those names being mentioned? But yeah, they've ruled out the
Underwhelmed.
Crystal Palace manager. Yeah, correctly. I've
Yeah.
heard that too.
That's what I'm saying. There's not a lot out there, is there? Xavi would be an interesting one, but because he's worked with younger players in the Barcelona setup, so he's used to working and developing younger players. So if that's the profile that they want, someone who can develop players, then he's somebody I may be looking at.
And possession based as well.
And he's possession based, yeah. The Zerbi, I can't see. I can see him falling out with the ownership within the first 2 months
Yeah,
because
he's hot-headed.
he's quite volatile. So I can't see that one happening. Two, as I agree with you, what you said with Leroy Rosinia, he's not ready yet. They're grooming him for the Chelsea. That's why they've put him in that position at Strasbourg. But I just don't feel that the time. I think had it been 3 or 4 years' time with Rosinia and if he was a success at Strasbourg, then maybe as he gets a bit more experience. But I wouldn't. I think it would be unfair for us and to throw him in at the deep end so
And
soon,
by the way, just
early on in
quickly,
his
Mel,
career.
I see you. Big up to you, my sister. Thank you for joining the conversation. Go ahead, Max.
So,
Yeah.
I wouldn't go for him. And that's my struggle as well. A, I don't trust this board to select the right person that we need going forward. And B, you've gone through a whole list there, and each of them have got more probably cons than pros, I'd say, out of the managers that are out there. And out of the managers which are out there, these are the ones on our list. How many are willing to join under the current constraints, under the model? Who's willing to come in, comply with what the ownership want, and especially those with a already good CV, because I'm not coming into Chelsea if I've already got a good CV, and they're telling me that I've got to work with 12-year-olds.
Within certain constraints.
I'm not doing that because I don't want my credentials as a coach to be knocked because I've got one hand tied behind my back. So the managers worth their salt are the managers who are going to say or are going to make demands. I want A, B, or C. You look at Glasner, the one that you want. Why did he stay at Palace? He was ready to walk if Gueye wasn't staying with him for the season because he said he needed Gueye just that season. That's why, unless he had an adequate replacement, Palace couldn't get an adequate replacement in time. That's why Gueye stayed and didn't go to Liverpool because he threatened to walk if that was the case. So can you
Can I
see that?
throw another
That's
spanner in the
What
works?
about Lampard, Max? What do you say about Lampard?
Is he being considered?
Can I tell you what I think about this? Because I think it's very important, and I think we're all missing this. I don't trust the ownership either to select the right person. However, I don't believe they're looking at any of those people in that list. I think they're looking at somebody within English football and primarily within the Premier League. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up either poaching the Fulham manager or the Bournemouth manager. That's how I see it.
I don't want Lampard.
No,
He's
Lampard
not
won't
linked.
be. No,
He's not even
Lampard.
linked.
Yeah,
Are we considering
it's
him?
either it. No, he's not.
I
It's
heard
I
either
just
the
rumours
mentioned it because
Fulham
I see
guy.
some of the bigger accounts saying that that's also like some of the old school legacy fans asking for him to come back.
It's either the Fulham guy or the Bournemouth guy.
The
That's
Even
Fulham
Lampard.
guy,
Rory
I don't
Jennings.
want him either.
Give
Nah,
Lampard another 3 or 4 years. He's still not ready, I don't think, for the big job.
Lampard is coming to the Premier League. We will see how he's going to manage. He always flops in the Premier League, so we'll see.
I heard a rumor that we're after some. I don't know how true it is. Obviously, there are going to be lots of rumors going around.
They're
But
going
there's
deep, bro.
the Portland Timbers manager, this USA guy.
You're taking the piss, man.
They must be taking the pee.
No, I don't
Hey,
believe that.
I know an
think a lot
Australian
of them,
manager that's
I don't
available.
believe that for a second, Max. I think a lot of names will emerge, but Portland Timber manager?
I just saw that briefly. I always check my
Maybe
sources, but
Roanoke. Maybe
this time
What
I was
Roanoke.
about what
scanning
about the
through, so I
Australian
wasn't.
manager?
Ange
Your
Poverty.
uncle?
And 3.0.
Let's
I
get
don't think they
Ange.
will
Let's
go
get
to him.
Ange.
If
Well,
they
at
go
least
to
it will
him,
be
then
entertaining.
honestly, then clearly they are very, very stupid. Really.
I think
If they
it's
do
down
that,
to it's
they've
down
had
to
he's
the
had two
Fulham.
stints. Two
It's
stints
down to the
in the Premier
Fulham guy.
League.
It's down to the Fulham guy and the Portsmouth guy, and I think they're eyeing the Bournemouth guy.
And those two managers
Yeah.
will willingly take the Chelsea job
I think
because
they
it's an
will.
upgrade to what they have. Just
I
like
mean,
Maresca did. Knowing
Yeah, he's gonna lose Semenyo. He's got no
he
squad.
can
He's
always
probably gonna
move
get
on.
relegated.
Sorry?
I said Iraola's probably going to get relegated if he loses Semenyo as well now to Man City. So he's got no squad left. They're all gone. He's sold all the best players.
I don't think
They're all gone.
I don't think they will consider the Bournemouth manager.
No, but you said he would take the job straight away, and I agree. He would in a heartbeat if they offered him.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, so Rosenio, Liam actually he's actually coached what's his name? Liam the Lab, according to this particular report here. So it's a Liam
He
He
was
has,
at
yes.
said the
Hull.
Lab
I
as
think he was
right
on loan
winger
at Hull.
at Hull City.
Yeah.
And one other little fun fact for Liam Rosinha, where did he play his club football?
Him himself?
Yes, Rosinha. Where did he play his club
I don't
football?
know really.
Brighton.
Go on.
I think it was Brighton. His dad was at Fulham,
Brighton.
wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Was that why you were
Yes.
asking the question?
Yes, Brighton, yes.
Ah, dang it. I don't want that guy
Disgusting.
near Chelsea right now. I don't want Fabregas. I don't
You know, it's deep when we are making jokes out of the recruitment process.
honestly at this point I'd rather what's his name, the Atletico Madrid manager, to help us get stabilized things.
Who?
Simone, I'd rather him, but probably they're not gonna go for him.
Coach, his contract. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
He's one of the highest.
Yeah,
He's the highest,
every time you think
or
he's
second
gone,
highest paid manager in the world. No, he's not coming here. You got to buy his contract out first, and then, like I said, he earns the most in the world, second or something like that. I can't remember exactly how much, behind Pep, I think. So he's on a massive contract.
Yeah,
huge.
he's one of the top earning managers. Yeah,
And we're not ready for that football. Believe me.
No.
Unless he brings Gallagher back, then it's fine, probably.
That's another player.
So here's something about the medical stuff. At the heart of troubles behind the scenes is a feeling that at most clubs, the medical department have to guide the manager on fitness issues. So is this suggesting that, this is John Crossmuir, is this suggesting that Maresca doesn't listen to them? The second paragraph reads, however, Maresca is believed to have wanted the final say on players even when medics feared they were at risk. If this is true, then this is dangerous. Given what we've been through, I think this is enough to cause a huge problem behind the scenes. But I don't believe it's just about that. Might have been a part of it, but I don't believe that definitely it was just about that. Wow.
Look, you're going to get a lot of speculation right now. Every reporter is going to call everyone. They're just going to start talking and they're going to speculate. So much rubbish is going to come out. So till we actually wait till the dust settles, we might hear from Maresca or someone else, the ownership of something. We'll wait and see. But I wouldn't take too much of it too seriously right now.
Yeah, in a couple of years, these owners would have lost tons of money, not much progress, and then they might decide to. Here's the thing: I wouldn't say there's. You say, yeah, there's been progress, and I think it'd be accurate to say not much progress. But I'd say we just. You can say it doesn't. We're not building on the progress we've made this season. That's how I'll see it overall. But I think Marco Silva is a good manager and is out of contract. Do I think we'd go for him? I'd say I don't see that. I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want us to go for him because I think I've seen tactically from what I've seen from him. I think he still lacks a bit.
He's good coach. He's a good coach.
You
He's
think
local, obviously.
you
He's
think
there already, and they might look for someone like that just to fill in the gap for now. Because I'm not sure how they were probably expecting Maresca to leave right now. Maybe they were saying, I don't think, they were planning on that because they would have probably been looking for 2-3 months already if that was the case. So yeah, I don't think they planned on Maresca to leave right now in January. Maybe at the end of the season, but yeah, now they're going to have to find whatever's available. There's not much options. There's no one at the club you can put. You can't put anyone else. All his staff is going with him, like Caballero. Most of those that will go, all his staff, his assistants are going with him. So, yeah, it's not going to be easy to find someone available. There's not many on the market are made available now in January. So Marco Silva like that, someone would probably come because they're basically next door as well. So that could be a quick fill. Give him a 6 month, like see him out to the end of the season, maybe something like that. I don't think they'll get the manager they really, really want. There's no way they can get it right now in January. No chance.
anybody Felipe Luis? I
Unless
think
they,
they're mentioning him.
unless they go for Gareth Southgate.
More like
Yeah, even that.
North
Yes,
Mid.
English.
I'm an England
They,
national team
yeah,
supporter, but I stopped
yeah,
supporting them because of Southgate.
yeah. But like I said, emergency kind of stopgap till the end of the season.
They might. But here's the
Yeah.
thing: the reason I think they will get a permanent manager, a permanent replacement immediately. I think they've always known since October.
Mm,
They'd be stupid not to have
yeah.
prepared for this from October. And remember, there were things we were hearing when that 48 hours comment, he made that 48 hours comment. Didn't we hear some brief that suggests the club they've always had, again, it's only normal to have a contingency plan. Do you
Yeah,
remember
yeah. He had
that?
a 2-year review. It was coming up. Yeah, the 2-year review was
So they
coming up
had,
anyway.
they have a, they did, they, you can say they do have a contingency plan in place, except if the contingency, you can say plan isn't, you can say not quite ready because the individuals they're considering are contracted to certain clubs and it will be difficult to get. I think they're going to hire a permanent manager immediately.
Yeah, we'll put it this way. I think Enzo Maresca is the first manager ever in the Premier League to be sacked on January and New Year's Day, like the 1st of January. So yeah, usually that's not when you change coaches. So that's what I mean. There's not many available, and the ones that are like at other clubs, well, it's extremely difficult to get them out. Like if they had some targets, you're not going to get them out unless they have release clause and you pay it. Like De Zerbi has a 14 million pound, I think, release clause. If they go pay it, well, that's it. He comes. Basically, simple. He has to want to come as well,
We
but
don't right now. We don't have a lot of money to pay. You can say pay off. You can say buy out a manager's contract right now.
we don't know that. They might have. We don't know, but I think that would be difficult. Yes, because you got depends what Maresca as well. His salary. Let's not forget if it's true that he put his resignation this morning and he resigned. Well, maybe yeah, they're not paying the rest of his contract. Maybe that's if he's resigned, well, just depends how he's resigned and what's the details in that. But usually that's he's forfeiting the other 3 years if he's resigning.
I'm not sure. Okay, somebody's mentioning Felipe Luis. Anybody else want to add anything before we talk about Felipe Luis? What's that club he coached? We met them at the Club World Cup, right?
Flamengo, yeah.
Flamingo.
The Flamengo, yeah.
Flamengo. Um, no, but I don't know. They might because of the young Brazilian players. That's just a nonsense. Because
She only works with 30-year-olds. All their team is like basically 30-year-olds, 35-year-olds.
That's crazy.
I don't think,
I want to actually
yeah.
mention, the excuse that no, can't be Philippe Luis because he's inexperienced, but I really can't because that's not the, criteria anymore. So why
He's got
not?
experience. He's been coaching for a little bit now, but he's done pretty good too. But like I said, his Flamengo side's like, average age crazy. Like they're all old players, pretty much all of them. They've
But
only
I
got
can't believe because I think he played for us in 2015 or 14.
yeah. He went straight into managing straight after he retired, basically. I think he was at even coached assistant under. He was in part of the assistant team at Simeone at Atletico Madrid, if I remember right. That's where he started, and then started going to Brazil. And look, he's done well. Yeah, he's young, but he's coached for a while. But like I said, he coaches a completely different type of football and old players, pretty much only.
it is pretty difficult to say who they're going to hire. Here's why I think Rosenio might not be the one, uh, because I think that's going to lead to a serious falling out
Um,
with
yeah,
the
with Rosenior
Strasbourg
coach.
hierarchy. Sorry.
Yeah, with Rosenior, I watched pretty much every Strasbourg game. He interview he did probably a month and a half, nearly 2 months ago. He did an interview, and he was basically saying he's still learning on the job, and it's like almost like an apprenticeship in a way, and he loves it, and he can play his way the way he wants, and it's fun. Well, that tells me that he pretty much said he wants to be there for a while. He wants to be there for all. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He's not expecting to be going anywhere for a long time. He wants there to be a long time, whatever that means, 2-3 years. But basically, he's still learning. It's like an apprenticeship in a way. So I don't think that speaks very, that he's ready to come to Chelsea. I don't know if that's advanced so quickly in 2 months' time since he did that interview, but that doesn't sound too, promising. Him saying that when I watched that interview. So yeah, I think Max said that would be pretty unfair on him, maybe to take him away from that project and to what he's doing there, and then bring him in and putting him into massive pressure. I think that's probably very unfair it would be on him, and I don't think he would probably accept it. I don't know if he would accept it, to be honest. The way he's talked and the way he has with that team, that team, the way he let's not forget he's quite young as well. The way he interacts and that, I don't see him coming and accepting. Not now. I don't think it was probably like a plan, maybe in a couple of years, but this early, I just don't see him coming this early. It would be unfair to him, in my
It
opinion.
would be a huge risk.
For him and the
I
club,
Mhm.
for everyone involved,
Even
yeah.
you could say an even worse risk than Potter.
And you're putting Strasbourg under unnecessary as well. You're even stirring the pot a
That would
bit there
lead,
as well.
like you said, to further falling out with the Strasbourg because I get it. They still have some independence
They do, yeah, of course
from
they do.
BlueCo.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean BlueCo will tell them again. We'll always dictate what they do. The fans are already not happy that we signed Emera.
correct. Yeah, yeah.
So if you come take a manager that's doing well with them, they're topping the Conference League table and they're doing well in the French league. I get they've struggled of late. I don't think they do that. It's a huge risk. It will further strain the already bad, you could say, some sort of sour relationship they have. Let me just stick with the fans, but people should
Yeah.
remember they do have some independence from Chelsea. They're not like you could say our mates that would, or you could say we don't own them to the measure that would say, yeah, we need Liam, figure out who'll be your next manager. I don't think it's like that.
Yeah, look, if BlueCo says Liam's going to Chelsea now, they have to. They have that power. They do have that power, coach. They
They
have.
do really?
Yes, of course they do. Yes.
Let them not
Yeah,
do it anyway. I
they've
don't
taken
want that
key
to happen.
players from them as well. I think that's not the issue. But I think
They are the
on
majority owner,
Brasilia,
coach. They make the decisions there, like financially, and they've invested a lot of money this season into the team. Even though they brought a lot of youngsters, but they invested money that was never invested before into a Strasbourg. So and that's for a senior to build something that, like I said, it's the youngest team basically in Europe. So yeah, look, I don't see him leaving there, to be honest. I think he's too into that, and it's too early for him to leave from there. That would be a very weird situation if that was to happen, and not very fair for him, I don't think.
I
And
think
it'd be a
not
huge
being
risk
in
for him too. Because if it comes and fails, that probably destroys a lot of what he did in the French league to an extent.
Yeah, of course, exactly. Yeah.
inexperienced, I think that would not be the reason for Chelsea not going for Rosinho. I think they would absolutely do. The only thing that they could think is the damage that it will cause on the other side. That is the Strasbourg side. So I think that could be the reason that they might want to avoid him at this point. But on the point that he personally wouldn't want Chelsea job, I don't agree. I think he would take it in a heartbeat. He has been talking with Fulham. I heard in the news or somewhere that he's been talking with the Fulham club as well
No,
somewhere. So why
Fulham.
not Chelsea?
Yeah, Fulham went to him, not him talking to Fulham. They inquired to Strasbourg for him, but that's all it was.
Yeah, but
He
anyways,
said
a
no.
young guy
Yeah.
would be always be ready to take a job like Chelsea or big club like Chelsea.
Mm,
No way that
there's
they are going to
inexperience, and
reject
then
him.
there's so people think Maresca's inexperienced, but he's very experienced actually. Well, you're if you're going to Rosenia, well, then you're going. That's what's proper inexperience is. That's his first job.
But Dante, why would the individual himself think of himself as inexperienced? He would absolutely think he's ready to go, especially when an opportunity like Chelsea is calling for him.
Just
Yeah,
quickly, 10 more
like
likes.
I
10
said,
more likes, people. 10 more likes to get it to 100 likes. If you haven't liked the video, please do take a second, drop a like on the video. Let's get it to 100 likes.
I haven't liked the video, coach. How do I like the video on the mobile? I have no idea.
Double tap. Double tap.
Double tap.
Yeah.
Not coming up.
Or you press and hold.
Nope.
All right, bye, Felicia.
The
It's not
French
coming up.
channel
Seriously,
mentioned Felicia.
No, but I
I
understand.
actually
Don't
haven't
worry.
liked.
I
I've
understand.
never watched on the mobile ever before, so this is the first time on the mobile. Like I said, because my laptop died. So yeah, I'm holding it. Press. Nothing's coming up. I
Don't
don't
worry
know. It's
about
not
it.
working.
Oh,
Don't worry about it.
Maybe here.
9 more likes, I think we'll make it there. We're just waiting to see if anything new emerges because the news, coming in thick and fast. I don't know if anybody, if you're in the chat, if you have any questions, drop it. We're waiting to see if anything
Where
new
is it?
emerges.
So
Francesco
weird. I can't find
Ferrioli
it.
is a new name that's come up. He's a head coach at
Who?
Porto.
The Porto
Francesco
What's the
manager.
Ferrioli.
manager?
yeah,
He
he
used to
has been
be
there.
Ajax manager and now manager at Porto.
Is he any
But he
good,
also has a
Max?
release
Plays
clause,
plays
right?
a similar style of football to Maresca, but a bit more aggressive.
He does. Yeah, he does. He
But he has a
struggled at
release clause.
Ajax. Yeah, he struggled at Ajax.
Ajax
He
didn't
got
have the
a.
players though. Yeah,
Yeah, but he still
the
struggled
personnel.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Max.
because.
yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how he got the job at Porto, but he took the way out. He went quickly, and he's been there since. So
Unbeaten this year.
yeah,
Unbeaten
but
this
he's got
season?
This year.
So table topping?
Consensao. He took over from the guy that went from to Juventus. Like I said, I have no idea how he got that job. How bad he struggled at Ajax. Like Ajax was the worst. Like in the history, they had the worst. They were on the, and he left. So anyway, it is what it is. But I'm just saying that was with a very young, like the young Ajax team. He just wasn't able to the young players to get him going at all. So yeah, I'm not
He's
sure,
he's an
but he does
he's another
he
guy.
does play that
He's
style.
another
Yes.
guy. He's another guy with a release clause, so I don't think we will be looking to,
Correct. Yes.
Oh, he has a huge release clause.
yeah, I think 15 million or something.
15
Yep.
million
Yep.
isn't bad. Not a lot of money.
No, it is for a manager. It is.
For a manager, it is.
Especially when you got to
Okay.
sign him probably on another 5-year contract and all his staff as well. Don't forget, they don't come alone anymore. They
Yeah,
come.
so that makes it
Exactly.
a lot of money.
Yeah.
I think the highest we've paid and we've had to pay was that of Jesus Christ, Graham Potter.
We're
The,
still
Yeah,
paying him.
yeah,
he's
the only
still
thing we
living on
didn't do
those
was
money.
get his tea lady too. Oh my gosh. So John Terry is saying here, John Terry says, on Maresca sacking, he says, I haven't got a clue what's happening. I'm not involved in the first team, so I don't know. Just my opinion from afar. There's clearly been a tension between the manager and the owner, and they've come to this decision. It's a big shock because you rewind 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we were playing so well against Barcelona. It was so good. And fast forward 4 weeks, and form and performances clearly haven't been good enough. And this thing I'm going to say quickly. I don't think it has anything to do with performances. That's my
I was
opinion.
gonna just about to say that, coach.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Because
the
we were
club
much
said it.
worse last year.
Yeah, the club said it. It has nothing to do with the performances. I think down to the fact that he was talking to City. That's just my opinion anyway. Honestly, but I don't know if anything
It's
new.
not. Yeah, it's not like we've lost 7 games in a row
No,
because
we
we've
haven't
drawn.
actually. The
Yeah,
result, and look, it's been poor, and especially when you compare it to last season, you're not going to be happy. And the
Mm.
yeah,
fact
but
remains, if you go through all the losses this season, you can argue more than 70 to 80% of the losses were down to us not having the manager not having the right tools, like bad defending, self destruction in most cases,
red cards
red cards. Yeah. So
and
has it not?
unlucky as well sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, and injuries haven't actually helped us. If we're being, if but we get it. Expectations are very high. So the moment we falter, people start, you could say, losing it. Um, so I don't think it's necessarily down to the, but no, not performances. Might have been a part of it from his part. Him not, you could say, losing it because he felt like they didn't provide him with the sort of players he wanted. But I'd ask the question, why has he been screaming? I said it before, and I'm saying it again. I love this squad and the new signings, blah, 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 blah. I took this job because of the squad we have. I'm not sure what to say about that. Uh, but let's see. If you have any questions, drop it in the chat. We'll wait a little bit to see if anything new emerges. Then we'll call it a day and come back again because I'm quite sure the list of the managers being considered will most definitely change. Rich Moneymaker doesn't trust anyone in that club. Good luck, Kuchila and Lewis as Chelsea manager. Somebody says they're calling him Matisse. They call him Liam Matisse because he does look like him. I was about to say that to say what exactly. Let's see. Kuchila, okay, I'll try. I have experience in, yeah, maybe that will lead to you being able to coach the team. Thank you, Jay, for joining the conversation. Yep, he goes to the chat, shows his ID. I'm off. Big up, guys. Hopefully, I wake up to the news of signing Michi Batshuayi as as a manager. I actually liked Michi. I don't know how many times I'm going to say this, but for some reason, maybe he doesn't know how to, you could say, execute tactical instructions, maybe. Big up also Miss Melina. I think she's gone. She had a lot of comments that I was looking at. So nothing new. Let's see. Leon
Another new
Rosenio
name.
is in a strong position to succeed Enzo Maresca as Chelsea manager. He could make his decision today before the pre-match press conference in Nice tomorrow afternoon. I don't like this. Even for him, he risked throwing away the progress he's made as Strasbourg manager. I don't like this even for him, really. He shouldn't take it. I don't know. Anybody else on the panel want to add to that? He shouldn't take it, really.
Who's that?
Liam, they're saying he could
No,
make
that's
a
what I said.
decision to become next Chelsea manager as soon as today.
No, he shouldn't. Yeah, that'll be a big mistake.
I
Yeah.
like him, but I think he still has a lot to learn. On one point I've made, he doesn't know how to be pragmatic one bit.
Mm.
Because I
There is
think on
enough.
2 occasions against PSG, they were leading by 2 goals and they lost those games. I
Like
think
I said,
twice
coach, he's
against PSG now. Yeah, sorry.
he says it in his interviews. He says it like that's what he loves about the job because he can do that. So I mean, he's not going to be able to do that at Chelsea.
They're gonna start questioning him. How were we winning 2-0 against Man City and we lost it? It's a risk for him. I want him to progress. He has the potential to become one of the best, given what I've seen. But that aspect is very important in the Premier League, especially for a young manager like him.
Look, he speaks well. I've seen many times in the dressing room, and the way he speaks, the stuff he does, speaks very well. But he's not he's not a tough guy, if you know what I mean. He's one of those. He's more of a soft approach, and we were talking about Potter with that soft approach.
Yeah,
So
he does come
he's more.
across like, in terms of his character, um, you could say maybe asserting his authority. He's more like Graham Potter, and with such how do I say this to get my point across effectively? It's difficult usually to convince some you could say egos maybe.
Yeah, 100%. Probably not so bad a couple of years ago, maybe, but now with some of those players there, maybe can be a bit difficult for him, would be a bit difficult. Yeah, look, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, that's why I'm saying it might be a bit of an emergency signing because who else, how, where? It's going to be very hard to get anyone. And if it was unexpected, and it seems that way, if it's him, it would be I think it's unexpected. So, in my opinion. So I think, yeah, if there's no other, he might just have to fill in to the end of the season. And if he proves himself, he does. If he doesn't, well, it is what it is.
So, something's just come in from Nizar in selling.
Yeah.
This is a temporary managerial team from internal staff is being built to take Chelsea into the Manchester City match, with a manager to be appointed as soon as possible afterwards. So it doesn't look like a new manager is going to
Ah,
be in
yeah.
place before the weekend.
So a new permanent manager won't happen soon.
It won't happen before the weekend. No,
It will happen before the weekend.
it won't. Happen.
It won't.
It won't. It won't.
No,
It was always going to be very
it,
hard, like I said,
it'll
because it's
probably
not
be
one person doing
Caballero or
things.
somebody like that
Yeah.
would take over for the Manchester United for the Man City game.
Depends. Usually, they go together, all of them. Usually, he'll go together from what I've seen. So I don't think he'll stay. He'll be
It depends
Not
on
Maresca.
how loyal he
necessarily.
is to
He'll
him.
go at some point, but not together. Remember when Potter went, we had the Italian guy, I can't remember his name, who took over for one game before he left. What was
Yeah,
the
that
guy's
bald guy
name?
as
Can't
well.
remember his name. Yeah.
But usually
Yeah.
they all go together.
Usually they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not at the same, at different points, because not every one of the Potter regime team went at the same time. They all
It
went at different
depends.
times.
He has to want to do it. If he says no, I'm going with Maresca, well, they can't do anything. But the other guy probably said, yeah,
Exactly.
okay, I'll do it. Yeah, he probably said, oh, okay, I'll do it.
It could
So
be John Terry. He's with the under 15s, under 12s, isn't he, or something?
I think they should just give it to Terry.
yeah, he's there.
And if
That's
Terry
why when
takes it, I'd go to the extent of saying we're probably going to beat City.
I don't know that far, coach. I mean, look, it depends. It depends what he does. If someone comes in and changes the formation, that's not going to be easy. So if you play the same way, we know how to. Well, then yeah, there's really might not matter too much who the manager is for this game, to be honest. If they're sticking everything the same and they're not changing anything, well, then Terry can definitely do it, because he's only going to be there to encourage, talk, you know what I mean? So, I mean, there's not too much, unfortunately. The whole team is probably technical side of his team, Maresca, they're probably gone. Like I said, only if Willie Caballero may be accepted, you know. But I do know the clubs these days, what they do. There's groups of I think there's a company, if I remember right. I read this article last year. They have like teams of temporary staff to take over if something happens in all the leagues in England. There's like a little company that does that puts quickly temporary staff for emergencies like that. They charge a lot of money, but that's what they do. I can't remember the name of it. I read it in an article last year, actually. It was very interesting. So maybe that's what, when Max, who did you read it from, Max? Kinsella, you said?
Zach
Cancelo,
Kinsella,
yeah.
he said,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're doing. They're trying to quickly get, like, yeah, you know, like that, other people to quickly come in and do it just for this weekend.
All right.
yeah.
Tony
Well,
Sewell is on the
I think
panel. Tony, big up to you. When Bobby realized you were waiting to speak, and he reminded us to please bring Tony on. But unfortunately for us, you left.
Uh,
Yeah,
um,
well,
I,
a half an hour is much too long, coach. I was so offended. No, I had to my wife and the
I
kids
was going to ask you, you still
my wife
crying?
and the kids are going out of town, so I had to help them load the car. So anyway, you got me all to yourself now, big guy.
Okay. Were you living under the rock, or are you up to date with what's going on?
Oh yeah, man, I saw it when it broke. This is bizarre, because normally when you start these, I'm like, dude, I'm still sleeping. I can't do that. But for some reason, I woke up out of a like cold, deep sleep, and I just was like, oh, I'm gonna check my phone and see what time it is or what. And the first thing I saw was that, and it had broken like 3 minutes before I saw it, and I was like, okay, guess I'm not going back to bed now. So I've been up ever since.
What do you make of the situation
yeah.
overall?
Well, when I was waiting to speak earlier, I was just like, because it's like every point I was going to make up, somebody already addressed. So I feel like all that's left for me to do is pull a Jose and just say, if I speak, because the rest is just cynical anger. Yeah, I apologize. Like if anything's repetitive, I haven't heard all of it. So I just I mean, panel's pretty legit, so I just feel like if I
Coach
bring
taps in
anything
all the
up,
time. Don't worry, Tony. It's
well,
fine.
if I bring anything up, it's probably already been covered to death. You know what I mean? But
It's all right.
yeah,
Coach does that all the time.
maybe I'm here more to commiserate than to commentate. I don't know, but
go for it. Say what's
I
on
don't
your
know,
mind.
man. Like I'm a
So,
little
yeah,
bit.
Bobby's even begging you. He was the one that told us
Well,
Tony was here.
I'm
Where is he? Please call him back. Let him speak.
I'm just fighting cynicism, It's just it's I want to swear. I'm not going to do it just in case any little ones are listening, but it's just like I'm so tired, man. Like I'm so tired. You know what I mean? Like everybody covered everything well. I get it all. I know why you chop and change managers. I know what Roman used to do. I know. I get all of this, right? But it's just, these guys. I think they might have finally lost me because at the end of the day, I mean, I'm sorry if this is really cynical, but I'm trying to see how like every time we do this, I mean, it's like insanity. Like, oh, let's expect a different result, and we get slightly different results because we get slightly different managers. But it's just like we do this over and over and over again, and it's like, when's the last time we won the league? You know what I mean? So it's just if we were actually really, really going somewhere, which I thought we finally were, but we got rid of him. And I think, sorry, man, I'm trying to put my thoughts together. I don't want to ramble, but I just want to kind of get some bullet points in. I think, I think these results lately it's clear to me like we wouldn't have been in this forum if Maresca's head wasn't turned and if there wasn't turmoil in the background. It's starting to make sense now. It's like, how do we just fall off a cliff? And
Just quickly, Tony. Akim, so just so you know,
That's a
the
very
the
powerful point.
that it is an AI that's responding to your messages, but I'm happy it's working. His responses has been very, very objective. So good training for the AI. Uh, go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
Okay. Well, no, but the cynicism is like this. And so we do this, and then, maybe the team gets the new manager bump, and they get the adrenaline going and they start winning some matches again. And, people will be like, oh, maybe this guy is the real deal. I know how it's going to go. And it's just like, no, like we have good players, like they can win, but it's like, you still need the right guy for the job. And it's just like, I'm at this point where let me see what I want to, because I need to check my notes, because so a thought came to me earlier. And yeah, it's just kind of like, if you get a quality, and they're not gonna, right, because everything they want is like, it seems like they want a guy that's up and coming and he matches their model and their stats, and he's young, and he's up and coming and promising, just like the players. And then it's almost like, they want to somebody that's not got this pedigree so that they can mold him to their will. You know what I mean? So it's like, if we were to get a world-class manager in, I mean, what's going to happen? Like, he's going to have enough of this control and this coming into the dressing room, and he's going to realize that he can only go so far, and then he's not going to win anything or whatever, and they're going to have a falling out with him, and then they'll get rid of him. Or they're going to get, the only other kind of guy they're going to get is just some younger, inexperienced manager that matches their model, and he's going to have to build all over again, and they're going to be okay with that because they're looking for a yes man. I feel like that should be obvious to everyone by now, and they want somebody that'll just do whatever they say whenever they say. And if you get that kind of manager, he doesn't have the caliber or the quality or the credentials to take this club where it needs to go, and then he's going to end up losing his job. So it's just like, we're damned if we do or don't. And I know that's really cynical, but it's just like, I guess what I want somebody to do is not to be overly positive, but I can't see anywhere past like the bleakness. So if somebody has, and I don't know, man, I'm just so done. If somebody has a good reason why the next manager might actually turn things around for us, like, I'm willing to listen, but I just feel like and I'm one of them. We've all used every reason why the next guy might be big, and it's just, I mean, they said themselves, this is when they interviewed everybody, like, we went with Maresca. He's the perfect guy. And the moment, like, he has a little pushback or whatever, and he can't take it anymore, like, they don't work it out with him. They're looking at Strasbourg's manager, and people are like, oh, I want Xavi, or what about, Zidane, or what? They're not going to get these guys. And if they are, like, who wants, that's another thing. Any manager with those kind of credentials, like, who the hell is going to want to jump into this toxicity? Who wants to deal with this? They can make that money or even more somewhere else at a club that's just as big or bigger. So why would they want to jump into this cesspool? So we're turning it into a place where only managers who want to build a name might want to come. You know what I mean? Like, we say, like, the club is huge, but it's like, it doesn't matter how big the club is if the owners just keep doing this. Like, who wants to come into this cesspit? Okay, so you get these younger guys that are up and coming, and you really like them, and you're like, oh, he's the next big thing, or he's the hipster's choice for a coach, woohoo, and then he comes in and he's a yes man for a while, but then, they just ruin his career like they did Graham Potter or something. You know what I mean? It's just like, it just seems like a dead end. So, I mean, at some point, like, and you know me, coach, I'm a graphs person, right? When the x-axis of, like how moldable and promising and young and upcoming and determined and ambitious manager is meets the y-axis of, you know, uh, the club's only going to let you do so much or get this far. Like the rubber has to hit the road. Those 2 points intersect somewhere. And like, just how can it ever work out? You know what I mean? So for me, like, I'm not invested in this. I gave this ownership more chances than anyone. Like, I have never turned on them ever since. I was like, well, geez, I mean, we just had our club seized and it was taken from Rome and it was given to these guys. And then they were trying to figure things out. And I wrote so many checks for them. And I said, like, okay, this is where I see it going. It's got to be it with Maresca. Like, this is the last straw for me. And it's like, at this point, like, I see, as long as they can, like, turn a profit, it seems, and I don't want to be that cynical. I can't say for sure that they don't want to win trophies, but what I can say for sure is, like, if they continue down this path, they're not going to win the important ones. And so the last thing I'll say is, I'm not on board with them at all. I don't support them at all. And here's when I will. The day that we win a Premier League again, when they're still owners, I'll support them. But that's where I am right now. Like, at this point, it's just like, you got to prove me wrong so bad that you can actually win the important thing. And I don't believe you can, so prove me wrong. Until then, you don't have my support. And what does that mean? Nothing. I mean, they're going to be there no matter what. But, like, I mean, if anybody, I mean, let's just be honest here. Like, that's not a slap to them. Who am I? It hurts me more than anything. It's just, I'm watching my club just, like, burn in flames and then be built from the ground up and then be torched again and then built from the ground up and then be torched again. And I'm watching these players go through system after system after system. And it's just the only people who've benefited from this so far, outside of, like, younger guys getting exposure like Estevao, but on a massive scale, are the owners and the SDs themselves. All I'd like to say is, like, you wouldn't believe what I would give to have the job security that our sporting directors have.
They got a raise
Uh,
and an
I
extension.
I have
Go
to
ahead.
Damn.
can I just add, I mean,
Right.
Tony's just has expressed what everybody's a baseline feeling, to be honest. I think we're all quite exhausted and frustrated by the situation.
True,
Even those
irrespective of
that
how foreign
e-
instances.
even those that feel it's Maresca that aggravated it, or the sporting directors, which I am certainly in the camp of. I'm like you, Tony. I defended them to the hilt, and they've lost me now because I'm sick
Mhm.
of the decision making process that keeps us on this Ferris wheel. We're just on a constant, like the hamster on the Ferris wheel. We're going nowhere, round and round and round to the same spot every time. And that's what frustrates me. So I think you generally speak everybody's mind, whatever side of the aisle they're on. We're
Hmm.
all exhausted by this. We want our club to move forward. We want to see progress. And this is not it at all. And I don't think there's a single fan here. I mean, we're all here sitting, well, where do we go from here? That's the discussion we've just had. Who
Yep.
next? Because we've exhausted everything and nobody else is out there. So what do we do now? And that's the frustration we feel. Whoever's fault it is it's not even the issue now. The issue now is that the club is suffering for this.
And
And
I
we're,
just have,
concerned they're not going to hire, you could say, a trusted hand.
I just have two more quick things. One is, like, if we get a new manager and he's doing well, like, so what? Like, I just feel like we're to the point where that new manager could win a Premier League or a Champions League. But, like, if he hurts Win Stanley's or Igbali's feelings or something, or, like, you know what I mean? Like, then he's gone. Like, these people are they're just so, like, narcissistic and sensitive. Like, that's the way they come off to me. They're just like, we have, like, man babies running this club, like, and they have to have, they're dictators. And it's like, it doesn't matter what you do at the end of the day. It's like how much you how low are you willing to bow to the ground for them? And no, we're not there. We're not. But I'm saying like every day. But what I'm saying is like, the case examples we have from the outside looking in, I think there's enough substantiating evidence. If you put everything together, like that's the aura that they give off and nothing else. Like I don't see how anyone could read it any differently. So, and that's me. Like I'm trying to be fair. I'm not on the training ground. Like I'm not there, but it's just like, eventually, I mean, do not actions speak louder than words? Like eventually, if you watch someone's actions long enough, like you get a pretty good idea of the kind of people they are. And these are the people we have running our club. The only other thing I wanted to share was I saw, I don't know if anybody else caught this, but I saw a stat by Bleacher Report Football, and it has like all of the days that every one of, I mean, God, it's like an Excel column, man. Like it's like all of the managers we've been through uh, since Jose Mourinho's first spell, and not one of them has survived 1,000 days. Now, you could say, here's the caveat I want to make. I know what the counter argument to that is. The counter argument is, well, a lot of managers at a lot of clubs don't last 1,000 days. That's kind of like a dying thing these days. Like I get that,
Hardly ever these
but
days.
but my point is this: when Roman was here, we won big trophies, not just the Club World Cup. We won Premier Leagues. We were fighting every year, and maybe not at the very end, but I'm saying like chopping and changing when Roman was here. I didn't like it either. It yielded results, but and I'm not necessarily defending that, but I'm just saying like I'm making a distinction here. Like I understand that chopping and changing works sometimes, but it's not working for these guys because there's not a lot of rhyme or reason to why they do it, other than it's they've decided their manager isn't somebody they go have a coffee with. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous now. Like maybe I'm obviously being a little facetious there, but I'm just saying like like they don't even have much to show for chopping and changing. And what they do have to show for is the guy who got us the furthest under them that they've now gotten rid of. So, I mean, you tell me.
I'm exhausted.
Any-
I'm not gonna lie.
Tony, geez, wow, big
I
turnaround.
lost it since last night, since yesterday, since those whole, you could say, the whole rumors, everything started. I lost it because my head has been everywhere. And by the way, before I continue, just three more likes to get it to 100 likes. Let's make that happen. We had 120 plus, 110 plus watching on YouTube at the same time. Now we have 46 plus. I think three more likes to get it to 100. That can work, and I'm happy.
I still can't find the like, coach. I can't find the like. I've been trying. I can't
You
find it.
don't
It's not
want to. You
coming
don't
up.
want to like it. We
And
know.
coach, before you continue, I'd like to offer an apology to you guys because obviously when I came on big at the beginning, the talk about the Manchester City thing I said was probably PR. I've I've seen more information from various different sources to say that this was the case and he was talking to Manchester City. So I'd just like to offer an
Yeah, and
apology
that's a
for
huge
anything that
issue.
I've
But
said.
here's
Yeah,
the thing, Max.
yeah.
You don't need to apologize. You know I respect you. You know everybody on the panel here respects you. We know you have that
Absolutely.
integrity. We're all humans. Nobody is perfect. If we all agree, we don't have a show. But go ahead, bro. But more respect to you. Even more respect to you, Mask. You know I love you and respect you. So no need to apologize. That's just me. But go ahead, brother.
Who's
Did,
I wasn't talking. That was just my thing.
okay.
Yeah,
So I was going to say, I'm quite sure you don't use McDonald's Wi-Fi.
yeah. I
But
work for
that's
the
by the
company
way.
provides
Three
Wi-Fi,
more
so
likes to get
yeah.
it to 100. Let's make it happen. Dante, were you speaking?
No, just yeah, I can't
Yeah.
figure it out. It's not
So
working. I
it's
kind of
looking
like
like it's
the
going to be Liam
But
Rosenu.
just real quick, like, I'm pretty much done for now. I probably need to
and for
clench my
Tony. Oh,
breath.
sorry.
No, I need to catch my breath because I've been holding that in for hours. So thank you for letting me vomit all over everyone. But the
Uh, yeah, I
I
need
was
to go
holding the
now as
that
bucket.
well.
Yeah.
dude,
I think
the pressure was at critical mass, dude. I had to unload somewhere, so I haven't even had a chance to get on X, so I haven't even been able to bitch on there yet. But no, like I just wanted to say, like, I'm serious though. As cynical and as angry as I am right now, and even if I may not really see the point of view or whatever at this point, this is not me being sarcastic. I'm legit. I would love to hear someone, if you can see a bright side to this or a path forward, like at least give me something to stew on for a few days. You know what I'm saying? Like, or yeah, I know that you guys said like, oh, everybody's pretty much in your camp, Tony. But I'm just saying, is there not even a counter argument? Just sort of like, well, hey, maybe we haven't considered this and that, because I mean, after this many times, I can't see it. But I seriously mean, like, that's why I like being a part of this panel. Like, if somebody has a perspective where there's a path forward and I just can't see it, and there is a light at
Chelsea
the end of the
perspective.
tunnel, let
Yes.
me know. Yeah, let me know. I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm not being sarcastic.
Look,
I
there's something
probably
you
won't
might
agree
have
with
missed. I
you,
know
but
you're
I
not
will
being
think about it for
sarcastic,
a
Tony.
while.
I know you're not being sarcastic, and thank you for the honesty, which means you. I think there are some information out there that you're not aware of, which
Yep.
definitely, if you knew about them before you spoke, I think that probably will lead to you adjusting your you can say
Oh,
your opinion a bit.
tell me. I
Okay.
haven't been on
One
social media
instance
for a few
being, I
hours.
don't know if you've read, I don't know if it matters. I think it makes sense that came out. David also reports that mid October or so, that Enzo Maresca he informed the club that he's talking to Manchester City if, in case a vacancy, managerial vacancy, you could say, emerges there. The only thing they didn't say that he'd like to go for it. So for me, when I saw that, that changed my mindset from the way it was the day before, because I was seriously pissed. I was angered. I was going, what is, I was just saying, you know what? If you guys want to fire him, just do it quick. Don't prolong
yeah.
anything. Do it quick and get in a new manager in. But when I
But
saw
just
that,
one thing, Coach.
yeah,
Can I just
yeah, go
interject
ahead,
here?
brother.
Right. So sometimes we have what we call tactics from managers. Okay. He
Mm.
wasn't getting what he wanted, so he's saying to them, "Look, Manchester City are interested in me. Prove my worth to your club,
Yeah,
because
that might
why
have
would
been
I
the case.
stay there?"
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's why I think he's probably said, "Prove my worth, and if you can prove my worth, back me, or I will pursue the Manchester City." So it works both ways. Yeah, that's what I want to say on that.
When would he
Yeah.
have said that, Max? When do you think he would say that?
If he's probably said something like, if you get me the players that I need to succeed with the club in January, then
He'd be
then
willing
that
to
shows
stay.
to me that your ambition
Yeah.
matches mine.
I think it makes
It could be
sense that
that could
if
be
he
the
Okay,
goes
yeah.
to
conversation.
them, that he'd probably make that request like that. I'm willing to stay if you
Mm,
guys can get me certain
yeah,
players.
yeah.
But the
We're
only
just
reason I say that,
speculating, but it only makes
yep.
sense that he'd say something like that.
The
Because
only
if
reason I
he,
say that
hmm?
in January, you really can't get too much. We know the reasons why, of course. So
Hmm.
him wanting to say that in January, I don't think that would be fair on Chelsea, to be honest. If he wants
Or
this,
maybe
this,
not
this.
even January at the end of the season. Are you gonna back me with some experienced
Yes,
players,
maybe the
or are
end of
you
the
gonna go
season, but I
down,
mean,
or are you gonna still go down this route of buying? Because remember the briefing what came out yesterday, where it said Chelsea have no intention of veering away from their strategy of getting players 21 and developing them. That's what came out yesterday.
Coach,
So they're probably
I did see that quote by Ornstein, by the way. I'm still pissed, if
Yeah.
that means anything.
Yeah, my point is, irrespective of whether he did, you could say tell them that with the you could say caveat that if they get him the players they want, that he's going to stay. Wouldn't if you were in the shoes of Todd Bowley, like Bali, uh, would you be happy to hear that from your manager? even if you're willing to meet his demands. Because let's point something out here now. I'm not saying we should. You could say we should not blame them. I think they
I would be
bear
happy. I would be
majority,
happy.
actually a lot of the blames, in my opinion. But even at that, before he took the job, I'm quite sure he was briefed, or if you like, you could say
Right.
educated on the direction the club wants to go, on how they want to operate,
Yes.
which was why they give him a
5 years, yeah.
5 year contract. And there's
Not
no
like Poch.
way,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they deviated from
Yeah,
what they had
but I'm
agreed.
saying I'm with Max. Like I would want my manager to say that, but especially if I was them. Why? Because they made such a big deal about he was their guy. So if I'm an owner and I believe that Maresca is the truth, like if he comes to me and says that, then I'm gonna be like, well, okay. I mean, we believed in you. Like we brought you on. Like let's let you do what we brought you on to do. You know what I mean? Like I
Exactly.
see
And
your point, Coach, but
if in fact, just like it's important, it's always important to consider, you can say, see things from the foreign perspective. It's important that Max mentioned the chances are he told them, if you're going to get me these players, I'm going to stay. If in fact he did, and David Austin, who's reporting that, yeah, he had told Chelsea that you could say practically, if a vacancy, managerial vacancy emerges at City, that I'm going to take it. Practically, that's what that particular. If in fact he did tell them, but if you sign me the players I want, I'm going to stay. If he said that and David Austin didn't present that, then that's not okay. But go ahead, what you're saying. But bear in mind, he knew what he was getting into, and
yeah.
probably polished, in my opinion, he polished his resume by becoming a Chelsea manager and winning 2 trophies, and also making 3 finals in how many, 18 months or so.
Mhm.
That's good, some something
Yeah.
good stuff to have on your
Yeah,
resume.
and,
Maybe
and that's the
because
thing though.
he
If he
feels like, you know what, he can actually use it to get a better job, or maybe City
I'm
actually interested in hiring him.
going to tell you something.
Yeah,
If and I'm not, maybe I'll eat my words, but here's what I think. If he goes to City and Pep leaves, I think he's going to absolutely unleash there. I think we should be terrified of City if he goes there because they're going to give him all the money he wants and they're going to let him stay for a while, especially if Pep's like, hey, this is my guy, I want him to be my successor, all those things. He's not going, he doesn't have the resume obviously close to what Pep has, so he may not have as long. They're going to give him longer than what we did. They're going to give him a little more control than we did. They're going to give him a lot more money than we did. And City are kind of pre-built by Pep. Like he basically has a platform to go in on, and then he can bring the youth in and mix it together. And I think I'm terrified if he goes to City. If I'm honest, maybe no one else is,
here's
but
the
I
thing.
am.
Mhm. He's not quite there yet, you could say, to the level that I say I'm terrified. But I think he probably win a lot more at Chelsea because they have a lot more experienced players.
Yeah.
There's no denying that. But yeah,
Yeah.
the point I was
And
trying to make, irrespective of what he said when he went to them, that changes a lot.
and
It
just
just as when we talked about it, I mentioned it's just like your wife telling you after your
It's
wedding.
betrayal. Yeah, Coach. Yeah.
Yeah, your wife telling you that, yeah, listen, because you don't have money. If I see my ex and it turns out, because we don't have, you could say, a mansion, and we have, let's say, 12 children. I'm just using that as an example. If I see my ex again, and he had told me before, and because I knew that he was building a mansion somewhere, if that mansion is completed, I'm just going to move in with him and marry him. Irrespective of the conditions you give me, I am never going to trust you again.
Yeah. It's
I
not about the
will
money.
not, for any reason,
It's
trust
not
you
about the
again.
money though.
Whether
But
I'm wrong and you prove to me that now I've been wrong all the while, that this is what I have to do to be correct. But the fact you mention the possibility of going back to your ex changes everything.
yeah.
and just to add to
Just
that,
one.
sorry, Tony. Basically, they're not going to put Maresca ahead of the club. They're just not going to do that.
It's more like,
So
and if you if you grant his wishes or what his demands, that maybe if he presented any, basically you've given him more power.
Yeah. Well, I would just say
And
no. I
who's to
wouldn't.
say tomorrow he's not going to come back and say, this time, I want you to go sign Messi of 2016, or I will leave. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say like I wouldn't put him ahead of the club, but they're definitely not going to put him ahead of the ownership. That's for sure. Like that's the thing. Like it's not even putting him ahead of the club. It's like they're not going to put him ahead of themselves. Like
Well,
I
no,
don't.
that's the club
I wouldn't
basically.
want
Yes.
anybody to be ahead of the club.
Well,
I
if you
mean, bigger
do,
than.
yeah, if you do that, well, then all your structure, everything is for nothing. The last 3 years, the project, whatever you want to call it, yeah. Uh, would you
Well, yeah,
change
okay,
all that
but like
and put Maresca ahead of everything? Would you change it all now and put Maresca ahead of
no,
everything?
not ahead of everything. But my question is, and this is something we don't know, and it doesn't seem like it can because we're 3.5
Yeah.
years in, I think. But it's like, can the project evolve? Because I'm telling you, like I work in the corporate world, like projects evolve. But this
Yes.
project, it doesn't seem like it has room to evolve. It doesn't seem like there's any room to even like temper anything or just kind of make little tweaks. Like, okay, well, we got to here, and what we've learned is that
Tony, come
this
on. You know this already. You were on board before. You know what the project is. You know
of
it's
course, but
basically.
I know what it is. I'm just saying, like it's concrete, right? It's not clay. It's not malleable. It seems like it's
Yeah, yeah,
concrete.
yeah. But I mean,
Because
now is
I
not.
would, if he was getting results, and I'm not saying give him total control. I'm just saying like, okay, you want to have more voice in the players. Well, I think you've earned that. You know what I mean? But I don't think they're going to budge.
Yeah, this is
Listen,
where
Just
I
little
kind of
tweaks.
disagree a little bit because I think he did get the players he was interested in and the profile and players he wanted. I think he did say have a say on that because clearly the players that came in were his type of players and what he wanted. He even knew
Yeah,
them. So it's not like they didn't back him after winning the Club World
yeah,
Cup.
but
Now,
I was playing devil's advocate because I thought you guys were saying like you didn't think. I thought the conversation was along the lines of, he's not getting the guys he wants. Maybe he needs more say there. I thought that's where you guys were going. For
I'm
me,
not.
okay.
Yeah,
For me,
yeah, totally not.
I guess he wanted, maybe he wanted more say. Maybe it's what's coming out seems to point to like he wanted more say with the medical staff, maybe, and so he wants players, and the medical staff doesn't want them, and they're forcing him to rotate. But we just don't know for sure.
Have you opened up X, Tony? Come on.
there's a lot of listen. A lot of factors are in play. Like I say,
Yeah, and we'll only know in the next few
and
days,
we'll
maybe.
find out
Yeah.
more. And yes, then we can only speculate. People, just two more likes to get it to 100 likes. Nothing new has emerged. I think in about 5 10 minutes or so
Mm.
we'll round off. We still host another show the next day to see. Yeah, pay attention
Yeah.
to what they're trying to do. I
I just
just
wanted to
don't.
add one more real quick thing, Coach. Is like one of your somebody in the comments made the comment, Liam isn't a yes man, and I'm just like, okay, well,
I
he
think
won't
that's
survive.
Rich
He won't
Moneymaker.
survive the summer. Then
Yeah, Rich Moneymaker is saying he had the same issue at Hull City. That was why he fell
if
out
he's
with
not a
them.
yes man, he won't survive the summer.
Yeah, but let's see. God bless the guy speaking. That's Tony. Chelsea is run by immature directors who never experienced top level success. Brighton, Medicare mentality, and that's a lot even more. But so, Jude,
I
nice
think
one, my bro.
mediocre,
Happy
Medicare,
New Year to
yes.
you. I do hope you're
Oh
doing
my
well.
God, that's amazing.
Yeah, but
uh,
yeah, okay. And Liam will be another yes man. If he will be, that's what they want, in my opinion. Not in a bad way. Just you have to look at the project. They'll tell you this is the direction we want to go. This is how we operate. And if you agree to it, you're a yes man by the definition, in my opinion. Let's see what else we have here. I'm trying to find a replacement for Rosanio at Strasbourg. Wow, that is serious. It looks like it's going to be him. Anything else here? Rich Moneymaker says breaking news that Liam had issues with hall owners because lack of experience. He wanted more experience, they couldn't afford him that. It's obvious that with the recent poor result, something had to change. So let's just hope that Saki Maresca could bring back pride and joy. I
Yeah,
didn't
for
lose my
3 months, maybe.
pride. Sorry?
Maybe for 2 or 3 months.
For who? Bring who for 2 or 3 months?
He said with the last comment, he's like
Oh,
hoping bringing in someone new, and I'm like, maybe for 2 or 3 months. I mean, how are we not going to be right back in the shits again? You know, like
Well,
it's
that depends. Come on, Tony, be a bit optimistic.
I can't, man. I've been optimistic all season, and they got me. They finally broke me. I'm
Yeah, I
broken.
heard. Yeah, I
I'm
heard.
broken.
yeah.
I'm a
And
husk of
Trinidad
what I
says that
was.
I've been talking aggressively since Maresca got sacked. Coachella out.
Oh,
Maresca out. You go, just go away.
wow.
He didn't like him. And Jude joins the
Maybe
chat.
he
He said,
should be
I
the
don't
next
have
Chelsea
access
manager.
to the panelist Twitter inbox anymore. Why? What happened?
Who's it?
Who knows?
What's your Twitter handle again? You should, but let me see. After we
Um,
recreated it, I added everyone that indicated they wanted to be part of it.
I just wanted to ask a quick question for everyone on the panel as well, in
Mhm.
regards to Maresca. Do you guys think we know a lot of the fan base, and we know they don't like him? A lot of them don't like the owners, don't like Maresca from the start. Do you think that had anything to do with his decision not being, from the supporters, especially after last game? What the again at
They're
full
booing
time,
him, and I
What
think,
what they're
But
booing,
a lot of our
yelling.
fans
let's
didn't
you
start
take
from
talking
to him
about?
Max.
The
anyway.
you don't know what you're doing chant?
Yeah, let's start from Max
I think that's got a factor. Yeah, that's a good point, Dante. Yeah, because the
because he's a human
fans
being.
they haven't taken to him from day one. Let's be honest.
A lot of
A
people
lot of them
haven't.
haven't
Yeah.
taken to the football from day
Mhm.
one. So, and I think as I said, I try to give everyone a chance. You know, he's his style of football sometimes I didn't like, but credit where credit's due. A lot of our fan base didn't give him any credit, and I think he got credit in the bank by winning 2 trophies. Okay, some may argue that the trophies that we won are, obviously, some are dismissing the World Championship as a friendly cup or whatever it was. And I say, don't underestimate that cup because in years to come, that's going to be a massive cup competition. Um, and yeah, so I think for that, I would have given him another season. Even I'd have taken some of he's learning on the job as well, isn't he? This is his first season as a manager. So he was going to make mistakes. But there are some, as I said, who just didn't like him, regardless of what he could have won the Premier League, and there'll still be some in our fan base who would have wanted him out. But I think you're driven by results. Because the last game actually I attended was the Brentford game last season where we won 2-1, wasn't it? Yeah. And the chants were, we've got our Chelsea back. And and the fans were singing Enzo Maresca.
Yeah,
But
that's the most
Yeah.
confusing
yeah,
thing. Here's the thing.
Yes,
I never.
yeah.
he's
But
Yeah,
striking.
I agree.
it's
I'm one of those that I never at any time said
but
we're
that's what I'm
back
saying. So it's
because I
driven.
know where we are.
Yeah,
Well,
our
Mike.
supporters are very fickle. Every supporters are fickle. Okay,
Exactly.
so and add it Moresco being top of the league. Arguably, if you look at some of our results, I think Coach, you mentioned it as well. There's some games where a lot of our games, not some, many of our games have been self-inflicted, individual errors, or not scoring when we're on top or needless sendings off. I'm thinking of that Brighton game. That should have been 3 points because we had a player sent off. The Man U game, when they were there for the taking, everyone was coming to their backyard and beating them. We had a sending off after a couple of minutes. I'm thinking of even the Villa game the other day, where we should have had a clear-cut penalty and 2-0, game was over. The Brentford game, where that goal that equalised, they scored with offside. So when you look at our games, a lot of them have either been referee decisions or marginal defeats. You only look at that Leeds. The only game I'm looking at this season where I think we were well beaten was the Leeds United game where we just didn't perform. But all the other games that we've lost this season, I don't think there's been a lot on it. Or there's been accentuating circumstances why we've lost the games.
Can
And
I add
had
to
it,
this, if
yeah,
please,
yeah,
if
yeah.
I can, if I because I think Chelsea fan base, compared to many other fan bases, have been extremely patient through very, very trying situations, which have lasted right from when the sanctions came, the forced sale, and all that journey.
Yep.
The fan base have been patient. Look at Man City when Pep had a little bit of a wobble last season. They all turned on him. Look at Arsenal, even. Arteta, not all of them are still, till today, convinced with him. So I don't think he should particularly pay attention to what fans were saying when he's not performing well. Even if he doesn't have much experience, he should have enough experience as a manager to know this one detail, and that is, especially when you're at a big club, if the results aren't going, the fans won't be happy with you. I just think the toxicity at the decision making point in Chelsea is is exhausting. Just as Tony said, we're all tired of it. You know, they hired this guy. Whatever he was saying, whether he's talking to Man City or Juventus or whoever, whatever, the responsibility comes back to them. They hired him and told us he was the best thing since sliced bread at the time. And now look at it. I think we haven't we are this is a very delicate situation for Chelsea as a football club. And if we don't get some sort of miracle to sort this out, I don't want to confess negatively, but
No,
it's not good.
no, it's not. If that this trajectory is, yeah, it's kind of scary. And I'm not a doomsdayer, I'm just saying it's scary. Like what sort of stability have these people brought of any kind other than the sporting director's jobs? Like what stability have they brought? And and Dante, I have been trying to catch up on X, by the way, for the past few minutes here, but a lot of it, there's a lot of stuff about the medical team and Maresca. And I was thinking about when they were saying, like, you don't know what you're doing. That was when he brought Palmer off. And I believe, was that the medical team forcing him to do that at 60 minutes? Because if it was, I mean, I could get it. Like the fans are just like, why would you bring Palmer off or whatever? But, maybe he's being forced to as well. Like, what am I missing here?
Well, we were talking about this a bit earlier. Your medical team will pass. If they pass them, then it's up to the manager. Pass the medical test. If they pass the medical test, it's up to the
Mhm.
manager to play them how much they want. It's him and his assistants will decide. Are we managing him, taking it a bit easier? The medical team have nothing to say about that. They might, make a little comment here and there, but they have no authority over that. To be honest, I've never seen anywhere where that's been the case.
Yeah,
So
I heard you say something about that, but they can't even say, "Hey, we really need you to bring him off at 60 minutes."
no,
To,
they might say. Uh, at that level, you pass the medical test, you pass the fitness test, you're ready to go. You can play. It's
right.
then
So
just it's just etiquette from players to protecting the player because, like I said, a lot of players lie. I think 98%, 99% of the time, players will lie, and you can pass a medical test,
yeah,
fitness test. I've done it a million times. I've lied. I've passed tests, no problem, and I still played, and probably I shouldn't have played.
mm,
It's then up to the manager
mm,
what to do. If he wants to keep him on a little bit longer, you're not going to play him the 90 minutes because at that intensity, and that is not quite ready to go. So you're just not, and form as well. Let's not. Palmer
yeah,
has not been the best, has he? He's
right.
not
He
been
needs
very
to get
good. He's
the
probably
rest
been one
out.
of our worst players. So it's a bit of both, to be honest. But
Let me
yeah, I
just.
don't think. Yeah,
Well, no, I was gonna say. Let me ask everybody. Like, then, like, do we all think then that decisions like that were made because he was just so jaded and so done? He was just trying to I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I'm just saying, like, was it he just didn't care, or was he trying to do things to force his exit sooner, or what do you guys think? Because if the medical
No.
team's not making him do
Can,
that, why is he doing that?
let, let me
Oh,
just
it's
say
just
something because I got to go
player
soon. My
welfare,
battery's
basically.
running
And
low.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, let me just quickly take because my battery's running low, so I need to go after this
go on,
comment.
Max.
For me, I just think it's a bit of disillusionment. He wasn't getting what he wanted. It's like banging his head against a brick wall. I don't think he was throwing games, but as Bobby said earlier, he was saying, "Look, this is the tools I've got to work with, and plus, you don't want me to play certain players. The players that you've brought in, I don't think are good enough, but I've been forced to play these particular players because who else have I got at my disposal?" And when you're getting frustrated in life, when because you're not getting the tools that you need, there is going to have a effect mentally on you. That's what I feel. So yeah, that's all. That's all. Anyway, guys, I got to run because my battery's running low and my headset's running low. Everything's running low.
Same as
So
mine.
it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
Cheers.
Happy New Year to all of you
Take care,
guys.
Max.
New
All right,
Year's.
Max, I'll send you the
Cheers.
collaboration link later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Bye
yeah.
bye.
So,
Yeah,
I mean,
go
where do
ahead.
we?
Judy's on the panel. So once you're done speaking, let's hear from
No, I
him.
was just saying, like, I don't really, I just want to listen for a while now. But like, where do we go from here? Because I really don't know. I mean, as
Good question. I
fans,
think we'll come back to that question where we go from here. Let's hear, Jude, your thoughts. I think that's an important question to answer. But let me catch up with a bit of what we have in the house. I have my fellow Texan here in Uncle Justice. Big up to you, my bro. Thank you for joining the conversation. Senior man here. He says that any man would kick his wife on the cup if they started talking with his ex. Maresca is the wife in this case, and I agree. That's how I see that the fact that he had started speaking to Manchester City from October. Yeah, that's a
well, he didn't
real
have to
problem.
tell Chelsea either.
Sorry?
He didn't have to tell Chelsea either.
He didn't have to.
He came to
But
them and
I
he
think
was honest
they'd
about it.
find out, actually, even if it
Because I
did.
think he wanted to say, all right, well, your move. What do you want to do here?
Yeah,
You didn't
yeah,
have to tell
exactly.
him.
But even at that, it's still a risk.
He might have had to tell them because you might need permission for that
Oh, like
contractually.
contractual, you mean,
Yeah,
Dante?
because if they
Yes,
find out without him telling them, a huge problem.
yes, he's got big problems then. So
But
I
my
think,
goodness, he played
yeah,
it well. He was acting as if, yeah, the club. You could say he played it in a manner that people were all, you could say, all out blaming the club and no blame on his side. Because I think if a lot of people knew that he started speaking to Man City mid-October, I don't think a lot of people would support him. But let me catch up here. What do you want to say? Get me, says Fabregas, the only logical upgrade to Maresca. It's a lie.
No,
In my
it's
opinion,
not
I
an
love
upgrade.
you, but I disagree. I think they're gonna smoke him in the Premier League.
You guys should
It's,
see the rumors about people coming in, and like it's
yeah,
like somebody will come out and say, "Oh, he's one of the candidates," and somebody else will come out and say, "No, they're not one of the." Like people
yeah,
are even suggesting like Bournemouth's manager. Like it's getting ridiculous.
yeah, and
It's
I
getting
agree.
absurd.
Yeah, players need to step it up, honestly. And we have Isaac Kola here says we need a striker. It looks like we are always playing with 10 man. Cannot see this. And senior man back again. Happy New Year to you, to my brother. Getting ready for the Maresca got sacked in the morning podcast. Yeah. I wish I had to go take care of something this evening somewhere. I would have loved to be part of it because I want to cook. I want to cook. What's his name? Brian. Ryan. What's his? Kalito. I really want to cook him. I really want to cook Carlito, but let me leave it.
what
It will. The time will come. Anything else? Yeah. Happy New Year to you, too, my bro. I said that to you. What else do we have? The AI really doing well, but some, you can say, overkill sometimes. His stupid subs was enough to get him sacked alone. The poor results, Brentford trashed Bournemouth, and we barely drew. You know, football doesn't work like that. In football, 2 plus 2 doesn't always give you 4. Yeah. I'm not sure how to explain it. It doesn't work like that, really. Um, I disagree with Dante about Palmer being he's been our worst player in a while now. I agree with that one. Not down to him being a bad player, simply because he's not been fully fit. That's just my opinion anyway. And Mabasia says Coachella Maresca has met the players worse because he has no plan B. You're absolutely wrong. In terms of having plans, I think he has so many plans, in my opinion, which you can argue sometimes he overthinks it. Here's what confuses people here. There are basics to his approach, and that's nearly almost always remain the same. But there are things he is actually a overthinker. Saying he doesn't have plan B, that's one of the biggest lies I've heard from our fans. But that's by the way, we have Jude, the CEO of Chelsea FC Jingles, on the panel here. Um, yeah, I might be visiting New York soon. I think we have to hang out if I do. Hopefully, let's see how things pan out. But first of all, I don't know you're here to be Maresca's lawyer. I think you are. But let's hear you,
Well,
bro.
yeah, can you hear me very well?
Crystal clear.
Okay, thank you very much.
Crystal clear.
Good morning from here. Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah, good to be here again.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I was just trying to get the deep understanding of the whole thing, because I wouldn't lie. Since the time we heard about Chelsea having interest in Glasner, the Crystal Palace coach, even though the person that seems to be topping the chart now is the Strasbourg coach, maybe because the Crystal Palace one will be available, I don't know. But Sky Sport also recently confirmed that Maresca told Chelsea while he was speaking with while we was speaking with Man City since October, that Chelsea he's under contractual obligation to inform Chelsea, and he did. So maybe that's where the bad blood started, because definitely there was bad blood between him
Would
and
you
the
be
guy.
happy if you were one of the owners and you heard that?
No, no, I'm not even talking about the owners now. I'm talking about the directors,
Okay.
between him and the directors. Yeah,
But
yeah.
even at that,
I'm
as one of
pushing
the
the owners
directors, would you be
aside for
happy
now.
to hear that?
Yeah, well, hold on. Depends on what leads to it. First of all, um, if you are not giving, although owners might be selfish because they only see it from their own perspective. But for coach, you are an organizational leadership researcher. So let's do some organizational leadership structure thing here. If you do not create a conducive atmosphere for your employee, there might be possibility for them to
To want to leave.
prostitute. Yeah, yeah. So what he was doing, listening to another person while he was married to Chelsea, is like prostitution. It's like adultery, right? Okay, and then maybe he fell for it because he doesn't see a long time future in Chelsea. The way One thing I do not like about the way our club is being run, our club, you cannot, it's just like a company I started working with not too long ago. I had a manager, I had like a boss who wanted me to do things in a certain way. No, I'm not a baby. You understand? The guy we are talking in question of, I think I started a career before him far well enough. But then my own point is, give me what you want to be done. Let me do it in line with compliance. You understand? Don't try to macromanage me like like I'm a baby. So that is the work atmosphere for our coaches, and that is why like we keep saying, we can never have a world class coach work under that conditions. And what saddens me most is that who are these guys calling the shot as directors? These are nobodies. These are guys with Brighton credentials, not like they came from a Real Madrid, or they came from a Bayern Munich, or they came from a team that has been a serial winner at the top level. That's where I saw that we lost it, modeling our club after the likes of a Brighton. This is not Strasbourg, it's Chelsea. So that's where we lost it. And if you look at it, this model has never given anybody success at a top level. What some people call success. The Brighton success is not a success for me. God forbid I want to look at Brighton as a role model. That's madness to me. It's insanity in the first place. So those are the places we got it wrong, and our coaches, the way it seems it works in our place now is to give a coach a platform that he has to follow. You sign players mostly for a coach. Coaches come outside to defend themselves like they really have a say. Yeah, they might run it by you. If I come and I say, okay, I want to sign Dante for you, I think he's going to be a good fit for you. You might have a reason why you think he might not be a good fit, or maybe you think he doesn't, he's too highly skilled and he will not be able to integrate with the club. It might be your own reason. And you might want somebody far less experienced. You understand? But at the end of the day, um, uh, the coach might just come to do a PR to make it look like he was really part of it. But most of our coaches don't have a say. If they have a say, Pochettino will still be there today. Pochettino didn't want Chalobah to go on loan. He was sent out. He wanted Chalobah to remain in the club. He was sent out against his wish. It's part of where they started having problems if you go back to all those things. So I don't know what really caused this one, but if this guy was very comfortable the way it was, because I'm looking at it from both ways, from the Chelsea way and from the Maresca perspective. If this guy was really comfortable the way he expected to be, I don't think he'll be listening to a Man City, because he said something when he first came. He said he counted a privilege to have been offered this job. He himself knows that he's not our class. But then he came in. I didn't want him. I saw that this guy is not our class. But what made me got interest in him was when I listened to his interview, the way he analyzed football. I said, okay, this guy might have something to offer. He might not have that credential that is what's working for us, but if he knows what he's doing, he might be able to turn things around. And I will not rate Maresca as a bad coach at all. 60% win rate, qualifying Chelsea top four, first year. We're winning Conference League, which he was in. Some people will say, oh, it was a mediocre tournament. That was where he was. He won it. Club World Cup, that I didn't expect Chelsea to win Club World Cup, because I thought we would not be able to beat PSG. I thought we would not be able to beat Bayern Munich. We didn't play Bayern Munich eventually. Yeah, I felt we would have a chance against all those Brazilian clubs, yeah. But eventually we won. And we did not just win, we trashed PSG. We trashed the European champions, a team that is seen to be like the best in the world. We trashed them. And see what they pulled up against Arsenal, a 10-man Chelsea. Ateta couldn't beat a 10-man Chelsea, even though some other clubs lower than Arsenal did it. They did it in a very dramatic, in a very grand way. But however, I think that we need to review some things in our structure. I think we need experts in our directors. We need experts. I don't. These guys, I don't think. You see, at the end of the day, like somebody clearly said, I don't know if it was Dante or I can't remember. Somebody said something that during Roman's era, we fire and it pays off. We fire here, we go backwards. Yeah, I think we had some bit of progress when Maresca came in. We had progress compared to Poch and Graham Potter. I will rate Maresca as a progress. Not good enough, but it's progress. Yeah, like. But however, I would say that if these guys are going to bring somebody, you'll be seeing mediocre names on the list. So how it doesn't mean a mediocre cannot turn things around, but then how long do we want to experiment? Maresca has shown us that yeah, these guys might be young, but they can do something. So we do not really need a project coach. We need a coach that can kill it, a coach that can really win games and tournaments is what we need now, not project. So looking at it from both perspectives, Maresca was wrong, but what led to him being wrong? He might possibly not have been working on that.
Right? Did we lose him? He's still here, but we cannot hear him. So, anybody on the panel has anything else they want us to talk about? I will refresh the page to see if anything emerged. I think we should be rounding up. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 24 minutes. So, if you're on the panel, you have anything you want us to talk about, please bring it up. I don't think everything will happen today. I think we still have tomorrow to discuss whatever emerges later on in the day. But let's see if anything new emerged. We can address it and move on. While we wait for Jude to reconnect, if you have anything else you want us to talk about, please say it now or forever hold your peace.
Coach, did you want
Yeah,
to?
Tony, come on.
No, did you want to talk about where we go from here as fans, or did you want to say
Oh
that?
yeah. Very important. Where do we go from here?
To add to that, where do we go from here? Is the sort of last thing I want to say is now we're snookered a little bit because I really don't know who they're going to appoint.
That's where I'm concerned.
I will say to the sporting directors, surprise me. But then appointing someone isn't even the solution because they are going to now start all over again, getting used to the team, probably getting used to the Premier League. And it's just a bit of a mess. The last parting shot I have to give these people, stop embarrassing this club. Stop it. We're tired of this SHIT. It's an embarrassment. We're a laughing stock. We hire people, fire people, or fall out with people. What is this? Play school? I mean, come on. You hired this man. You mean you can't motivate a coach to stay with you to the duration of their contract? It's a shit show. It really is. I'm sick to the gut with this, and I don't know how it's going to turn out. Where we have no choice but to sit and watch it. But I think every single real Chelsea fan at this point in time is completely embarrassed, completely fed up with this nonsense. Sorry, I had to get that in because
Yeah, it's tiring, really. Where do we go from here? I'm not sure where we're going. Let's see who they hire.
I'll tell you a couple recent posts on X. So like in the past 30 minutes, so a little more came out. I don't know if you guys saw this. They said, and maybe this is old news. Apologies, I haven't checked X since I've been on here. So I mean, and after I got on here, so it could be from even far ago, but a long time ago, earlier today. But I saw a tweet about 30 minutes ago that said that the falling out started in October because Maresca told them that, and then he wanted an updated and improved contract, and they flat out said no. And like, apparently that's why he started being like, okay, so make of that what you will, whether you think he deserved one or not. And then the other thing, someone said Egbali has been untagging himself on tweets criticizing him, and he's unfollowed all 300 to 500 accounts he was following. He's supposed to be managing more than 30 companies and worth billions in total valuation, but kind of acting childish.
In football, fans' behavior is different from managing workers that you pay. You don't pay fans. They tell you what they want. You can block them. So it's a different ball game altogether, in my opinion. Chelsea feared Maresca's head being turned by the prospect of potentially replacing Pep Guardiola. I think that's a factor too. I mean, it's everywhere now. We're never going to know what was, you could say, the main reason why this whole thing blew up the way it did. But that's by the way. For me,
Well,
nothing else from me. I know
so,
stuff will still
Coach,
emerge, and we'll still have a lot to talk tomorrow. Go ahead, Tony.
well, I was going to ask you, like, we have no idea, but like, or anyone else for that matter, a lot of because I think, I don't know, just a thought, like, a lot of the blame is going to Egbali. Is that what are you guys thinking?
No, I don't.
I just want to get a general consensus.
No,
I mean, the
I don't
jury's
think so.
still out
What
for me,
this
but
is
it's
just.
just
It
like,
depends on who you ask.
do most people
Um,
on
and
this
yes,
panel,
Bali is the current chairman, and he will be chairman for 5 years.
right? But Egbali's like he's the hands-on day
No,
to day, right?
even at that, they don't. They're
Join
But
not
the
the
queue.
sole.
everyone's.
Clinic
I
isn't
know
doesn't make.
everyone
They're
needs
not the
someone to
sole
blame,
decision
but
makers.
I'm just trying to see if as a general consensus, as a panel, do you think that it's the entire board and ownership, or are there certain elements, or are you guys the jury's still out for you? You don't know.
Listen, I'm just gonna stick with what I told you. People should stop blaming Bali, and we've been told that it was a unanimous decision. That yeah, it's over. It's not gonna work out.
Yeah, it can't be. It's not one person.
It's not
Definitely
one
not one
person,
person.
irrespective of you could say
Bowley's involved in that
yeah.
decision. There's a board. There's the sporting directors, the coach. They're all involved in that decision. So it's a collective. It's not just one person making the final decision. So
Right.
they all would have had to agree for that to happen, for Maresca to part ways. Maresca would have had to agree, and apparently he's the one that handed in his resignation. So he's resigned. So uh, yeah, it's not one person. People got to stop blaming. Oh, it's just the sporting directors. Oh, it's just Win Stewart. It's that guy. It's Begbali. It's Bowley. It's a joint decision. They all have to agree for that to happen. It's not quite that simple.
Right.
It's not Egbali. It's not. He hasn't got full power to just say everything. No, he can't do
Okay.
that. It's a board decision. Very simple. It's a collective decision. So yeah, we'll wait and see. Let the dust settle a little bit. We'll find out more. But yeah,
So
like
with that,
I love Maresca, but I think he might have overstepped
overplayed his
his
hands, or maybe
authority.
felt like he you could say he was seeking a lot more power than they had agreed,
hmm,
or
Yeah,
maybe
I
they
know. People
waited
are
for
saying he
months
won
for
the
a
Club World Cup
contract.
and that, but you're not. Even though you did win that, yeah, that was a good bonus. You showed that we can do it. Okay, you don't. He would have got big bonuses for winning that, first of all, because all contracts have that in them. They would have got big bonuses. So for him asking then a new contract, I think that's a bit too early after 1 year. You're not you're not getting a new contract after 1 year when you just signed a 5-year contract, and you probably got massive bonuses for making Champions League, winning Conference League, winning Club World Cup. I mean, I don't believe that's the issue. If he wanted a contract, yeah, he's not on the biggest contract, but doesn't matter. It's too early for that. So I think he overplayed his hand. If this is true that he did, like you say, Tony, if you saw that, but also just him asking for permission to speak to Man City, well, that's yeah. Like I said, I love Maresca, but I can see and I can understand the decision why they made probably that. Uh, they don't want. They've made it clear before. They don't want people that don't want to be here and aren't fully 100% committed. That includes players. They don't believe in the project, or they don't. They're all on the same page. They don't
yeah,
want him around. They'll let you go straight away. They'll let you just go.
yeah,
Now, and I think Maresca's let us down in that sense. He's let me down, I think, because he's probably let a lot of the players down as well. They would be disappointed as well, a lot of the players. Some players will be happy, maybe okay that he's gone, but I think most won't. But I think a lot of players will be pissed off at him that he's probably made that decision as well. Because, like I said, the bond they probably created winning the Club World Cup, and that when you win stuff, you're always closer. So, but they are also professional, and I think they will move on pretty quickly. They're used to that anyway. But yeah, I'm personally not too happy with Maresca, to be honest. I think he's overplayed his hand, and it was very if that's 100% true, that is very disrespectful to the ownership,
hmm,
even to the sporting directors. Even if they do have a say in things, they are the sporting directors. Maresca would have agreed to that only a year ago. He would have agreed to that contractually and
hmm,
verbally and everything in every media conference you see. Love the team, love this, love that. Okay, so if he's gone and done that, well, that's on him, and that's very disappointing in my opinion.
And it's
yeah,
disrespectful to the players and a show of no confidence to the players. And the players will
And
feel
that as
that.
well, yes. That's
You
what I
know,
said. A lot of players will be pissed off because of that. Yeah.
yeah, he's let them down big time if that was his position, because he's just said, you're not worth my time. That's bad. That's toxic in itself. And if that was the case, then there's no choice other than to let him go.
And yeah, Bobby, and
And I
you
think that's
remember
why
we
you've
said
seen
that
this so quickly
a lot of stuff
escalate.
will be
Yeah.
coming out. There's one nonsense that Pies shared, that they were dictating who to select and what substitutions to make. I don't believe that one bit.
They don't do that. They're not in
You
his
can
ear. They're not there. They don't do that. That's rubbish. They review after games. That's why they're sporting directors and technical director Winch Stewart, I think it is, or Stanley, I can't remember. I think it's Winch Stewart. Yes, they'll review games, but they sit down together and they will review games. Now, when you do that, you can have maybe a bit of a misunderstanding or a bit of an argument, but that's just normal at that level. That's happens all the time now. So they're not going to tell him who to in-game decisions. They're not involved in that. No, they're definitely not involved. That is on Maresca and his responsibility, and he's held accountable for that. If he results are not going well, yeah, you're going to be, they're going to review it and you're going to have a discussion about it. That's what directors do. Technical director does that. So, I mean, I don't see anything wrong. I think Maresca's done big mistake here. So, and like that's why I asked that question earlier. When you add everything together, and I think he doesn't really feel the love, in my opinion, from what I've seen and talked to people from
Yeah,
the
the
fans
fans
anyway.
never really warmed up to him like
They don't really
Max.
never wanted him, even though when he was winning, didn't want him. I can't remember. Max said even if he wins the league, Premier League, they still won't want him. They still don't like him. It doesn't
They
matter
don't
because
like
they
his
already had that.
approach.
Yeah, so that would help that type of decision make it a little bit easier as well, obviously. So yeah.
And you
I,
see, you see the same fan base that was singing his name when he came out. That 48 hours no support thing. The same fan base booed him.
Look, coach, we know most of them don't like him from the start because they hate the ownership from the start. They never gave the ownership a chance and never gave Maresca a chance because it's just another ownership signing, another yes man, whatever they want to call it. They always hated him from the start. Even when he won the Conference League, won this, doesn't matter how good a coach he is, tactically, whatever, they still kept going on. This is a majority. It's not a small, little, tiny. It's quite a big voice there. There's quite a section, and they go to the games. It's a lot of the season ticket holders as well. That's why the home games, atmosphere is good if you're doing really well winning, but as soon as you're drawing or you're losing or something, yeah, he gets a lot of abuse. I've seen it. I know Bobby probably doesn't agree, but he gets a lot of abuse from fans. No appreciation, to be honest. Yes, some of the fans finally, winning helps as well, but it doesn't matter. Even after he won, if you lose the next game, they're onto you again, and they're just abusing him. And I think maybe that had a little bit of part in my personal opinion, had a bit of part in it. He just never felt the love from these fans at all. And that's also down to the
Yeah,
Chelsea media. The
yeah. A lot
Chelsea
of
media
nonsense
absolutely
coming out. Now,
kill him.
this one by killing Kieran Gill DM. This is also contradictory, in my opinion. It's contradicting itself. The latter part of it contradicts what the initial part said. I think the first part is saying he, Maresca, did not speak to Alejandro Garnacho before he was brought in, but that's a lie. I remember some comments suggesting he spoke to him.
Of course he spoke
Um,
to him. Yeah.
yeah, from Manchester United. Then
He said
this
it
latter
himself.
part, and the latter part said that purchase was put to him for his opinion, and Maresca agreed his what signing. So, what's the need for this report in the first place? Did you listened, right? You heard the two parts. So,
Yeah,
like we agreed, a lot of nonsense will be coming out now.
yeah.
Yeah.
He told
A lot of
Ganacho to hold on. Can you hear me?
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. So he
yeah,
told
Jude, go.
Ganacho to hold on. That like he gave him a kind of assurance that the deal will be done. So he spoke to him.
So, which means he wanted them.
Yeah, yeah. At least he agreed to have him.
He
Let me.
agreed to
I'll
it,
say
so,
like that.
which was
Yeah.
why I've been telling people I don't see any player that was signed today that Maresca doesn't. That's part of the first team that he didn't. Okay,
So
Like I keep saying, coach, the players we signed, he okayed all of them and wanted all
it's
of them.
simple
They
as
were the
that.
profiles he wanted.
Whether
The
they're good
profiles, but
enough or not
also,
is an argument for another day.
yeah, let's not go back
the
to that
only
one.
thing I
But yeah,
was saying the
anyway.
other time is why is it that your current employee would be interested in listening to someone else? That's what I think we just need to address. We need to address within our structure because it looks like something is just wrong with the way things are done. It's a privilege for somebody like him to be in charge of Chelsea, and that's why some fans don't like him because they feel no, he doesn't belong to our class. But at the end of the day, he came, he started proving himself. So we need to look at
Exactly,
that,
yeah.
yeah, and we need to look at that and start try to make these coaches comfortable, maybe he got greedy and
Jude, listen, I can tell you right now, under this ownership, you
okay.
bring any coach right now, it'll still be the same because it's a Clear Lake signing, blah, blah, blah. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
will not matter who. Only maybe if it's Jose Mourinho, maybe is the only one that they will say, okay, but even they'll even turn on him eventually
They will
as
not
well.
even
But
they
Oh,
will not hire him because he's not gonna
yeah,
be yes sir, yes man.
They won't
but
even
I'm
no,
just
risk
he
it.
saying,
is.
They'll know already.
He's
yeah,
a no man. No,
But
but
which simply means the risk will always be there. The risk of managers polishing their resume with us and moving on.
Yes,
um,
Moresca has polished his resume. You get yeah, he has
Yeah.
polished
look,
his resume. Yeah. Yeah.
our squad is a little bit better, a bit more experienced now. So managers have seen, other managers have seen that we can win. You can win with that squad. They'll know the quality of the squad.
The
They can see
question
what the
whether
squad
the
can
newer
do.
signings, whether they're good enough, is a different argument altogether. But do we have a good squad?
Yeah,
We do. With everybody fit,
Yeah, we have a good squad,
we
yeah.
have a good squad.
But not everybody will be able to manage our squad, but we have a good squad for anybody who can manage it. Initially,
exactly.
I
Yeah,
would say we don't have a good squad, but when I've seen what our guys have done in some big games, we have a good squad.
Like what
it's
changed?
yeah.
Maybe mentality, mindset, because you need that to fight.
Look,
All
just
um,
the
right.
run. Like I said, it's not like we lost 7 games in a row. It's not like that. Yeah, we haven't won in 6, but it was like 4 draws
Yeah.
and 3. It's not like we lost all the games. And even Max brought it up, we didn't get dominated in any of those games. None of those games are all very close. A little bit luck here, a bit of luck there. We finished our chances. So it's not like it was critical. Oh my God, it's the end of the world. It wasn't that bad.
No.
You go through this every season. Every team goes through this every season. We
Yeah.
went through this 2 months last season. Not a little spell. We went for like 14 games, or was it 13 where we didn't win a game or something, or one game we won. So I mean, you're going to have these things. So that's why I didn't think it's not the squad. Our squad is much better now. It will only
Yeah.
get better
I,
next
I,
year
I
and
think
especially
Maresca
the year
owes
after.
an apology. If you are saying against
Yeah,
ever
I agree. Yeah.
pivoting, if you are saying that it was your last 48 hours, was 48 hours in your career, or while in Chelsea, you should have added that it's my last 48 hours because I was speaking with City. You made it look like it was the last 48 hours because you were having a
I
bad
mean,
run of
he
form.
he he
He can't
deceived
say that,
people to
but
that
yeah.
I know
point. I think he
I'm just
deceived
joking.
people.
I'm just joking, but
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
the
yeah.
fault. Yeah,
Yeah.
he
But
has a
here's the
fault
thing.
into.
Go ahead.
His hands are not clean completely
No,
because
he's not.
yeah, yeah.
He's no, he's not. He's
The
not.
only way I
He should not
can
be. He should
maybe
not be exempt of blames, in my opinion.
No, the only
No.
way I can probably maybe, forgive him for this if he actually goes to City, Manchester City, and there's a succession plan there to go takes Pep's spot. Because otherwise, he's going to look like a fool, to be honest, and he's going to have a very hard time getting any proper big job if that's the case. Because no one's going to trust him.
I
He might get
mean,
another
integrity
he
is
will probably go
important.
back to Italy, go back to a mid-table team in Italy or something. Maybe a big team, but I don't see anyone trusting him, to be honest. If that's the case, because that's going to really, it's not going to look good in that sense. A lot of teams will not trust you, and that will really affect a lot of decision. So for his sake, I just hope he made this decision knowing that pretty much 100% he's getting that Man City role, because otherwise, it's not a good look for him.
Do you think we'll be able to get the Crystal Palace manager, or we're just going to stick to the
We
Stratford?
might, you never know. The fact that it isn't out there doesn't mean we cannot get him. So let me just get a few comments here. I'm not going to
Yeah.
be able to get every comment. I see Dan's comment, interesting one. At first, Dan was acting as if somebody sent him here to come and attack someone specifically, but he's changed his tone. So I'm going to read his comment. I don't look. I don't operate on a surface level. I operate on a deeper level. I look beyond a lot of a lot of people see on a surface level. So at first, Dan, I have to be honest with you. You started as if you were sent to come and attack someone specifically here. Why it was easy
Mm.
to think that's the case? Because you don't know that person that much before. That's my opinion. So let's see. Yes, man, no man, yes, and everything you said there. Who else do we have here? Liam isn't experienced enough. I don't want him. I think he's probably gonna struggle at Chelsea. Let's see. Vic here says Maresca was an accomplice until he no longer wanted to be an accomplice. He dances to the tunes of Clear Lake until he no longer likes the song. I don't like you, but I really like this comment.
Yeah,
He was all
yeah.
the
I
squad is
agree.
perfect. I love
I
this
agree.
squad.
Yeah,
I took this
I
squad
agree. Yeah, this is
when
true.
I got to the job. I told the owners in 5 years Chelsea will dominate. Every time he would say with a straight face that he's happy with the new signings, will become better according to him. Called RDZ to confirm, to ask questions about what's his name, João Pedro and all that. But boom, until Man City come calling, that's how I see it. All of a sudden, he wants to leave and start misbehaving to make sure it happens because his head is turned. I love him, but I feel like he just used us to polish his resume. And unfortunately, as long as we're getting yes ma'ams, there would be. I don't agree that there will be, you could say, scarcity of managers willing to take the Chelsea job. A lot of them would want to. Chelsea is still a big club, irrespective of what anybody thinks. A lot of them would want to because it's a step closer to getting, you could say, getting into that realm of being recognized as a big time manager.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
there it is. We're a stepping stone club now. See, that's what they've done to
Yeah,
us.
that will probably make that the case. A lot of manager will happily take the job, irrespective of the condition.
yeah. But
Like,
right now,
But
if
can
they
I
put it
shock?
out there that Maresca was talking to City and all this happened, it will even help all the next coach to listen to us better. They wouldn't see it like, oh, this guy won them 2 trophies and he got fired. Now that knowing that, it will make them like want to work with us. Like, okay, well, it was Maresca who goofed, so that kind of thing. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, some managers will look at the job and feel like, you know what, I think I can win something with this and update my resume. But just give me 1 second. I have been told that coaches have turned us down because of the owners. Let's hear them. I think a few might have because of the structure. I would say mid-table teams, mid-table owners, mid-table managers, 2 billion down the drain. Okay, can you do some mathematics? How many players have we sold, and how many did we make of it? And Dan here says, tell me how we have a good squad. Listen, how we have a good squad. Defense are average, goalkeeper average, left wingers are crap, Liam Delap and not good enough. Stop this rubbish. Okay, Houston, that's your opinion. We said we have a good squad, but if you ask me, I still tell you, even when we were second, that no, we're not in a title race. That doesn't mean
And
we
we're
have
not
a bad squad.
complete.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we have a bad squad. Do I think we have defensive issues? Yes. Do I think we can probably do with much better wingers? I'd say yes. But that doesn't mean we have bad players. The difference is that the new wingers we have just need time. That's the path we've taken. And I've always told people, look, that my immediate concern from the time these owners took
Rudy
over, from the time they changed the model to signing younger players, I said the immediate future, I'm concerned about the immediate future. But the long-term future will be so bright, you need glasses to look at them. And I still believe that's the case. The difference is that, as Bobby will put it, we have raw players that needs to develop, and that's the truth. Irrespective of the argument whether Gittins is better than what's his name, Gittins is better than Madueke and vice versa, and all that. That's a different argument for another day. But my point is, do we have a good squad? We do have a good squad. Does that mean it's perfect? No. We have defensive issues, and I'll be the first to tell you that. But maybe your definition of a good squad is that it has to be perfect. Even City doesn't have a perfect squad. Yeah. So, but yeah, I get your point.
Well,
What else do you have here? Go ahead, Dante. You were saying something.
I was.
Were you? I thought. Oh, who was? Go ahead.
Tony, yeah. I want to make sure, like Bobby and some other people that haven't been spoken in a bit, I just wanted to make sure that people could weigh in on like where we go from here as fans. I mean, we kind of dance around it, but we haven't really touched it. And just real
It's really
quick,
difficult, Tony. What You then asked the question, where do we go from here? I think
Well,
where we go
you
from
said it
here
was
depends on the
important and
next manager.
you haven't answered it.
Well,
What do you think?
this comes back to my point. It's all very well for people to criticize the Chelsea fan base and say that they booed Maresca. To be honest, I don't buy that. As somebody that often goes to these games, I don't see that at all.
You don't
There
see that's
have
a
been
factor.
no, it's not. It's not been
Okay.
happening. There have been occasions like when we had that protest time. I forget. There's one occasion this season, but apart from that, Chelsea fans are very smart, especially those that go to the bridge. They'll be hurting by this. Everybody wants to see the club progress. And where do we go from here as fans? We just have to sit and wait. This is the thing. We have to sit and wait and see what these people do next. Could there be another protest? I think very likely there could. It all depends on what they do next. This is why this Liam Rosinia, whatever his name is, it's not really a good idea. I
It's
think they're
not.
going
I
to
don't
have
want
to
that
get,
to happen.
yeah, they're going to have to get somebody that at least has some sort of credibility. They put themselves in a very difficult position. And just to respond to, I think someone was talking about looking at the root cause of this. I think it's right. The root cause of this is how can you vouch for somebody? The person comes in all singing, all dancing, and you neglect to motivate them throughout the tenure of their contract, such that when another club is twerking or whatever it is Man City was doing, he then started comparing. Oh, if I go over here, I'll have money to do this, I'll have money to do this. Whereas over here, they're so strict, they want youth players, and I have to struggle to get to that next level. That's the thing that I think turned his head. One thing I hope the sporting directors and the ownership understand is that should they ever get anybody else again that they vouch for to that level, they have to stick by him. They have to keep encouraging him and they have to keep motivating him, especially with their business in the transfer window. Where do we go? We sit and wait. We're Chelsea fans. We've seen it all. We have seen it all. In the past 4 years, we've been through more pain than any other top flight set of fans. So we'll survive. We'll come
Absolutely.
out the other side. But I think the ownership need to be careful because they had a protest last season, and this season they're sending themselves back in that direction, which is very unhealthy.
I think we have to also say that cautiously because we're not sure whether Maresca walked or whether he was fired.
Doesn't matter, coach. Both ways, they have a responsibility. There's no way, whatever
I
happened
mean,
here,
blames. Yeah, some blames still fall on them. Go ahead.
absolutely, absolutely, whatever was the reason, the accountability for that reason, they have a part to play at the very least.
Wow. Anybody else before I catch up with what we have in the chat? And nothing else has emerged. I think after that we have to call it a day. And Dan, I need to get on your panel. I have a lot of people I want to fight because of their redonkulous opinions. And I'm gonna Dan, I'm gonna get on your panel as soon as I can when I get a chance because I know you're my friend, irrespective of our differing opinions. It doesn't matter. I don't. You can say I don't you can block people out of my life because of their opinions because you
Coach, you
cannot
got a
learn.
new person join us. Olud Popo.
Oladipo, that's
Oludipo.
Jude. You know him,
That's Jude,
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Jude. Chelsea FC Jingles.
Ah,
Mm.
right, right.
Yeah.
Hey,
Coach, after
coach.
Palmer, Kuku, James, Caicedo, Neto, the rest are trash. That's your opinion. I think
Mm.
that's not okay. You did not even mention Estevao.
No, he didn't. Hey,
Yeah.
coach.
So
My closing thought is like I think there's enough material to have a show tomorrow as well. Like for example, something interesting I thought of is like, and I'm not saying I approve or disapprove, but it's an interesting conversation. Like if Maresca's gone, you think like we could talk about, do we think there's any possible pathway open back up for Nicholas Jackson to come back? That would be interesting.
Somebody has asked
Um,
the question.
oh, that's already happened.
We did
Okay, I
discuss that
wasn't.
earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
But
wasn't
yes,
here for a
let
while.
me answer. Let me
The other
answer you.
thing
You know
is,
why it's not possible?
mhm. Why?
A lot of stuff that came from his camp.
Oh yeah, yeah. The other thing is, we should probably discuss who Rossignor's replacement is going to be at Chelsea when he's fired. So,
In advance.
yeah, why not? Let's just hit it early. I mean, we already know the news of tomorrow, don't we?
Man,
Let's just
I'm
get it out of the way.
drained. I'm drained because I loved this man, but I'm just happy. I was patient. I didn't go full on, you could say, meltdown or start posting on X. I just was saying, if we're gonna fire him, make it quick and hire another manager. Don't prolong it. He shouldn't be here for the City game. We shouldn't be. He shouldn't be use us to. You could say to audition for the City game if he's met. If it turns out that yeah, his head is turned already. But
And
learning
isn't it
that he
interesting that,
started. Sorry.
yeah, the City game is next? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, exactly. So I was saying he shouldn't be here. Why stay if we already decide if it's clear that the relationship here has gone down south? You know, I love him so much. I love him, defended him, had people block me because of him.
I did
And
as well.
all
Yeah. Yeah.
objectively,
Yeah.
really. And he proved us that supported him right in so many ways.
Do we think
He
Sunday
did.
is going to be a
Yeah.
bloodbath because we don't have a new manager bounce yet?
Who?
Do we think the match against City is going to be a bloodbath on Sunday because we don't have a new manager bounce yet, even to work with?
If anything, I think we'll probably here's the thing. Um, mm,
I don't know.
no,
I think it
even
will.
if we switch ownership right now, it will not be.
I
I
think
think the
it will.
players.
Haaland's gonna run riot. Haaland.
Let's see.
What's the little guy they got from France? They've got Doku as well. I mean, with the disorganized Chelsea, they're gonna run riot for
We
sure.
might be disorganized, but we'll see. Let's see what
We'll still
happens.
play the same, I think. So we're not going to change. They're not going to change anything now. They'll play the same system. They'll play the same setup. It'll all be the same. So we're still strong when we do play that way, and we match up against City pretty well when we play them. We don't get blown out by them. So we're pretty unlucky the last couple of times. So I don't see it being too much of a problem, to be honest. In fact, actually could actually help. Maybe the players will be motivated to do it, for themselves because they're pissed off, or even for Maresca. You don't know. They might, so it could be a positive. You never know.
Let's see how it
I don't
pans
see
out.
us getting smashed though. No.
Yeah, a few days from now, Maresca will end up at Lecce or Sampdoria. Let's see. What else do we have here? Maresca will end up at
He might
Juventus.
if he doesn't
Possibly.
get that City job.
He
Yeah, he
might not
might.
actually get the City job. It might be one of those clubs, really. He wants Man United
Yeah, you
job too.
never
And
know.
United probably they willingly hire him if it's available. Because he's far better than Amorim.
I think he's not going to be in. I don't know if he's. Yeah, he might actually want to go back to Italy. Maybe you never know. So these Italian coaches, a lot of them, they don't last too long usually in England. They go back, most of them, pretty much. They don't. They just don't. For some reason, they don't like it here as much in England. They don't last too long. They always want to go back all the time.
Yeah. Rich Money Makers is saying even Tottenham want him. Says what else do we have here? Tell Bobby Liam asking for centre backs. Protest coming. Okay. You guys go ahead, plan it well. Let's
Go on and
see.
protest. Yeah.
Yeah. I want 8 out. Okay. Yeah, what else do we have here? No worries. Very soon, I want to fight a lot of people on your panel. He wants CBs, and I'm not lying. Honestly, I want to go there, not fight, debate mainly, but we use the term fight. Incoming. It looks like it, but I don't want it. Liam wants experience CVs. Okay. Oh yeah, live
Why? How do you know
6:30.
that already?
He's already sacked.
All right. Anything else you guys want us to talk about, or
Yeah,
should we just call it a day?
you had a comment real quick. It said, "This is blowing my mind." It said, "Estevao is talented, but not yet enough for EPL level," and I'm just like, he's like the best looking player every time he comes on. So does that mean the rest of our squad is championship level? Like, I don't understand. Like, he's definitely talented enough. That one's just
He's
that got
very
me.
talented.
Yes.
Yes, he's very talented. And no, he doesn't look good every time he's come on because he's had a couple of really bad games, 3 or 4
Yeah,
in a row, actually.
but he
He hasn't
usually
played
looks
well
like the
at
most
all.
lively player ready to make something happen.
Yeah.
Usually,
Yeah.
Yeah, so he hasn't been very good, but that's just down to him adjusting, in my opinion. The weather, London, first time cold, playing in the cold ever, and 0 degrees. So, yeah, but again, he started again and he played. He was probably our best
Can
player
you
again. So,
sorry to interrupt you.
yeah.
Can you tell me the game Estaba was so bad that he played so bad? Can
You
you
don't remember
recall
the
any
games
of
he
the
came on
games?
and played really bad, lost the ball, didn't track back, made
That's
mistakes,
never true
didn't
about
create.
the guy. Just go
It's
watch.
like 2 or 3 games in a row.
Bamford, don't
Es-
worry. The argument isn't that he's a bad player.
no, I know
No, he's
he's
not a
not a
bad
bad player,
player.
but the fact that people still think that I've said this and I'm going to say it again. If you look at our squad right now, this boy has saved us from so many games we were just going to embarrass ourselves. He rescued the team most of the time. But I think when you come to the fan base,
Not in the Premier League,
people
Bam.
people make
Just
analysis
once.
based on sentiments. Like I remember somebody said he really liked Neto, but on the other side, he thought Estabal wasn't the best person to be on the right side. And my honest opinion, I have to be also sentimental. My honest opinion, if you come to Chelsea team right now, there is nobody who can compare himself to this young boy. Looking at his age and the level that he goes to, and the way he plays, I can tell you that even Cole Palmer is not up to that level. Somebody who is in the first 11 of the Brazilian national team. Do you know the number of the population in Brazil? The number of soccer players who are there, and he has been there for some time now. He command the first 11. So when people say that, oh, he's having a bad game, yeah, he will have a bad game. When he was coming, expectations were high. And this is the time sometimes we have to, like the way people think about players, sometimes it can affect them. He's somebody who is on social media, but he's not that type who will be causing trouble or making a whole lot of stuff. If you go there, he has some interesting posts and other things. So if fans begin to discourage him and he continues to read some of the comments and they are discouraging him, I don't think that's the
I
best
mean,
way to go.
if he wants to leave Chelsea because of fan comments, I mean, he should start leaving right now. I'll help
And
him
Exactly.
back up.
Coach,
But I
can
the
I
don't
fact
think
read
he
a
that
quick?
will.
Can
people
I
think
quickly
that
read
he
a
hasn't
Yeah,
post?
done
yeah. Go
well or
ahead,
he
Bobby.
has, I don't
There's a
remember any of the game. There was a game
there's
he
a
attracted the yellow card. I think he caught somebody off guard and
We're not, Vance. Here's the thing: we're not going to
there's
start the argument whether he's a good player or not. He's an excellent player.
Yeah, we all
well
agree with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
he's
so the
not
There's,
way
been
forward,
perfect.
listen
let's
to
bring
this
in
post.
somebody.
Go
Let's
ahead,
bring in
Bobby. Go
somebody
ahead.
This
Let's
who
is
hear
a
Bobby.
very
really know the
interesting
football
post.
club.
It really
Yeah.
is.
Let's
A
bring
guy
in
called
somebody who
Junior
really know the
JNR.
football club. I don't know
Hold
if
on one second.
such.
Who's
Baz, can
talking
we
here?
grab
A
Bobby?
guy
Bobby's trying to say something.
just
Okay,
If you,
let him
quickly.
go
yeah.
ahead.
Go ahead, Bobby.
A guy called JNR posted this, and I thought it was quite interesting, and is building some traction here. It says Asugo liked the club statement of Maresca getting sacked. Uh, says a lot about the manager. Nobody in the entire Chelsea team except Cucurella has said farewell. No
That's
one
not.
likes him.
More people have since
Fall,
then. That's a little older.
falls out with players, doesn't give them
Go ahead,
minutes.
Bobby.
Was talking to Man City. That is the biggie because that's a slap in the face of the players in his first
Everybody at the
year.
club.
So that's an interesting post. You
And
know
that's a sign
whether
of something that, yeah, go ahead, Bobby. Sorry, I
I mean,
apologize.
Esugo can't really talk. Sorry, that's not a good. Esugo is not someone to. He was out. He was injured for so long.
look,
He came back,
it's the
played, got injured again. Then So he's not someone that,
he's
he
still
would have
part
played a
of the
lot actually if he was available.
But go ahead, Bobby.
he's still part of the squad. And if
He's
players haven't even said farewell,
We're
as
getting
I,
feedback from
they have
somebody.
Bobby,
The
they have.
feedback is coming
Yeah.
from yours. Can you mute, please?
it's not
Go ahead,
me.
Bobby.
Yeah, players. If players haven't said farewell, then it's telling. Maybe by now there would have been a few farewells. I don't know, but even the fact that it's taken a while, I think his move towards the other club to try to tell the players they were not good enough for him is a very bad move for him. It really is. If that's true, I don't think that will go down well for him at all. And if the players rise up to the occasion at Man City, it will be in spite of him instead of because of him.
I mean,
Yeah, that's what I say. There's a
yeah.
possibility. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. Sky Sports was saying a Strasbourg coach plays the same way like Maresca, that he will not be changing much if he's hired. According to Chelsea FC Jingles, thank you so much for joining. I think we'll be calling it a day in a bit. I'm exhausted, really. I'm quite sure a lot of stuff to talk. Nine what? Red cards to us, I'm sure. Like I say, though, boy playing Sunday against City will help us. He's not going to play. He's suspended, right? Imagine Maresca making Dalot invited to midfield at Manchester United. Dalot will struggle under Maresca. Then they're going to sign him a few players. Caicedo not playing. Okay, now you go. Yeah, you can give it a shot. Debates are good. No, I can't read everything. I'm tired, man. I can tell you that
All right, coach, I'm
Chelsea.
gonna go as well.
Yeah,
So take
exactly.
care,
He
guys.
doesn't have a
We'll speak
consistent
soon.
11. Yeah, no problem, bro. I'll talk to you later. And I think with that, please let's call it a day. I'm really, really tired. Esteva is ready, but Neto is a more technical player for Maresca. And big up to Sanchez. That brother accepted Maresca over the last few games. I think, yeah, he's been excellent actually of late. Become a leader too. Anything else here? I just have to run. Jesus Christ! I wanted to think you all were honest, but you all think we will do better against City, knowing we won't. Caicedo. Let me ask you: we were 10 men, 1 man down against Arsenal without Caicedo on the pitch. How well did we play? I'm not saying that. Yeah, chances are, had he been on the pitch on that day, we could have won, and we nearly won with a man down. We have moral for unit. We're not relying on one individual. So I'm not sure. So because we did not say, "Ooh, Caseta is not going to play. We're going to lose." That does that mean we're not being honest? You have to consider other factors. So I don't. There's nothing else here. Honestly, I'm tired. Anybody else has anything else? Coach, do you know that watching your program is more interesting to me than watching Ganacho get this on the lap? Jesus Christ! All right, thank you for that. We appreciate that.
Oh no.
Some this particular individual is happy he's gone, and a lot of other stuff. Breaking news: Callum McFarlane's set to be in charge of Chelsea versus Manchester City press conference tomorrow. Who is that? Who's the Callum
Who?
guy?
Maybe some academy coach or something. I
Or
don't,
one of the you could say
or maybe the video analyst. Some of the video analysts, he got.
they do know, yeah, they're good. I don't know who that is, really.
He came with a big team, so I don't know all of them are going to follow him or some of them will be back. I don't know who
And
brought our former goalie. Was he the
they're
one
gonna
who brought him? What is the name? This guy who came from City, the goalie who came from City, the assistant.
Our former goalkeeper too,
Yeah, I don't know
Caballero.
if Maresca brought him, but if he's still there, obviously they might take in charge of the team until we have a substantive, coach. But the point is, we should bring in somebody who already know the system and know this football club, and somebody that you can fall on is Gus Hennig for a short term. Let him come and take over the whole place as you look for a new coach,
Um,
because he's an experienced coach and he knows how to work with young players. Other than
Bam,
that, we can also wait till we get Cesc Fabregas, because Fabregas is also doing very well with Como.
He's not going to leave Como. He's the
so
co-owner of that club,
he's not on the Cess isn't on the short list
and
apparently.
he's
And
not
another
on
But you
this.
might not know,
thing is
and
that
he knows our football club very well. He
Goose
will be
Hiddink
good
is
with.
not going to come because he was Abramovich's caretaker. He doesn't know these guys, and I would tell based on what happened when these guys came in. I mean, the club looks nothing like it did when
He
he was
was
there.
romance friends too.
He
He was
wouldn't
romance friend.
even know where to begin if he walked in those offices today.
So the point is, we need to get somebody that will be here for long. Somebody who is very. We need quality, a quality manager, somebody you can think of who can take this team to the next level. And they have to sit down with the person, try to blend the team with maybe some experience, because that's all some of the fans have been complaining. We need some extra to take this team to the next level. We don't want a situation where we'll come back here next season around this time and we'll be talking about new coach. This is what happened the last time Pochettino was sacked. And I
All
think
right.
most Chelsea fans are getting fed up of that situation. We
That
have to get a
that's
quality coach, somebody who can be here for at least minimum 4 years, build this team, then probably the person can go and somebody can also step in. We don't want a situation somebody will come and at the end
that
of the day, they will have some misunderstanding with the owners. And sometimes I have to blame the coaches too. If you are coming, you know what you are going to sign for. Most of the time, they don't say anything. The same thing happened to Pochettino. But when things are going bad, that is when they want to voice out. And it doesn't work that way. If you can't maintain or manage a team the way they've structured it, let them know, I'm sorry, I'm not in a position to handle this team. But most of the time, they will be quiet, take the job. After they are facing some few problems, that is when they want to come out. That is not helping anybody. So moving forward, any coach who is coming in, they have to like voice out, tell the owners, hey, I also have to be part of the signings. You can't bring any player to me for me to work with. If they say no, that's not how we structure things, then you can expose them to the media so that the fans can also take it from there. But if you are quiet and you want to be part of the booty and later on you are facing problem, you don't have to talk to the fans or you don't have to like complain. You just walk out and you leave. So moving forward, we need a quality coach, because if you look at the squad that we have, Kochi, somebody can come in and change so many things. And even I like it this way because there are so many players who are frozen right now. Who knows a new coach will come and revive Disasi? Nobody
but
knows. A
bam
new coach
bam
can come, you say, hey, I want to have a look at all the
bam
players that are frozen.
the
Let them
thing I
come
want to
and
add
try
though
their luck.
is the
Somebody
thing I
can
want to
revive
add
Disasi's
is
I don't think.
career. The same thing happened to this guy who went to Madrid. What is his name? Rudiger. People thought Rudiger was done until Tuchel took over, and he was able to revive his career at Chelsea. So let's wait and see who comes in. If the coach comes in and say, "Hey, I want to have a look at all the players who are not playing right now. I want to see how they are performing." Who knows? Or that coach can even say, "Hey, I need Jackson. Whatever you can do to bring him back, just bring the
um
guy back."
All
It's
look
right.
possible.
look
All right.
the look
Tony, let's hear you so we can
yeah,
call it
we
a
need to
day,
get you
please.
out of here, coach. I was gonna say, like, that's the whole thing though, Bam. Like, who with quality is gonna want to come to this job? And if they do have quality, who's going to say yes to everything these owners want? And if they do say yes to everything these owners want, and they do have quality, but they don't keep being a serial winner, which seems impossible right now. Who on earth is going to last 4 years? I haven't. I mean, to have all the isn't that the dream? But our whole thing today has been those combination of things are exactly what it's looking like these owners make impossible to have. You know, it's rare that a manager stays with a club that long anyway these days. But for us, this is probably the worst environment possible to want all of those things to coexist at the same time. So
All
we
right.
are probably destined to have someone who doesn't have a lot of quality and says yes no matter what. And, you know, I guess we just have to just wait and wait and wait, maybe forever, maybe till we're dead, that we win things because the owners and the sporting directors made every single decision right because they're perfect and their coach did exactly what they wanted him to do every step of the way, and that won us something. I haven't seen that work yet, but you know, like that's our only prayer at this point while these people own the club.
All right, I'm going to catch up what we have in the chat, and then we call it a day. Vic says Callum McFarlane is under 21 coach. Anything important here again? We like experienced Chelsea under 21 coach. Thank you for that information, guys. If Chelsea don't sign experienced players, faces some problem. Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel right now, and I don't want to get into that. I'm exhausted. I need to run, really. Let's see. Chelsea under 21 coach Callum McFarlane, okay, is doing the press conference tomorrow. Suggests he will take the team from Man City. Robert Sanchez has said goodbye to Willie Caballero on social media. Bro, with this squad, bring back Mourinho and Conte together, you will they will also get sacked. I think that's it for me. I'm tired. Sorry, I can't continue. Bobby, thank you so much for joining the panel, and I appreciate everybody for not taking anything personally. It nearly happened, but we got it under control. And Bobby, for understanding, I apologize that I admitted to you. I just had to because I believe it would have gone out of hand. And thank you for Dante, who was on the panel. Max also was on the panel. Thank you, Tony Silva, for joining us. Thank you, Bans, for joining the panel. And thank you to the captain of the community in Constantine Dante. Much appreciated. We had two senior panelists today in Bobby and Max. And thank you to who's saying good riddance here. Purbaland, thank you for joining. Your opinion matters. Thank you to Mabasa05. Thank you to Vic, my bro. Thank you to Ibro, my bro, was also here. Usman Dawana Yakeke, and thank you for joining the conversation. Who else was here? Namaya was here. A lot of people, and thank you to KJ, K. Jean. I think that's, I'm sorry if I'm not getting your name correctly, but eventually I will learn how to say it correctly. And if I miss your name, apologies, I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and cheers.
Happy New
Cheers,
Year.
everybody.
Yeah, and as the credit starts to roll, if you don't see your name, you're a panelist. I'll take my time to add it. I usually prepare the credit before the end, before the start of the show.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. No knock. With every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world that all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real dust, and then with a love did storm. Every phone says to there, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue fading fires like we soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge to our voices to the light. We love for the team stand strong by our side.
Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real of us, and then with a love this storm, every phone says to bed, and there was a strife. How you, my heart, keep the blue flag with eyes like we soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge to our voices to the light. We love for the team stand strong by our side.
Every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real of us, and then with a love this storm, every phone says to them, and there was a strife. How you, my heart, keep the blue flag with eyes like we soar. Through every challenge we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford Breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chants, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shed and crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Reetz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shed and crew. Born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford Breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue, through the silence and the roar. Still blue, even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shed and crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Reetz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shed and crew. Born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford Breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right. Been through darkest nights, still shining bright. We bled in the game, we rose with no shame. The bridge still whispers my name. Still blue, every tear and every cheer. Still blue, with my voice loud and clear. I carry the pride of the shedding crew. Win or lose, I'm still blue. From Drogba's fire to Reetz's run, we stood tall under every sun. Through Abramovich nights to new days begun, this heart beats for only one. Still blue, even when they don't believe. Still blue, every year we grieve and dream. I carry the hope of the shedding crew, born for this, I'm still blue. Still blue. Still blue. Footsteps on Fulham Road, moonlight on my pride. Wore this badge through highs and lows, never had to hide. Memories in Stamford Breeze echo through my chest. Not every win is sweet, but I gave my all, no less. We sang through the rain, we danced through the pain. The pitch still remembers my name. Still blue through the silence and the roar. Still blue even when we don't score. I carry the soul of the shedding crew. You can't shake me, I'm still blue. Still here, still true. Woke up to the chance, paint cracked on my wall, but the pride in my heart never faded at all. Jersey frayed at the seams, but it still feels right.